That's why.
You look so adorable.
Thank you. You look adorable.
I'm like a cozy
Can they see us, Lance?
Yeah, they can see that. You want to move the suitcase from my helmet that way? Look good, bro. How have you been?
Hey, Mr. Blue.
Yeah, what is that, Captain
What you do? Nobody's watching you. Oh, there goes the tent. It's ugly out here, guys.
You got 100 people in there.
What up, chat? What's the topic today? The topic today is men cannot be women and kids can't be trans. His hand is on your shoulder. Remember you this. Scott, please tell us why you had to. Yeah, of course.
That'll be $30. We're not communists here. Hold up a little bit so you can bend them around.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Alright, gotcha. How much are the hats?
Free.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Alright. These got stolen. These are art plants that got ripped up last week. Oh, those are great. Yeah. Take a picture. Pretty bad.
Yeah. Yeah, you bet.
It's okay if I'm like the yacht person, so it's okay if I post that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you guys can post anything.
I should hold that one down at least.
Decide the full release.
Track.
No.
I mean, it seems like it.
This is just Mr. Blue Sky still.
That's the second. That's volume 2, isn't it?
No,
I think this is volume 1.
See how adorable I look on the left.
This is the Trump track.
I got you. I don't have volume 2 on the CD. I've got I saw the news article on that. I was going to the news. That's definitely not volume 2. I don't remember the village people being on the garbage. Gunman. Just a little bit.
You can feel down, I say young man. We're trying to get the tent under control, chat. We've got another guy, one of our guys coming with the with our SD cards. We don't have any right now.
Oh shit, we don't have SD.
I left them in the car. Lance, can you reposition that camera? Be a good time.
That good?
Yeah,
I can't really do anything without the SD card. So.
it's all right. See it.
Scary golf cart is coming.
Huh?
Scary golf cart is coming.
Has anyone yik yak?
Everyone posts on Yik Yak.
We got
Something along the lines of somebody come teach these racist guys a lesson. Somebody smart come down here.
Racist. Get off my campus.
Shut up, Lance. It's on. They're just very sensitive microphones. Lance, say something in that microphone again.
Hello?
Yeah, they work.
Look, you can't. You have to get really, really close if you want to talk.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
They're actually the opposite of sensitive. Not sensitive at all.
They are,
Oh, we're about to have some sensitive people.
live on something.
What is that, kick?
This is actually a fire ant
No, it's
with a
YouTube.
flag in the back.
What's your handle?
Camp Higby, CAMHIGBY. All right, chat. I'm gonna pull up the chat on this phone over here. Guys, chat. Do I look cute with my blanket? No, I can see your guys' super chats and whatnot.
I look adorable.
You do look adorable.
If I could cuddle myself, I would.
They're saying we're gay.
We're not gay. What?
Yeah.
Stop saying that.
Guys, it's boring because nobody's come yet. Hey, I'm not soft. I'm not soft. It's cold. It's colder than we thought it would be in Oklahoma, okay?
Yo, that's good.
We're at OU. Oklahoma University. Ben, they're saying they love the cow print. They're saying they love the cow print. Andrew, thanks for becoming a member.
Should it be us three?
Yo.
I think we should.
think
Cam,
we
would you
should
be
do it.
down?
Cam,
Cam,
you want to go on Elkins?
What? Who said that?
like I got a casting direct thing, and they're doing a game show, and they want 3 conservatives per team, and it's like a conservative game show, and the winners get 25K.
What do we have to do?
Go to LA December 9th through 11th. Travel, hotels included.
That's kind of close to Amfest. I don't know. Maybe we'll look at it.
Okay, I think I might do it. It's pretty good.
I'm down. Dude, I would love to go on the
Chat says no, LA sucks. Retweet. All right, guys, we're waiting for some libs. We're not in Stillwater. We're in Norman.
Conservatives.
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting.
We're thinking about Stillwater though.
Ask you questions or something.
They're saying OU is full of libs. Where are the OU libs?
Send me your liberals.
Transphobes.
S. Brady, thanks for the $2 super chat. Is he going for the Antifa look as a furry cow? I think probably. Oh, here comes Tomer with the SD cards. Did you find him? Perfect.
He's the New York.
We are very chilly.
Shalom.
Yep. As long as you're not liberal.
No, you can take it if you're a liberal too.
Should wear it if you're.
I don't think there is the wind. Is the wind sound bad, guys? They're saying it's beer 30.
Here, guys, try to make it open so they can see the sign.
Beer Street. Beer Street. Beer Street.
Okay, no wind sound. We're good.
Sign is facts. The sign is facts. I don't agree with that guy, but the sign is facts.
Should we run an ice sign as well? Like, what should we do? Are people here like sensitive about ice? Do we have another sign? I don't think we do. And the car is like a million miles away, unfortunately.
Support everyone.
Oh yeah, I could do it on the bottom here.
Yeah, this is taking forever. Yeah, if you're down, I can hook it up. Maybe we could like us. I really want Cam. That'd be so fun.
Does he not
'Cause
want to do
because
it?
There might be debating stuff as well.
Yeah.
They might have debates and stuff for this thing, the game show. Cam, you're already signed up.
We need to start training.
Freshman, second class, or second year. Terrible. It's terrible timing.
Cam Higby drinks beer slow.
It looks like a toddler wrote it, but it says deport all illegal.
What are you doing, champ?
Pop.
You in it?
We're doing good. We're doing well. The only problem is we're losing all of our hats. That phone is live. Yeah, because of the wind. We're losing all the hats. Come to the University of Utah? Maybe. Guys, I won. Stop it. Where are the libs? Where are the libs? Your lib?
You just gotta start chirping them. Say, you look kind of liberal. Come over here.
You look kind of liberal.
How's the
You look
wind
like
sound,
a
guys?
liberal.
Debate me.
You gotta debate us. You look like a liberal.
You're saying I live in an echo chamber, but I'm literally looking for people to disagree with me right now. Oh, this guy's a lib. He's got AirPods in though.
Okay, this one's running.
He shook his head. You don't like this.
This one should be good.
Yeah, I'm the one who came up with the live stream title, guys. I know it's probably a little blurry. The service isn't great. We didn't bring the Starlink. Bring me the libs.
Bring me the libs. Bring me the libs.
American Cactus, I can see your messages. What is Tommy doing at Portland State University? I'll be at OU all day.
Cam, I have a hot take. I want to know your thoughts.
Okay, come on up.
I think if you're, do you want me to actually come up?
Yeah, come on up. Lance, are these cameras on? Where's Lance?
But I'm not.
Oh.
I'm not a liberal.
Here we go.
I'm not-
Lance is gone. Not
just a
not
hot
working
take.
again.
They're on.
They're recording.
Yeah, he said they're
Okay.
This is a hot
What's up?
take. I'll tell you.
Okay, what's up?
I think if you're a man and you're dating a trans woman, that doesn't make you gay.
Wait, say that on the mic again. Say it a little closer. You
If you're
closer.
a man and you're dating a trans woman, it doesn't make you gay.
Why do you think it doesn't make you gay?
Because being gay is technically an attraction to a specific gender. The man dating the trans woman is dating someone who appears as a woman. And if you engage in coitus with that person, that would be a
Well-
homosexual act. I agree. But doing a homosexual act doesn't necessarily make you
Oh, dude, it totally makes you gay. So being gay is when you like men,
Yeah, but
and trans women are men.
yeah, I agree with you. But I'm a straight guy, right? If I go up and kiss you on the lips, hypothetically,
Whoa.
I'm not going to do that. I would still be a straight guy, even if I were to do that.
No, that's gay.
It is gay, yes, but I would be a straight man engaging in a gay act.
No, that would make you at least bisexual.
Well, you can infer that someone would be bisexual.
That I would infer that you like men from that, and like I would infer from that you like men,
yes, but-
and liking men is gay.
But think about it like this: if you are a man and you date a trans woman, that man who is appearing to be a woman is.
Not that you like men, and liking men is gay.
Oh,
Oh,
my stream is hooked up to the
I
speaker.
heard your voice and then you weren't talking.
Yeah, my thing is hooked up to the speaker.
But the reason why that man is dating that trans woman is because the man is appearing as a woman and is putting on a costume as a woman. That's what a trans woman is technically. And sexuality is based on your attraction, not necessarily your actions. But technically,
Right, and you're attracted to a man.
you're attracted to a man. But the reason you're attracted to the man is because they're appearing as a woman. If that
But they
woman-
don't appear as women most of the time though.
Sometimes, well, okay, so we agree. But sometimes, in theory, you could. If you look at, I'll give you an example. In 8th grade, there was this kid named Marvin, right? And he showed everyone a picture of James Charles that he posted on his Instagram. And James Charles put on this costume as a woman. So when you look at the picture, you're appearing as a woman. And what Marvin would do is he would show the picture to people, and he'd be like, rate this woman 1 through 10, and they would say like 8 or 9 or whatever, and it was supposed to be like a gotcha moment, like haha, you're gay. You
Yeah,
can say that.
I just totally fundamentally disagree with this. I think if you're into trans women, I think you're gay. I think there's a difference here. I think if you get fooled by a trans person,
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm
doesn't make you gay,
Yeah.
right? You got fooled, you got punked. But if you are like willing to be in a relationship with a trans person, you're gay.
Okay, I think that's a good. But the middle ground I would give to you is if, let's say, there was a man who was walking on campus and they were a trans woman and they appeared as a woman and they fooled me, and I were to say that person's attractive because I would be fooled into thinking that's a woman.
Yeah.
That would not be gay.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm attracted to what appears to be a female. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah,
Okay.
but if you date trans women, you're definitely
Yeah,
gay.
yeah. I agree, but I think basically what I'm trying to say is sexuality is mainly determined on like your attractions, right? And if you're attracted to a trans woman, like you're attracted to someone who appears as a woman.
Sure.
So yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
But I'm not
Copy.
like whatever.
He's like, I'm not gay. No homo. I don't know. Chat seems to think he's pretty gay. Chat's having fun with this one. Chat's saying you're gay.
I'm not gay.
I know the video's blurry, guys. It'll probably be that way. It's not the best service ever.
Doing something one time, right? Like if it's a repeated action, right? Then that makes you gay.
The relationship aspect doesn't necessarily have anything to do with it.
If you're not a man, you're gay by default. If you have sex with a man, you're gay by default. So what if you kiss a guy? I can relationship with somebody that's completely
Where are the libs? Where are the libs? That girl's giving some looks. This looks like a lib. Are you a lib, sir? What's up? Are you a liberal? Or do you not agree with my sign?
No, I don't agree with you.
Come on up.
I call myself a liberal.
Come on up. That's okay, as long as you disagree. So this mic is really sensitive, so you have to kind of talk into, like, kind of how I am. Yeah, like that. So you'll be able to basically tell when your voice is amplified and when it's not. So just try to talk close to it.
All right. So men can't be women.
Yep.
First of all, this is just incorrect, both biologically and socially. So there are more than a binary of chromosome pairs, things that identify you as either male or female. Biologically, that's not a thing. There's a variance, which is more socially, but there are people who have more XXY chromosomes. They don't fit within the binary. They'll appear as either having all female, like, outlook, but male genitalia inside, or
So you're talking about intersex people, which don't break this rule because intersex people aren't men. So it doesn't change the fact that men can't be women. They're somewhere in between, just as you just explained. They fall outside the binary. They don't break this rule. Men cannot be women. What's the definition of men?
So if you have a binary, that means there's two options.
Yes.
So having intersex people is three.
Right. So I never said, this sign doesn't say you have to be a man or a woman. This sign says men cannot be women. And saying that there's somebody who falls outside the binary, intersex people, which make up less than 1% of the population, saying that those people exist does not change the fact that men cannot be women. Somebody who is a man cannot become a woman. What do you think a man is?
In a more social, like a cultural norms for men and women then.
No, it's not about cultural norms. It's just men can't be women. What do you think a man is?
Well, see, binarily, these people who have neither male nor female.
No, those people have nothing to do with it. What is a man? We need to define our base terms first.
With most basic, like, preferential treatment, we would look at these intersex people as either male or female, depending on their outward look, which we could identify this as a biological mishap. But these biological mishaps are happening within the bodies of people who are generally male or generally female as well, which would mean that they also biologically don't fit within this binary. So then we'd have to look.
So what is a woman?
It's social identification.
No, what's the definition?
It's hard to define something that's changed.
I'll give you one. Adult human female. This is the Oxford definition, which is the most credible dictionary in the English language. Do you contest or agree with this definition? If you disagree with it, can you provide me with an alternate definition?
Well, I think that these terms change over time. So
what does it mean right now? I'm perfectly willing to operate off of any definition you're willing to provide me.
It's hard to define something like
Well,
that.
if you disagree with the premise that men cannot be women, but you don't know what a woman is, how can you disagree with the position?
I'm perfectly willing.
So, over history, throughout the history of time, there have been people who identify not within male or gender binaries. Okay, so the definition for what
I'm not saying people can't fall outside the binary. Intersex people exist, and I acknowledge that. What I'm saying is, you didn't let me finish. What I am saying, you're the one who came in here with the premise of a binary. I never said there was an absolute strict binary that is true 100% of the time. What I simply said is that men cannot be women. Somebody who is a man, somebody who has XY chromosomes cannot be a woman. The definition of a woman is an adult human female.
So someone with XX chromosomes.
Yes, is an adult human female, right? A female is defined as a person that falls in the sexual category capable of producing ova. Men can never be that because they are adult human males, and males are defined as people who fall into the sexual category capable of producing male gametes.
Not necessarily.
That is literally the Oxford definition, bar for bar.
There are women who can't produce ova.
But they still fall into the sexual category capable of producing ova. So while they themselves might not be able
There are
to,
women who are born without the ability
right,
to produce
they
ova.
fall into the sexual category capable of
But they're
producing
not
ova.
capable.
They fall into the category of
incapable.
You're not tracking. They fall into the category of people capable of producing ova.
But they don't. But they're not members of that category.
Okay, so let me lay this out a little bit more for you. Human beings generally have the capability of rationale, but there are, like, so if I said humans are things that animals that fall into the category of animals capable of reasoning and rationality, right? I could say this, right? Despite the fact that there are people that are humans that are severely mentally disabled that can't ration, that children, toddlers can't ration, right? They still fall into the category.
That definition doesn't work.
No, you're just not
That
tracking.
definition must
I'm
fit
so,
within
I'm sorry,
all
you're just not
instances of
tracking.
that category.
This is the Oxford definition. If you are a woman, you fall into the sexual category generally capable of producing ova. If you can't track that, I can't help you.
But if there are instances where stuff does not fit within this, then you can't have that as a definition. If
You
I say
can.
a man is someone who can make a chair, and then I go to someone with no arms and say, well, in my definition, he's still a man, he could probably make a chair, but he can't
That's an
physically.
anomaly, not a
that-
fact.
But anomalies are facts of nature. So if you're trying to define something into a binary and build a social and legal code off of a binary, but instances of that
What is
binary.
this world called? It's called mankind, not personkind, right?
The problem that you're running into is a woman's body has evolved with the purpose of producing ova, okay? There are people that have mutations or abnormalities that prevent them from being able to do certain things, right? Like some people aren't born with 2 eyes. Some people aren't born with 2 arms, right? But
That we don't.
they still fall into the sexual category of the sexual category capable of producing ova. Even if they themselves can't produce ova.
Because they're not capable of doing it. They don't fit within that.
They do fit within the category.
Put someone in a category that.
They have the equipment to do it. The
But
equipment
some
just isn't
women are
functioning
born
properly.
Without the equipment.
No, they're not born without the equipment. They still have the
You
equipment.
don't think there are instances where women.
There might be some extremely rare instances where women are born without ovaries.
That's an instance. If instances exist.
But they
outside
still
of
fall
binary,
into the sexual.
it's binary.
Okay, so let's reel it in real quick. What do you think a woman is?
I think it's a social construct that's changed over time.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is you have no idea what it is.
Well, you can't define something that changes.
You absolutely can define it, and what it means to be a woman doesn't change.
What it means to be a woman has changed over time.
That woman right there. Do you see that woman right there?
To be a woman in
Look at that woman right there. Look at that woman right there. Look at that woman right behind you. That woman right there is the same as a woman 1,000 years ago. That woman right there is the same as a woman 2,000 years ago. That woman right there is the same as a woman, the first woman ever, right? And that woman right there will be the same as the last woman ever. It doesn't change.
Biologically, it does change. Socially,
Biologically, it does not
There are
change.
biological instances of people considering women to be women even though they biologically don't have the same.
Okay, but I'm not talking about people who consider certain things that aren't women to be women. This is my problem, actually, is that I think people.
Roles of women that have changed over time,
Okay.
social roles of men that have changed over time. It's
My problem is exactly that people consider things to be women that aren't women. That's why we're here.
So what do you consider to be a woman?
An
Someone
adult
who-
human female.
Just an adult human female.
Yes.
Okay, so there have been instances in time where women who cannot produce, who cannot do these things, have been considered women. It's if you're trying to define it, it has to be universally applicable.
It is universally applicable. Even if that woman cannot produce ova, she still falls into the sexual category generally capable of doing so.
Generally capable. If we're going to, it's generally capable. Okay. Of
Yes.
producing ova. So
This is
someone
literally
who
the Oxford
cannot
definition.
produce ova
Still falls into the
is
sexual
in this
category.
Then I'm going to put a man in that category.
No, she's
'Cause
still
That's how,
no.
That's how dumb
Nope.
the definitions are.
You're wrong.
The definition can't. If your definition.
Can you pull up the
can't withstand
Can you pull up the Oxford definition of female right now?
No, because it's a social defining norm.
1 second.
But anyways, deport all illegals. This is also.
Can you read this for me real quick? Can you go ahead and read that for me? Let's see. Yeah, go ahead and read that right from the top into the mic. You can hold the phone. Go ahead, right there in the mic. Go ahead and read that.
Denoting the sex that can bear offspring or produce sex. So there are women that cannot bear offspring and cannot.
But they are of or denoted. They are still of the sex that does these things.
We don't define things by the anomalies. We define things by the generalities and not by the anomalies.
Yes, but if
We
your
don't define a human
definitions.
being as having 9 digits just because there's a certain percentage of humanity that has 9 digits.
We wouldn't do that. We wouldn't make a basis. We wouldn't make a definition off of something that can change, because that's stupid to do so, and because there are anomalies. So we try to do it as
Do you want to argue?
broadly as possible.
Ben wants to argue with you.
Okay, so like he's saying, if you have a human being with one eye, that doesn't mean they're not a human. We can identify human beings as having the trait of 2 eyes. But if somebody does have 1 eye because it was ripped out, that doesn't make them not human. It's the same here, right? If you have an African American who is, what's that called when they don't have albino? If they're albino, they don't have black skin, you don't say, oh, you're not black. We're going to take that away from you. You're not black. No, it's an anomaly.
You're still of or denoting the race that has the characteristics you have.
Yes. However, they also have other characteristics that make them part of that thing.
It's the same with women.
Yeah. So if we're putting an objective note, this exact specific thing denotes this entire broad spectrum, then any that fit within these spectrums, you can pick and choose who get to join it. Like with the gamete thing or the ova thing, there are women who can't produce ova, but if woman is a thing that can produce ova, then these women aren't actually women.
Well, there's no spectrum. It is binary. There's only 2 gametes. 2 gametes. There's not a third gamete in human beings. There's only 2.
XY.
So it's binary. No, that's chromosomes.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
but-
gametes.
But that completely eludes the idea of a binary.
There's no spectrum.
No.
It's binary. There's only
But even socially, there's been a spectrum.
2.
throughout.
2 gametes, right? You can say, oh, there's different variations of chromosomes, but there's only 2 gametes. That's really what we're talking about when we're talking about sex. This is the biological consensus, right? Nobody disagrees with this when you're talking about the 2 gametes, the 2 sexual gametes. Now, when people are talking about, oh, you have it bimodal or it's on a spectrum, they're looking at sexual traits, which tend to come from something that's related to those gametes, but not necessarily. It could also be cultural. Like, women tend to have longer hair. You know, most of the women right here have longer hair. Most of the guys have shorter hair. But if a guy has long hair, that doesn't mean he's a woman, of course. That's just one trait that we associate with the sex, whether it be in society or not. Breasts, women have breasts. We associate that as a biological trait that is related to the female gamete. But a man can actually have breasts as well. So we don't say that man is now a woman. You know, especially, I mean, if you're a liberal, you're not, or a leftist, you're not going to say, oh, this guy who's saying he's a guy is now a woman, right? I mean, I think you guys would want to respect their identification. When you actually want to say somebody is something else based merely on some arbitrary secondary trait, well, I mean, what if you are going against what they identify themselves as, right? What if it's a intersex person whose body is organized around producing the male gamete, and they've got a few issues. They've got breasts, they've got various issues because of a mutation. Are you going to say, oh, you're a woman now because I said so, because you have breasts?
That's generally what the right is attempting to do.
No, we're saying
They're basing it off very
we're basing off the gametes.
He just didn't, like, Just now he did. His whole basis was out of the ova thing, and then we.
Well,
changed
that's
it
a
again.
gamete.
Um,
That is a gamete.
even
Like,
then, women are born without ova. They're
yeah, but their
born without
bodies
ova.
are naturally ordered towards producing one gamete or another. This isn't a controversial statement. Even with intersex people, their bodies are ordered around producing one specific gamete. There might be an issue where they can't produce it, but that's exactly what it is. It's an issue. It's a mutation. We don't base the entire human race, base the two sexes off of a mutation, because even then it still fits within the binary.
So if these people who have changes, this argument,
I'm just saying what the biologists say.
what are you guys so bent up about, like culturally about men becoming women? What's the problem with?
Well, I mean, if woman is not a cultural category, we reject that notion, right? We would say it is a biological category. It's an adult human female, someone whose body is ordered around producing the female gamete. So if you say I'm culturally a woman or culturally a man, that doesn't make any sense. Now you can wear a dress, you can do things that are associated with that are associated culturally with women, but that doesn't make you a woman.
Well, culturally, that has been, well, historically, that has not been the case.
Like,
People have never fallen within, like even, I think it was the Navajo or something. They didn't have two distinct binary like man, woman. There was this thing called two spirits, I think.
well, this is irrelevant. We're making a claim about reality. People can have different subjective opinions where they say, oh, maybe there's something else culturally where I can dress up differently or whatever, or I behave differently in the kitchen or in the bedroom or whatever, right? But always, there's only been two gametes. The Native Americans have two gametes. That's what we're claiming.
So, but even then, you can't disregard the entire culture and historical significance.
I'm not. I mean, if the culture is going to make a claim about reality, about the gametes, then I'm going to say that's wrong. If somebody says, I'm a woman because I chose to identify as one and I put on a dress and I grew out my hair, I would say that's a false statement. It's a statement about reality and it is false. There's no evidence for it. It's not based in anything.
Other than, like, historical contextual works. Like, if people consider themselves to be things, then, I mean,
if I consider myself to be a cat, am I a cat?
no, but that's,
I've got one for him. So if people consider themselves to be, they are those things. Okay, so I'm black. Can I say the N-word?
no.
Why not?
It's an entirely different thing.
No, why is it entirely different?
Because these things have never been, historically, people have, actually, historically they kind of have, but
Yeah, so I'm black. You can see me, I'm black, obviously. Can I say the N-word?
Anyone can say it. It's just a
no,
word.
but I'm also not putting legal infringements on you because you're black.
Is it acceptable for me to do that?
No, but is it acceptable to say you're transgender?
No.
Exactly. So, I mean, acceptability isn't necessarily the notion of objective good.
So
or
do you think
bad.
that let me ask you a question. Let me just pull something up real quick. It'll take me 2 seconds. This is going to be kind of silly, but I think you'll figure out my point here. Okay, one moment.
Just doom scrolling now.
Nope, I'm pulling something up. It's very relevant. It's extremely relevant to this argument. Where is it?
Simply making a reference to the N-word. He wasn't saying anything racist about it.
Bear with me. Wait, 1 second. I'll let you say it after. This is just a very important point that I've been wanting to make for a long time, and this is a perfect opportunity to do it.
And read the word, right, and didn't censure the word, and as a result, he also lost his job.
Yeah, and I think that's wrong. But if you were to call a black person the N-word, and then you lose your job, and you were like being racist.
Bear with me.
Well, it depends. Well, it depends. So nigga means brother, right? It means brother. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But if you say, depending on the context, you're not my brother. So it's like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Well, if you're.
Where is it?
Yes.
Oh, wait, is this it?
No. No. The word. No, sorry. The word is Spanish.
Okay, we've got it. You ready?
Yeah.
Is this a dog?
No, I don't think so.
Why is it not a dog? You said if people want to be things and claim that they are things, they are those things. So is this a dog?
I mean, maybe in the future people will consider that to be.
Well, it doesn't seem like it's the future. It seems like it's right now. You've got a fella here jumping through hoops, claiming he's a trans dog. He's literally jumping up and down for treats.
I think they're free to do that stuff.
But is he a dog?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, why not? He identifies as a dog.
Well, yeah, but they don't have the. It's not. There's no historical or like cultural.
Well, it's happening right now. There's the history right there. It's the culture is happening. This is the culture.
But even then, maybe.
It's not saying I have like 5 more of these.
Maybe in the future it'll be more culturally and societally prevalent, and then the.
It's pretty. Look at how about this one? Is this a dog? Look at it. He's even got the mask. He's rolling around.
Maybe socially, but not biologically. But I wouldn't put legal infringements on him as a dog.
I'm not advocating for legal infringements on transgender people.
Yes, you would, right? If that guy was like pissing in public, you would think that the police should arrest him. Yes, you do want. I mean, I hope you do at least. I hope that if some guy starts peeing in public, he's like, "I'm a dog," you'd be like, "That's unacceptable. Dogs can do that, but a human can't," right?
Yeah, but we're not doing it specifically because of that. There's other. That's not particularly because he's a dog. That's because he's peeing in public.
Well, yeah, dogs do that all the time. If a dog walked up right here and peed on this tree, none of us would bat an eye, right? We'd be like, oh, that's what dogs do. If a guy came up here and started peeing on the tree, everybody here would like back off. People would be calling the police. He'd become a sexual offender. Like, it's completely, a dog is not going to become a sexual offender.
You don't define a dog by an animal that pees on a tree.
Well, I'm not saying I do, but that's the thing that dogs can do.
According to you, we define it as anybody who identifies as a dog.
No, it's that there are biological and social implications to every definition that we give. So, if we were going to enact something that provided a legal term for one biological thing, you'd have to include the social definition as well, and it'd have to include those. The men can't be women thing, it doesn't. The man is not a dog does not, because we're not basing off these objective truths about dogs.
Do you think men can be dogs?
I think biologically, no, but I think that socially,
They can be.
there could be implications.
I think that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my whole entire life.
I think there have been numerous accounts over history of people being treated in such a way that they feel as though they are a dog, in which they feel they're being subjected to the reality of an animal.
I feel like you're getting too hyper-fixated on like the philosophy of language. I don't think you really understand the philosophy of language, because, yeah, I mean, hypothetically, 1,000 years from now, the English language could have a word that sounds like woman but means something else entirely. However, we could still have a word that means what we mean by woman today. Like, you're getting too caught up on that. Like, right now, woman, as he showed you in the dictionary, and as most people use it, does mean someone who produces the female gamete, or someone whose body is organized around producing the female gamete. So hypothetically, yes, the culture could change to such an extent, or you could find another country, you know, a remote people who have a word that sounds like woman and means dog, right? Means what we call a dog. You know, we're talking about within the English language, and we have to have meanings, and we can't just have people running around with different meanings. If I just said gibberish to you right now, just said a bunch of random English words, and that's all we were doing, you would get really frustrated with us because we're not actually saying anything. It's just a random string of words. You'd be like, no, this doesn't mean anything, because it doesn't. Like, we have to have actual meaning, and that's just going to cause confusion, and it has caused confusion to the extent that people are saying they're dogs.
Yes, but these meanings, because because they change so rapidly, and because there are people who are fighting against these meanings actively, that means that those meanings have to change. The idea that we have to maintain these ideas that we have, even against what people are now thinking and what people are now trying to enact, I mean, it's conservative, but not in the political sense. It's a pushback to values that may not have existed in the past, but exist now. And I think that that's more an infringement on what we could be in the future by trying to maintain us in the present. When we are trying to push forward into a new definition and into a new role into the future, we're preventing that by being hung up on these sort of things, trying to say that they're true. When in the past they haven't been true, in the future they may not be true, but we're deciding they're true now and preventing that from happening.
Well, most of society is deciding that it's not true, right? There's a lot of pushback against this. Most people don't support this trans ideology. Most people don't support using words in these ways. So if we're talking about, what's generally accepted in society, sure, there's people pushing back, but there's people pushing back on all sorts of things. All sorts of things. There's people who are pushing back in contradictory ways. There's a lot of people pushing back about what a woman should be. But, I've heard people present like 20 different definitions. So why would yours be correct as opposed to theirs? Like, you're acting as if this is a monolith of just this one definition, but it's not. So what we do in that case is you make an argument as to why your definition is correct. And if society is convinced by that argument and that argument is correct, then maybe society will change. But right now, the left has not presented a good definition and an argument to back that definition.
Because I think that the greatest argument is that there is no definition, and you guys are absolutely.
Well, then it's meaningless. A woman isn't anything.
Exactly, it's a social construct.
So if I said you're a woman, what would you say? I'm not. Well, you can't say you're not. Doesn't mean anything.
I don't care what you think.
If everybody was calling you a woman, I'd imagine you probably would care. If like.
I mean, nothing is.
So if you walk in there and you walk into the men's restroom and people are like, "Holy shit, you're a woman! Get out of here!" Like you would care.
Yeah, that'd be pretty silly.
Yeah, it has a definition.
On made-up things.
Like, how are you gonna be? Are you a feminist?
I mean, I think that I don't disagree with feminists, but I wouldn't call.
Well, what's feminism advocate for? It advocates for women, right? For something for women, what different waves of feminism, but it advocates for women at a surface level. So it's advocating for nothing because a woman is nothing. Like, this is why we need actual definitions of words.
Well, it can also be put into a social aspect. This group of people who socially have been told that they should do these things, that they should, like, let's say someone with a red shirt, okay? Throughout history, or throughout this country, I'm going to say that everyone with a red shirt can't get a job, and when they do get a job, we're going to pay them less. Okay?
I'll just change my shirt. But I mean, I would love to hear, like, obviously you're not making that argument, but I'll be like, hey, what's your argument for that? What's your justification for that? And if you don't have one and you're trying to use violence against people with red shirts, I think we should have some pushback against that because it's unjustified.
Yeah, so if we were to say that everyone with a red shirt is anyone that's wearing a shirt, then anyone who didn't fit within that shirt would be like, why are you doing these things?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that's a red shirt, and it's not. Like, I'm not wearing a red shirt. At least it's not entirely red. That's a false statement.
That's more of the leftist argument for women, is that you're saying that all of these people are women, when in reality they're not, and you're just deciding they are. And because of that...
Well, how would you know they're not? You're saying woman doesn't mean anything.
Exactly. We shouldn't be making legal, like, we shouldn't be making laws and policy based off something we're making up. That's how ludicrous it is.
We make up all words. Like, that's how words come about. We didn't pull them from the ether.
The goalpost just keeps moving.
No, I agree.
Well, woman doesn't mean anything. If none of these words mean anything, we're in a law.
No, you said it doesn't mean
And
anything.
then you said, well...
It does mean something. We said it means something. You said it doesn't mean anything.
Earlier, you said that all words have meaning. Okay. And then I said,
Not necessarily. I mean, if I just make up a word, it doesn't necessarily have a meaning. I could put a meaning behind it. But obviously, if we want to have a civilization and we want people to be able to interact with each other and have an actual society, then they do have to have meanings. We do have to have language.
Yes, so these meanings should be able to change just as the people do.
They should be able to change. I agree. Again, if
What you're advocating
if it
for
did
is not
change,
change. You're advocating for
but that well,
for
if I say words can change, that doesn't mean I have to say all words need to change. That's completely different. I'm not advocating for a
whichever ones you
change.
care about.
Yeah, exactly. If I see something and I'm like, hey, we're using this word improperly, if we trace back the etymology or if it just sounds really wrong, it's just completely, if I can come up with an argument, I can't come up with anything off the top of my head because I just don't have one. But if I came up with a perfectly legitimate argument to change the definition of a word and I consulted with linguists and then this became something that was accepted by society, then I mean, yeah, it would change. But I don't necessarily have any reason to change any definitions of current words. Like you're the one saying you want to do that. I'm not saying we can't change a definition of a word. I'm just saying I don't see any reason to change the definition of this particular word.
Well, trans people do feel the need to change it.
Yeah, but so why should we care?
So it only matters whenever you care about it. I mean,
No.
It's a ludicrous point.
If they actually had an argument, then it probably would matter.
There
I would
are
hear them out.
arguments. There's
I've never heard one.
Historical, societal, cultural arguments. There's changes in the gender binary. I mean,
I've got a question. So, if Donald Trump started identifying as a woman today, would you say that's an accomplishment for women that now we have a woman president?
no.
Right. So you do have an idea that woman means something. Like when you're saying woman doesn't mean anything, you don't actually. I don't actually believe that you believe that.
I say that because the social role, which I've said that every definitional term we give has to have a biological and social implication. Donald Trump has not received the same social repercussions that women have. Therefore, you can't say it was a.
Well, neither have all the women who are saying now, or all the men who are now saying I'm a woman because I said so. They haven't experienced that either.
Yeah, because there's biological and social things. There's implications that matter that you have to identify a range of variables to add. It's really complex. That's why it's so hard to objectively define it or put it legislation on it, is because it's so varying and it causes so much thought among people. It's too hard to identify.
I mean, I really don't think it's that complex. Like you're saying, we have these two different aspects, biological and cultural, but you're also saying that somebody who's not related to either can just say they're a woman. Like if a guy has never experienced what it's like to be a woman culturally, and he's not biologically a woman, you just said that he would be a woman, but Trump wouldn't for some reason.
No,
This other guy
I wouldn't
would.
pioneer him as a win for women, but I would still, if you wanted to be called a woman, I would be like, okay, you're a woman. But I wouldn't necessarily say, yes, Donald Trump is a woman. Donald Trump is a win for women, but I would say, yes.
So now you
can
just
be a
have like
woman.
two different definitions of a woman.
Well,
Like,
no,
he's not a pioneer for women, but he also is a woman.
because he hasn't faced the adverse effects of our current social
And
roles of women.
Do you think that if I say I'm a woman right now, I've faced the adverse effects of being a woman?
No, but
But do you think I'm a woman?
I think sure.
So
If
in
you
order
wanna
to
call
be a
yourself a
woman,
woman,
do I
I'll let
have
you be a
to
woman.
face the adverse effects of being a woman or no? Because it sounds like you're saying, well, I consider you a woman, but I don't really consider you a woman, which to me just sounds like I'm not a woman, which is, I would agree with you.
Well, I just think that you have to incorporate the historical context of it. So, if you were to call yourself a woman right now, I'd be like, okay, you're a woman, whatever. But I wouldn't say that you faced the adverse effects of being a woman because you're presenting traditionally cis and you've acted traditionally
and who
cisgender
cares?
male.
And that's exactly my point, right? I don't think that we should pretend. Women go through a lot. They menstruate, they bear children, they carry children for 9 months. Sometimes they're discriminated against. Sometimes they're not treated the best. It's not easy to be a woman. And I don't think that you should just allow anyone who suddenly on the turn of a dime says they want to be a woman be just as good as a regular woman. Right? I don't think those people are women. I also don't think that you should allow men who are biologically more capable and stronger than women to compete against women. I have friends who have had their heads split open by men competing against them in sports. I have friends who have been beaten out by men in women's sports. I have friends who have had to change in the locker room with Leah Thomas while he pulled his penis out feet from them. It's disgusting.
So that requires policy that doesn't depict a gender binary. It's not necessarily that it's
requires gender policy that does depict a gender binary.
I think it would be
you're
more
either a man or you're a woman, and if you're a man, you don't compete in women's sports and you don't change in women's locker rooms.
So if there are social changes to a term, then we're not going to make an objective policy off the social changes because it changes. We would do something off
But
of
it doesn't
something more
change.
objective. We could
Again,
do it off of,
that woman is the
there have
same
been
as the
more-
first woman, and she's the same as the last
There
woman.
have been ideas about maybe incorporating testosterone levels.
Higher
So
testosterone doesn't change your gender.
no, but it affects muscle mass, muscle increase. So if we
I
were
don't
putting
care.
if we were putting those implications into sports, then we could have sort of bracket style of this testosterone level, this testosterone level. It would make it to where things were even, no matter if you called it a man or a woman.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. They're still
You guys
not
only
women.
care about things whenever you can get upset about them.
No, they're not, it's
I'll
just,
bring
it's
up
just
things.
objectively false.
I'll bring up things that hundreds of thousands of people have talked about, and you're just like, I don't care.
But it's not
'Cause it
true.
doesn't apply
Prove
to your
that it's
argument.
true. Prove that it's true.
Prove that
You can't even define a woman. Again, what is a woman?
because there's no set definition that you can
Okay,
make. If
so
something
again,
that's
we come
changed.
back to this conundrum of you don't know what a woman is. How do you know men can't be women if you don't know what a woman is?
If the greater half of society can't decide the definition of a word, then we shouldn't base policy off of the definition of that word.
Nobody here is talking about policy. Have you noticed that? You're the only one talking about it.
because-
We're talking about definitions. Can men be women? Yes or no? You don't know what a woman is, but you're very firm in the belief that men can be women, even though you don't know what a woman
If there
is.
were no policy implications to this, you wouldn't care at all.
We're talking just about the basics.
You
See that?
genuinely would not care
We're talking.
if there was no
we're
policy
talking.
implication.
No,
You
I
have to-
would. It's
you have to
false, and I
add
don't like it when
contextual-
people say false things. That's my main gripe here: is the falsity of the statement that men
Okay.
can be women.
Let's talk about the illegals then, because
Okay,
we're
let's
never
talk about the
we're never
illegals.
gonna get together on that point. So, what do you think the problem is with illegal immigrants?
Well, oh, man, where do I start? Well, first of all, they violated, if you are an illegal immigrant, you have violated 8 U.S. Code 1325, improper entry by alien. Your first action entering this country was blatantly disregarding and disrespecting the laws of this country. Illegal immigrants commit disproportionate crime. On top of that, they
Wrong.
are not wrong. They are a net fiscal drain on the U.S. economy, $68,000 per person, according to the House Committee on Budget, in their
Wrong.
study in conjunction with the Center for Immigration Studies. You say I'm wrong about a lot of things. Let's hear why you think I'm wrong about a lot of things.
Yeah. So, immigrants typically, both legal and illegal, actually provide crime buffer zones for areas, and this is a proven fact. So wherever immigrants and legal or illegal, wherever they are, that community typically has less crime, lowered crime rates, more. There's this term collective efficacy, which you can look it up, but they provide kind of a stronger zone, watching out for each other and making sure that they stay out of the eyes of the law. That's proven. Legal and illegal immigrants
Where
do.
is it proven?
I mean, you can look at 1,000 studies. Look it up right now.
The burden of proof is on you. You're the one who made the claim. If you're making a claim, you should probably know where your claim comes from. So
Okay.
provide me this
All right,
source.
I got
so
you.
while we're doing that, what you said is not true. If you look, do you know what the only state in the entire country that classifies crime based on immigration status is?
Which one?
Texas. Okay. The Texas Department of Public Safety is the only state that records immigration status when they arrest somebody. Now, how they do that is if the federal government has already arrested them for being an illegal immigrant, they send their information when they arrest the person to the federal government, and the federal government comes back with a yay or nay on whether or not they've caught this person before, which actually leaves a major swath of crime from illegal immigrants. It doesn't get recorded because they just haven't been arrested by the federal government before. With that being said, roughly half of all crime in El Paso is committed by illegal immigrants. In Bracketville, Kinney County, Texas, there are more crimes committed by illegal immigrants in Kinney County, Texas than there are people living in the county. Okay? So if we look at places that are highly saturated with illegal immigrants and the crime rate from the illegal immigrants, it's incredibly disproportionate. You said I was also wrong about the net fiscal drain of illegal immigrants. Again, the House Committee on Budget did a study in conjunction with the Center for Immigration Studies, and what they found was that illegal immigrants are a net fiscal drain of $68,000 per person. The equation for that is taxes paid minus social welfare used. They use more social welfare than they pay taxes. They pay taxes, but not enough.
How is an illegal immigrant who has no social security number and no ID going to receive federal
Yeah, I'm
benefits?
happy to tell you how they do this. Yeah, so in some cases they receive an I-10 from the government, and they're allowed to use their I-10 to get benefits. In some cases they steal social security numbers. In other situations, states like Washington, Oregon, etc., funnel in Medicaid and Medicare dollars from the federal government, and then their state healthcare organizations provide healthcare to illegal immigrants. It happens in my home state of Washington, it happens in Oregon, and it happens all over the United States.
So, it took one Google search.
Yeah, you're using Google AI, that's your source?
I mean, the American Immigrations Council, House.gov.
Can you tell me the methodology for any of these studies you're citing?
National Institute of Health.
Can you tell me the methodology?
MigrationPolicy.org.
Can you tell me the methodology?
Congress.gov.
Have you read a single one of these
American
sources?
Immigration Council. I'm
Have
a
you read any of
sociology
these?
major.
Have you read it? You haven't read them.
I've read
Then
papers.
tell me the methodology of any one of them.
You can look at crime rates for these
No,
areas.
tell
You
me
can
the
look at-
methodology.
You can look at it.
You haven't read the studies. You're lying. You are lying that you've read the studies. You haven't.
I'm a
I
sociology
told you. What did I
major.
tell you when I said
I've made like
I don't
15,
care what your major is.
I've made like 15 different papers about this one subject.
I don't
I
care.
know more than you.
Okay, then tell me the methodology.
Tell me the methodology of any of the studies you
I told you the methodology when I went on the red. You want to know about the taxes, right? That I was telling you about the net
Yeah,
fiscal
go
drain.
ahead.
I told you what it is. The equation is taxes paid minus social welfare used. I told you the exact methodology before I even
And I'm
before you even
telling
responded.
You can look at crime rates for these areas. You can look at the crime.
Yeah, you can look at crime
the
rates for these
victimization
areas.
surveys.
Go on the Texas Department of Public Safety website. They have a data analyzer. They have tables that have all of the crimes by immigration status, because, again, they're the only state that does this, and you will see that in areas that are highly saturated with illegal immigrants, like El Paso, where 50% of the crime is committed by illegal immigrants, or in Bracketville, Kinney County, Texas, there are more crimes committed by illegal immigrants than there are people living in the county.
But in every... There's more illegal immigrants than just in Texas. And
Texas is the only state that records the data. This is the point.
So do you think they only exist in the places where they report the data?
No, but I'm telling you, any of the studies that you just pulled up, I guarantee you, if they do any kind of crime data analyzing by immigration status, they only use Texas. Because Texas is the only state that records crime by immigration data, or by immigration status.
What do you think the big difference is between an illegal immigrant and a legal immigrant?
Well, one of them is here
like
legally,
morally.
one of them is...
Like, what makes them necessarily
Nothing.
a better or worse person?
They
Nothing.
violated the U.S. federal code.
So you would think that immigrants... There's no moral difference between illegal and legal
No.
immigrants.
Therefore,
Therefore, the crime rates wouldn't be higher between illegal immigrants and legal immigrants. I mean...
It is different. Like, it literally is different. And again, real quick. Border laws are a pragmatic law, not a moral law, right? So we have borders for pragmatic purposes because we can't just allow unfettered immigration into the country. It's dangerous. People tend to smuggle things into the country. That's why 8 U.S. Code 1325, improper entry by alien, says you can't enter without permission or inspection.
A civil code?
No, it's not a civil code. It's a criminal code. It's Title 8 of U.S. federal law.
Okay.
It's not a civil code.
So-
I don't know who started this whole... It's a civil penalty. It's not a
So-
civil crime. Civil crime is in civil court. It's a business disagreement between two parties.
If there's no
like
moral...
lawsuits.
If there's no moral backing behind the difference between a legal and illegal immigrant, that would mean that morally they act relatively similar. So you would see heightened
No, that
crime
doesn't mean they
rates.
act relatively similar, right? There are lots of differences in behaviors among different groups of people. It happens that the black community tends to commit more crime than the white community, or disproportionately more crime, right? But that doesn't mean there's a moral difference between black and white people. They're morally the same, but sometimes behave different, right? I don't know what you're getting at here, right?
So-
it also happens that men commit more crime than women. It doesn't mean that men and women are morally different. They're the same, but men behave differently than women. Men are more violent.
So we would see these same we would see heightened crime rates among legal immigrants as well if all illegal immigrants provided more crime.
Listen,
We-
man,
we
you're
would see-
not making the disconnect. I think you're trying hard, but it's not working.
So, if the only difference between a legal and an illegal immigrant is that one entered illegally,
yeah, okay, so let's put it into perspective.
I would love to finish
So
the
here's the
sentence.
difference.
Yeah.
One of them, their first action was violating
I
the
think
law,
you have
and
to
the
calm
other
down.
was their first action was following the law, right? So what's the difference where one of them might be more likely to violate the law? Why do we think one group might be more likely to violate the law than the other group? Well, one group, their first action was following the law when they came here, and the other group, their first action was breaking the law. The people who are already willing to break the law are probably going to be more likely to break the law in the future than the people who followed the law when they came here. There's already a difference in behavior. I'm not saying they're not worth less, right? They're not like, there's no moral difference. They're still people, right? But their behaviors are obviously different.
so, I mean, we still can't base it off of that. Do you think there are legal immigrants that don't come here and commit crime? Do you think there are people who
Obviously
commit
there are.
crime?
I
And then,
didn't say that. You're straw manning me.
so we would still see these rampant crime rates among legal immigrants. There's
Why?
no,
Why? What point are you making? I don't even think you're tracking your argument.
if you think that there are heightened crime rates among illegal immigrants, which has been disproven, you're saying that
disprove me then.
you're saying one study, one article.
It's not one study.
For
It's the
Tex-
data
for
from the
Texas.
Texas Department of Public Safety, which is, by the way, the data that every study that claims the counter uses.
So if it's in every other state, is that illegal and legal
We don't
immigrants?
have the data for the other states because the other states don't record it. So you can't appeal to conjecture.
They don't provide any crime rates whatsoever.
They provide crime rates. They don't sort it by immigration status.
Yeah, and in these areas with more immigrants, there is lower crime.
Prove it. And by the way, you're talking about immigrants. I'm talking about illegal immigrants. Not the same thing. Again, legal immigrants have already shown that they're willing to follow the law. That's why they came here legally. Right? And illegal immigrants have already shown that they're willing to violate the law. That's why they violated 8 U.S. Code 1325 when they came here. There's obviously a difference in behavior. So show me a study that says where you have illegal immigrants, you will be safer. Because I guarantee you will be hard-pressed to find a study that makes this claim.
So illegal and legal immigrants are gonna stay around the same areas. You're not gonna have a
That's such...
you're not gonna have a group of illegal immigrants staying in a town full of white people who look nothing like them. I mean, this is
Why do you think that? Yeah.
this is basic sociological fact. People are gonna migrate towards areas. There's these places called zones in transition. If you took any sociology class, you'd learn about them.
Okay, stop appealing to your sociology class. Nobody cares what your major is. It doesn't mean anything.
Why-
Just because you're a sociology major does not mean you're right.
Hello, I know you study sociology. You're not right about sociology.
Yes, just because you're a sociology major does not mean you're right about
That means
sociology.
I've
Correct.
learned more about sociology.
Okay,
and
so
the study
prove
of
it,
human
because you're not doing a
behavior.
very good job of it.
Brother, it's human nature. It's proven fact. Zones and
Don't
transition.
cite the evidence if it's proven facts. You keep
Okay.
saying this is proven facts and you haven't cited a single thing. You couldn't even
I mean,
define what a woman is.
Something like this that's been around for 70 years, you wouldn't think I'd need to. There's this thing called concentric zone theory. And it talks about the zone in transition. The zone in transition is the zone where immigrants and people of low social status typically stay. These people usually stay within their same groups. Legal or illegal, they usually stay within the same areas. These are called, have you ever heard of Chinatown? These people of same ethnic status, same legal status, typically stay the same. Typically stay in the same area. That's true. People of the same nationality from the same place typically go to the same areas.
All right, so number one,
That's
Kim,
literally what I'm saying. Their culture is the same. I've been talking. You guys have been cutting me off. Let me
One
talk.
second, Kim. Have you ever considered that immigrant just doesn't mean anything? Maybe that's the case. Okay. I forgot what the other thing I was gonna say.
Yeah, so
I
the
mean-
reason that you have things like Chinatown is because people who come from China and like Chinese culture flock together, right? But it's not going to be the
So-
case that every illegal, because the majority of illegal, or I don't know if it's a majority, but a lot of illegal immigrants that come to this country aren't from Mexico. They're from all over South America.
Yeah, and
Right, so they're not going to necessarily flock with a bunch of legal Mexican immigrants.
But they're
right?
still going to flock to areas with people who
It
are
doesn't.
like
What
them.
point are you proving with this? Even if it
So-
was true, what are you trying to
okay.
prove?
So we would see, and you need to calm down. So these areas where we see lots of immigrants of all different types, and we look at the crime rates of these areas, and they're lower. They're traditionally lower, much lower than those of white Americans, much lower
Now
than
prove
that.
it just for illegal immigrants.
If there's only one study on illegal immigrants, and we're ignoring every other sociological aspect.
But you're missing the
of
part where I
immigrants.
support legal immigrants. In fact, the president is a legal immigrant, and I support
So-
him. I'm wearing his hat.
These legal and illegal immigrants are going to stay around the same areas, even if you don't have studies. You know
Okay,
how
so
sociology
prove to
works.
me specifically, and it sounds like you can't, that illegal immigrants will make areas that they move to safer.
I don't have the article.
Okay, I figured.
But
Okay,
you
so
can-
what's next?
Please look it up. Please.
Okay, I've
you don't
done
believe anything
extensive
I
research
say.
into this. Go ahead. What's next?
When was America great for anyone that wasn't white?
Right now.
In what way?
What do you mean? In what way do you think it's not great for people who aren't white?
I mean, there's still systemic racism.
Where is there
cultural-
systemic racism in this country?
You can look at crime rates. You can look at conviction rates. The war on
Yeah,
drugs.
yeah,
is
I have it.
particularly
So if you go to
dangerous.
the Bureau of Prisons and you look at their interactive data analyzer for sentencing, you will find that white people are sentenced to prison more often and for longer. They also serve longer because just because you're sentenced for a certain amount of time doesn't mean that you're going to be released at that time. So they serve longer, they're sentenced for longer, they're sentenced more often. If you look at marijuana offenses, for example, white people are more likely to receive prison time, whereas black people are more likely to receive fines.
What
It's
is
not
this
true.
from?
Huh?
What's this
The
from?
Federal Bureau of Prisons.
Federal Bureau of Prisons.
Yes.
I've never
And
heard
this
of
is for
that.
first-time
and it
offenses.
doesn't sound
So
correct.
you'll see a big swath of data that says black people are more likely to go to jail for all crimes. It's not true. Black people, unfortunately, are more likely to be repeat offenders. So if you account for confounding variables like first-time offenses, and you put white and black people on even playing fields, white people are more likely to go to prison. They're more likely to go to prison for longer. They're more likely to be sentenced for longer. And first-time offenses, second-time offenses, third-time offenses, fourth-time offenses, and it's for almost every crime category. So the idea that black people are just disproportionately sentenced to jail is just false.
So, are you familiar with redlining?
Yes, it's illegal.
It hasn't always been.
It's been illegal since the 70s.
Yeah, but the repercussions of that are still present. The war on drugs. Are you familiar with of the impact that had on? Black
Yeah.
Americans?
Are you thinking the war on drugs is still happening, or? Do you have any?
No, but these have recurring effects, intergenerational effects on people.
I should say that most of the redlining policies actually came from the two most progressive presidents in U.S. history, Woodrow Wilson and FDR.
Okay,
And
I'm
conservatives were completely against
I'm not advocating for.
But either
them.
way, it's illegal and it's not happening. So, like, what do you think
But
is
these-
happening today?
These are generational effects.
What do you think is happening? So when we say systemic racism, we mean that there is active efforts from the government to discriminate against, disenfranchise, impoverish people that are not white. So in what way is the government actively doing this today? I'm not saying there's not maybe some residual effects of past systemic racism. What I am simply saying is
If
that the
there-
government today is not actively doing anything to discriminate
If
against
there are
anybody.
residual effects of racism, then it's not great for those people.
You said you made the claim that systemic racism exists today, so prove it.
Repercussions and
What is the
residual
government
effect of
doing
system-
today to discriminate against people? I'm going to hold you on this.
I'm saying that there are residual effects of systemic racism.
That doesn't mean there's systemic racism today. That means there's residual effects. Now prove there's systemic racism. You made the claim. Back it up. Name me a policy. One law.
Brother, I
One
just
law.
said there are residual effects. I'm not saying it's happening right now.
You did
And
say it's
even
happening
then-
right now. You
even
said
then,
there's
it
systemic
probably
racism in
is.
the United States right now.
There are effects of systemic racism in the country right now.
Okay. Your point.
That makes it not great for people.
Wait. Hold up. So do you think that black people can't be successful in America?
No, I'm saying that black people as a whole are still led back. pushed back.
How are they led or pushed back?
I mean, mass incarceration rates.
Again, I already debunked the prison thing. So
You
again,
didn't
white
debunk
people are
it.
more likely to go to federal prison, and for longer. Yes, they are. Go to the Bureau of Prisons and look it up. account for first-time offenses, and you will find that white people are more likely to go to prison and for longer.
For the first time.
And second time, and third time, and fourth time, and fifth time.
I think that's completely made up. I genuinely think that that's completely untrue.
Okay, do you have a citation to the counter?
Oh my god. Also, there are still entire groups.
Okay, we gotta reload the batteries in a second. Are the mics blown out, chat? No, I need one though.
Okay.
Are the mics blown out?
First Google search. From the United States Sentencing Commission.gov. Black males received lengths of incarceration 6.8% longer than white people. There. It took one Google search.
Pull it up. Does it account for the offense that they are on? I've read the United States Sentencing Commission study. It doesn't. It doesn't account for virtually any confounding variables. It just looks at the data completely raw.
So they're also less likely to receive probationary sentences.
Yeah, again, it accounts for no confounding variables. So this includes black people who are on their first time offense, second time offense, third time offense, fourth time offense, sixth time offense, seventh time offense,
Yes.
8, 9, 10,
And
11,
they-
12,
and
13,
they-
14, 15,
and
16,
they
17, 18,
receive
19, 20,
longer
right? So
prison term.
somebody who is on their fifth offense is going to be much more likely to go to prison than somebody on their first offense. Black people are more likely to be repeat offenders, and thus they get longer sentences. But if a white person and a black person who committed the same crime are on the same level of offense, the white person will go to prison more often.
So do you not think that the recidivism rates are due to systemic racism?
No. And if you think they are, then prove it.
Okay, so whenever you're putting these cultural inequality, when you put people in these areas that are wildly impoverished, they have less capability for moving up. They're in areas where maybe their parents, they're over-policed, obviously, and then there's redlining.
They're probably over-policed because they commit more crimes. And they participate in organized violence.
So we could pull it all, we could pull most of it back to the war on drugs. So whenever like crack cocaine became a big thing, we really like put a hard hit down on crack cocaine and all the people who used it. Even though cocaine was much more prevalent amongst white people, they put a lot of police inside of black communities because that was the poorer version of the drug that they were able to get. So these communities that were rampantly policed and over-policed for simple sentences, whenever your family members go to jail, you are more likely to go to jail as well, just later on in life. This is also a statistical fact. So these areas that have been over-policed in one time, still over-policed a little bit, whenever we put effects on them to where they're unable to get economic growth, societal growth upwards.
So we're just going to blame everything on the war on drugs? No accountability for anybody, it's just the war on
No,
drugs?
I'm saying that as a big effect of it. And to exclude the war on drugs would be a massive...
So I'm going to blame organized criminal violence and like fatherlessness. That's what I'm going to blame because it has a way bigger impact on whether or not
Why do you think they're fatherless?
Because there is a culture of leaving.
Because their fathers were in jail
No.
and they never had role models to learn
Yeah,
how
they
to
either went
act
to
as
prison,
fathers.
they either went to prison,
Yeah.
or they left.
Yeah. So whenever you're raised in a home that where you
So how
don't
does this
see-
amount to systemic racism? Is my question.
So whenever you're putting them in these areas where they have
Nobody. What do you mean putting them? Yeah, nobody's putting them
That's-
anywhere. You have a choice of where you live.
that's redlining.
What? There's no redlining right now.
But the effects of redlining still hit us today. Okay.
How?
So, if we were to put all these people moved, especially so like African Americans in the past, whenever slavery was abolished, they moved north. Whenever the nation began to industrialize more, people moved into these big cities. And then these suburban blocks of these big cities were that they told people not to invest into them. They told people not to put any businesses in. It made these areas poor. These areas were also home to majority African Americans. It's this there's this thing called white flight. So whenever a large portion of African Americans move into an area, white people leave, and then the area gets no money gets put into the area, and then the place is impoverished. So whenever you grow up in poverty, it's much harder for you to reach the same economic successes as people who have.
I don't buy that bullshit. I grew up in poverty. I was homeless my entire senior year of high school. I was homeless for the majority of my college career, and look at me now, right? I've got a crowd of people and like all this crap. I don't buy this. You can't drag yourself out of poverty. I have been homeless.
Obviously, you can, but it's much harder, much more difficult.
I just disagree. I just disagree. It actually wasn't difficult for me at all.
I've got data here about sentencing, or imprisonment, I should say. This is from a peer-reviewed paper in the journal Personality and Individual Differences. And they found African American males are significantly more likely to be arrested and incarcerated when compared to white males. This racial disparity, however, was completely accounted for after including covariates for self-reported lifetime violence and IQ. So if you actually control for confounding variables, then these things disappear, right? You should know in sociology that you don't just look at correlation, you have to look at...
It said they were more likely when you were controlling for the variables. It said...
No. It said they disappear. It says, this racial disparity, however, was completely accounted for after including covariates.
Reread the whole paragraph.
Okay. African American males are significantly more likely to be arrested and incarcerated when compared to white males. This racial disparity, however, was completely accounted for after including covariates. So accounted for means they're showing, oh, look, this makes sense when you take in mind the covariates.
Yes, so they're still more likely to receive these because of their places in society. They're more likely to be found for these crimes and to be put back in areas to where they would.
Black crime rates were significantly lower shortly after slavery. They were significantly lower 100 years ago. So clearly that's not the case because they were actually more impoverished 100 years ago.
Yes, because they also weren't allowed to do anything.
You think? Well, no, you're not allowed to commit crimes today either. It's illegal, right? It's not going to stop you from doing it if you're going to commit crime. So your argument is that they're doing something they're supposed to not be allowed to do because they're poor. But I think black people are probably better off today than they were the day after slavery was abolished. But the crime rates are higher today. Right? Your argument of they weren't allowed to do anything doesn't really work. Huh? Yeah. Is there anybody else who wants to come up? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I've been yapping for a while.
I just want to make sure that everybody gets a chance. Is there anybody else who wants to come up? Okay. I think she wants to come up. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Hey. I wanted to shake his hand.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, no, they were together. Yeah, they were together. Okay.
Oh no. We could do questions, I guess.
Ask them if they have questions.
If anyone has questions, they can come up as well.
But I'm unfortunately going to have to DoorDash some things.
Okay, DoorDash some things.
DoorDash has some burgers too.
Have DP do it. Have DP DoorDash the
Virtual guys right there.
Oh, really?
The guy in the black.
Okay, wait, I'll turn the music off.
Some guy
completely.
walked by with another Stars jersey, and he goes, "Great jersey, but that hat makes you look like a retard." I was like, "Yo, come on, man."
Has anybody gone after Andrew yet for the Longhorn stuff?
Andrew's not even here.
Did he wear Longhorn stuff?
Yeah, he did.
Andrew's
On the clock?
yeah, on the clock. Ridiculous.
No, we didn't. We figured it would be warm, so we didn't bring anything. I came in shorts.
Cam, will you get mad if somebody exposes me for wearing a MAGA hat?
Exposes you?
Yeah, for wearing a MAGA hat.
What? No.
The professors over here are taking pictures of us. Like,
The professors are? If there are any professors who would like to come up and talk, we're not just limited to students. We're also taking questions if people agree. Ma'am, sir, whatever you are, come talk. You have to do it. I can't do it.
Whatever you are.
where are the liberals? You look a little liberal. Hello. Come up. Oh, there's like no one else out. When does class get out? When does class get out next?
2:15 and 2:30.
So 2:30 might be people coming.
Yeah, I think it's 2:15.
Dude. We're gonna have to chirp again.
Maybe 2:30.
Okay, I'm.
Okay, go speak.
Hello.
Wait.
So,
Nice to meet you.
Oh, yes, nice to meet you.
Oh wait, we gotta reload the batteries real quick. So we'll start in just a moment.
No, you're good, man.
I like the coat.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It's definitely warm. Pea coats are warm.
Dude, that last guy, he's getting clipped. He's getting clipped, buddy. That was awesome.
I felt like the whole thing was incoherent. I don't even know how to be like.
Actually, I have a sociology. No, it doesn't even have a sociology.
Just studied it. Okay, come. So these mics are kind of touchy, so you have to talk kind of close into it.
Okay.
So if you have to grab it, that's okay. Just you want to talk basically your mouth right over it, then the speaker will pick it up.
All right.
Okay.
So I want to preface that I'm not really here to debate. I'm just curious because with the Trump administration, there's been a lot of controversies. So I myself am on the right leaning side of things. So I'm just curious, what do you disagree with that Trump has done or hasn't done?
I would say I disagree with the making the burning of the American flag like a modifier to rioting. I think he should just invade the cities of the National Guard and just suppress them. It's not technically like a violation of free speech what he's doing. It's burning of the American flag. Like it's not technically a violation of any kind of free speech what he's doing. It's just a modifier to like inciting a riot. But it doesn't really seem to be that effective. I would say you should just use brute force and crack skulls probably.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And I don't like the bump stock ban.
Yeah, bump stock ban too.
Bump stocks are fun. Have you ever shot bump stock?
I haven't.
We should just bring back machine guns.
All right, Q&A. If there's no one that disagrees, even if you agree, any questions?
Oh, is this somebody? You guys look like you want to talk. Come on up. Come on up. Come on.
How far are you?
I know they're liberals. I can tell they have that.
Yeah, Messi or Ronaldo?
I don't watch soccer.
Soccer's a European and it's gay. It's true.
Are those official guys still over there?
Oh, they said it was fine. They just want to check if the event was safe. So we're like,
Oh, okay, cool.
He said the speaker.
I said it wasn't safe.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's not safe.
It's not. Pretty good. How are you?
It's been a nice day.
This mic is kind of sensitive, so you have to really kind of talk right over the mic
All right.
for the audience to hear you.
Oh.
All right.
You can grab onto it too if you need
All
to.
right. We all good?
Yep, we're good.
All right. So I was going to ask you originally when Turning Point had their event, I was planning to go. I couldn't go, but I was planning to ask the question to Charlie Kirk, basically like getting a rundown on like his idea of what people think about the separation of church and state and whether or not you agree with it, you disagree with it. What's your like whole?
I'm like a Christian in training, so Ben could probably answer this a little bit better.
Okay.
I'm no expert on this specific topic, but I would say there's a lot of people getting their wires crossed when they talk about it. Like, everybody means something different.
Oh yeah,
So,
absolutely. That's why I wanted to ask you because I wanted clarification.
yeah, I mean, I would say as far as separation of church and state, what I would support is the government not saying you have to adhere to a certain religion, like saying you have to convert to Christianity, because that's
Right.
just wrong.
Yeah.
You're supposed to convert to Christianity willingly.
Yes.
And most religions hold that. I mean, even Islam hold that to an extent. I mean, they kind of push you into it, but they still say you have to become a Muslim willingly.
Yes.
So I would say that's very important, and we should allow people to hold different religious views.
Yeah.
However, it is the case that the laws that were implemented in the Constitution were inspired by Christianity. This isn't really contested by most serious people.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I mean, it's the same with all of Western civilization. You know, the idea that children can't consent, you can't have sex with children, that's something that came from Christianity. The idea that we needed to abolish slavery,
Yeah.
obviously it took a while, but that did come from Christianity, and it came from a lot of Christian advocates. So the laws that we have are inspired by Christianity and religion, whether people like it or not. So when they're saying, oh, you can't be pro-life, you can't ban abortion just because you're Christian,
Yeah.
I mean, that's not true. We can do that. We can use our Christianity to justify why we should ban abortion.
And another thing, too, is there are two types of laws. The most prominent
I
one
do
is...
want to know, but does that pertain to all laws?
Yeah,
Because
I'm gonna get there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me just get there with this. So all laws are one of two categories.
Yes.
And they're usually, most of the time, they're moral laws. So they are derived from the other half, or the other portion are pragmatic laws.
Right.
So like border laws, for example, you need them because you need them, as opposed to like you need them because they're moral. It's not like morally wrong to cross a border. You just need borders to keep people safe. So the majority of laws are based on morality, somebody's morality.
Yes.
Right? And oftentimes people's morality is derived from their faith, right? The separation of church and state means that the church cannot control the state. Somebody who is a Christian using their faith or their moral belief set to inspire laws is not the church controlling the state. It's simply somebody who is a Christian writing a law that is, there's no way around their morality not inspiring that law, right? So like either way, that law will be a result of their morality, right? And so if you say, well, you can't write laws based on Christian faith, what you're basically saying is Christians can't write laws, which obviously can't be the case, right? Christians have to be allowed to write laws.
I would say you'd have to consider, as a Christian or as a Muslim or as pretty much anybody, that you need to consider the idea that there are different faiths, and you need to consider like the original founding intention.
Sure, you could consider that, but if you write a law based on a Christian belief and that law does not violate the Constitution, it doesn't contradict any existing laws, and it passes, it doesn't matter, right? Democracy is done. We're over.
Right, but
the law is now law.
Would you say, I'll bring it up because you brought it up, would you say Christian falls under that?
No. I just became a Christian like 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I have been pro-life virtually my entire adult life.
Right.
And I was an atheist. So and I argued from a secular position. It has nothing to do with Christianity.
Right.
I mean, it is a Christian belief that you shouldn't kill babies, but I think that it should be more than a Christian belief. It should probably be like a normal belief that you don't kill babies.
Yeah, there's the two different types of religious expression. You know, one that can affect other people and hurt other people, and one that doesn't. So, like, if a Muslim were to put down a prayer mat and start praying, you know, that's not hurting us. That's fine. We don't need to ban that for any reason. But if some, like, Satanist or Reformed Jew or whatever said, oh, a part of my religion is abortion, we would say, sorry, that's unacceptable. If someone said child marriage is part of my religion, we say, sorry, that's unacceptable.
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't even say sorry. I would just say that's unacceptable and you're weird. So obviously there are a lot of practices practices of Judaism, Islam, other offshoots of Christianity, Mormons, whatever else, that are completely acceptable for society if they want to worship in their own buildings and do their own thing, even if they want to pray in public, completely acceptable. But if they want to harm other people or stop us from practicing our religion, the dominant religion, what should be the dominant religion in America anyways, Christianity, then that's where we would draw the line.
Right. Would you say that the legality of abortion, again, because you brought up, would you say that the legality of abortion is something that inflicts on your right to practice Christianity, or no?
I mean, maybe not necessarily, but it does inflict on the rights of human beings.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can still practice Christianity now. Because I'm a Christian, it does severely bother me, of course, that the sanctity of life is not being protected.
Right.
But I could also be a non-Christian and hold that same view. Lots of Orthodox Jews are also pro-life. Plenty of Muslims are also pro-life, and many atheists are pro-life. So I don't think that's necessarily infringing on my religious right per se.
Yeah.
But it's definitely infringing on someone's rights, because I do accept that all human beings have rights, no matter how old they are, or their location, or their developmental stage.
Right. I would say that you said sanctity of life is important to you, specifically on the abortion issue. What we find is that in countries where abortion is actually legal, people have less and less abortions because they're much more careful. Oh, I'm so sorry. What we find is in countries where abortion is legal, people have less abortions because they know more about sexual education. So they're much, much more careful. So you see less of an abortion incidence. Obviously, it still happens, but because there is less risk of people getting pregnant, the sanctity of life is protected both in the case of the woman because maternal mortality rates are lower, and because infant mortality rates are lower. Okay. I would say there's a lot more than just making abortion legal. Like, I think if we made abortion legal today, that it wouldn't necessarily make the abortion rate go lower. I think we need to do a lot more things, but I think that would be part of the solution personally.
Okay, yeah, this is a common argument that I hear. I would say there's two things here. Number one is I don't necessarily care because it's about the principle of the thing. We're protecting the sanctity of life. We're putting that into law. Now, could there be various effects of those policies? And could we try to deal with whatever's going on, whether it be changes in sexual education, if that needs to happen?
Yes.
Sure, but it's the principle of the thing.
Okay, so
number two is I actually reject the empirical evidence as well because, I mean, you can look at plenty of exceptions to this, but I think the easiest thing would be to just look at the United States because we're seeing a consistent culture for the most part, and the same people, the same demographics. So if you look at the United States, a lot of people make the argument that there are less abortions happening under Democratic presidents, but that's just a surface level correlation. What they ignore is the actual abortion laws. So for example, under Bill Clinton, you had Casey v. Parenthood, which actually allowed for more restrictions of abortion on a state level, like informed consent, for example, and a lot of states adopted this. And under Obama, there were tons of state-level abortion laws that were passed. Actually, the Guttmacher Institute came out and said, this is unprecedented how many abortion laws are coming out under Obama. It wasn't because of him, per se. It was because of a lot of things happening on the state level. And then
wait, when you say things happening on the state level, I just want to clarify. Do you mean like laws that are
laws restricting abortion, or making it harder to get an abortion? Laws saying you have to have parental consent as a teenager to get abortion, informed consent, things like that, or making it harder for people to get government-funded abortion.
I would say,
and also, of course, under Biden, Roe v. Wade was gotten rid of. So.
So what was your first point? Your first point was you reject the premise. So would you be okay if, particularly in the United States, we increase sex ed but didn't necessarily legalize abortion because that would decrease incidence?
I mean, I think I personally reject the notion that. Well, you're not specifying what sex ed. I don't
essentially just entirely risk based. So I think we don't need to tell people. I don't think we need to tell people how to do it. I think we do need to tell people, hey, if you decide to do this, first of all, celibacy is the best thing you can do, obviously, right? But if you decide not to do that, here are the risks. I think we need to lay out risks just insanely clearly. And once we do that, that's pretty much all we can do.
As far as that goes, I think it should be evidence-based. I've seen mixed evidence, some evidence that suggests abstinence only does work, but this is also something that's probably cultural, it probably should be left to the states, or even at a lower level than that, by the school. But if it were to be the case that we changed sex ed to the point that abortions went down by 25% without changing any other law, I mean, that would be objectively good.
Yes. Right, and I think we do see that because in states where we don't have as much sex ed, like Oklahoma is like 4th in teen pregnancy last I remember. So when we look at states where sex ed is actually more prevalent, when we look at states where sex ed is actually more prevalent, we see less teen pregnancy incidents. We see less incidents where people would even be in the situation to get an abortion in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be the case. I also think there are a lot of, like I said, different variables. Like, the big issue is just self-control. Like,
Yes,
I think most people...
I agree
like,
with that, but
they know what happens when they do certain things,
Yeah,
right?
I agree with that, but I just don't think feasibly the government's going to come out and be like, okay, no premarital sex.
Well, no, I don't support that.
Feasibly, that's just not going to happen. So I think if we took other steps, if we took other steps rather than being like, okay, no premarital sex, that would be a better use of our time.
Yeah. If better education saved lives, then I would support better education for sure.
Yeah, I
100%.
think better education.
But I would also support
was
banning
as-
abortion if possible.
Yeah, I think if those countries, I couldn't tell you if those countries banned abortion, they would see more of them. I don't know if that correlational relationship equals a causational relationship, because the study I read said that, hey, these countries that have legalized abortion also have much better sex ed, much better education when it comes to the sorts of issues that can come with childbirth, and they have things like universal child care. So
Yeah, that's why I like looking at one country at a time. So there are studies. There's a study from the early 2000s looking at Poland specifically, and other Eastern European states, and they did
Eastern
see
European?
a decline. Yeah, Eastern. Poland, Eastern European. I consider Poland to be Eastern Europe. I don't know if you disagree, but that's not really a big deal. Poland specifically, and Poland has some of the most restrictive, if not the most restrictive, abortion laws in Europe.
Yeah.
Or at least last I checked a couple of years ago.
Right.
And they saw a dramatic decline in abortion rates after they restricted it.
Right.
And there are also a lot of studies from the United States. Michael J. New, he's a researcher, and he has several studies published where he's
Right.
looking at the effects of those KCV Planned Parenthood laws that were put into place in the 90s.
Right.
And there were dramatic decreases in abortions as those laws were being put into place.
Right.
And he's also done some more contemporary research after Roe v. Wade was gotten rid of, and there have been declines in abortions in places like Texas.
Right. Just to clarify, is abortion banned in Texas? I'm pretty sure it is, right?
It's
pretty sure.
heavily restricted.
Yeah. Right. I think we focused a lot on your first point. What was your second point? Your first point was that you rejected the premise of...
Yeah, I reject that premise. But also, if I were to accept the premise, I would still say that I'm right, because the evidence does suggest that banning abortions does decrease abortions.
Right.
Like, if you do these, like what the Guttmacher Institute does, these, like, world analyses comparing all the different countries, I mean, you might see some correlations that would suggest otherwise,
Right.
but that's not what I want to look at. I want to see, in the United States, if we put in these laws, will they actually decrease abortions? And they do. We saw that with the more recent laws. We saw that in the 90s with the KCV Planned Parenthood laws.
Yeah.
And we've seen it in Eastern Europe and other places.
Right, but I would also say in the United States, because we've been so back and forth, especially on the issue of abortion, when we restrict it more and more, we see things like maternal mortality rate increase. Like the U.S. is the developed nation with the highest maternal mortality rate, and I think abortion is the reason why.
Okay, right, but you can try to make that argument, but the problem is that every state in the United States that has restrictive abortion laws has an exception for if the mother's life is in danger. All of them. Every single one, including Texas. They all have an exception. And it just says that if a doctor believes the mother's life is in danger, that he can perform an emergency abortion. Or more specifically, what it says is it's a clause that says all of this applies except when the doctor believes that there is a medical emergency. And the doctor believing that there's a medical emergency is a very broad and sweeping power, right? How do you prove that somebody didn't believe something? It gives them almost complete impunity in court.
I wish I was more refreshed on this. I would have been if I had known we would be debating abortion. I have done a lot of research in the past on the maternal mortality stuff.
Yes.
And I do think there are a lot of issues because, like, for one, there are abortion deaths, and there are several states that do not report abortion deaths,
Right.
like California, for example. And abortions can be quite risky, maybe less so today. But I do have a lot of issues with some of the studies that suggest the maternal mortality rate would suffer. Like there was this one that I saw that a lot of people were citing, like Dean Withers types, Harry Sisson types. They were
Yeah.
citing this one paper, and I read it.
Yeah.
And what it was doing was it was taking the nationwide data, comparing the deaths from abortion to maternal mortality deaths in places where it was more restricted.
Right.
And what they were ignoring was that a lot of states were not reporting certain data, and they weren't accounting for that, and they came to absurd conclusions. And there is also there are a lot of studies looking at deaths that come from abortions, and it is a big risk.
Yes.
So I wish I could go more into detail. It's been like 3 years since I've researched
Oh,
this.
you're all good. Yeah.
But I definitely would. I would do the research again, but I would reject the notion that it will necessarily increase maternal mortality rates. But even if it did, minutely, and we're ultimately saving more lives, and we do have, like Cam said, those
Right.
laws that are trying to protect women as much as possible, then I do think that it's worth it.
Uh-huh. I would say pretty much in every case. I believe there was a case in Georgia where a woman went brain dead, and because of Georgia's abortion law, she had to carry her baby to term while she was fully brain dead.
Not true. Again, I forget her name.
Yeah, I
But
forgot her name.
again,
too,
not only does Georgia have an exception for if the mother's life is in danger, which again just says this applies if the doctor reasonably believes the mother's life is in danger.
Uh-huh.
It
Right, but
also. You're talking about the brain debt. She had.
Yeah. She
Oh
was
yeah, this is
brain
totally
dead.
totally makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Wait, what's the issue with this?
She was okay. The issue is she was completely brain dead. She was basically used as an incubator to carry her child.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that is that child is now going to grow up without a mom.
As opposed to not growing up?
Yeah. Like there's a chance that anybody could grow up without a mom. It doesn't mean they don't deserve to live, right? If the mother is in a situation where she's brain dead, she's effectively dead, but her body can be kept alive so that the baby doesn't die, why wouldn't we do that? I don't understand why people had such an issue with this. By the way, not a new practice. We've been doing this for as long as it's been medically possible to do this. If there's a car accident and a mother dies, but she's able to be kept alive, her body kept alive, right? But she's brain dead and she has a baby inside of her, we always keep her alive. It's common medical practice. This is only controversial because people think it has something to do with abortion laws, but it doesn't. In a lot of states, it's actually illegal to let the mother die.
And it just sounds it does sound bad. Like when you say it and when you read a headline like a brain dead woman was kept alive so they could use her as an incubator. That sounds really weird, right? But like there's a lot of things we do that are weird that aren't necessarily bad. Like cuz there's two options here. One, you let the baby die. Two, you use her body, which she's not using anymore because she's brain dead. And preserve the life of the baby. I mean, I think we have this issue where people go brain dead and we're like, okay, what would they want us to do, right? Or we'll have like somebody taking care of them, their family saying, here's what we want you to do. Obviously, we have to consider that, but I think it would be completely rational to assume if anybody were to go brain dead while pregnant, they would want their child to be preserved. So I think that should probably be like the blanket assumption.
Right, but I think the issue was, and I might be totally wrong about this, but I think the issue was that the law interfered, whether she wanted it or not, whether her family wanted it or not.
The law interfered, but it wasn't a new law. It was illegal to let her die because she had a baby inside of her. But that had nothing to do with Roe v. Wade. It had nothing to do with abortion laws. It wasn't illegal because of abortion laws. It was just that you're not allowed to basically pull the plug on somebody who has a baby in them. That's the problem, right? So the baby is carried to term, and it makes no sense to do this, to do the opposite. Like, the mother's dead, she's not coming back. Her body is alive. The baby is alive. Why would you pull the plug? Nobody's using the corpse except the baby. The baby didn't do anything wrong. It doesn't make sense to say, oh, we've suffered this catastrophic loss of a human life, now let's kill another one. It just doesn't make any sense. If you can somehow walk away from this tragic situation where somebody is dead and somebody gets to live,
okay,
I think you should do that. I don't know why you wouldn't. right? If I was pregnant, if I was a woman, right, which I can't be, evidently, thanks to the sun. Yeah. So if I was if I was a woman and I was pregnant and I had a baby, like I would really hope that if I went brain dead, the doctors would not pull the plug on me and allow my baby to remain alive.
Right.
So.
Yeah. It might just be I don't know enough about the situation.
Sure.
And also, like I said, it does sound nasty.
It,
right?
it's a pretty nasty.
But there's
yeah.
a lot of things we do that are really weird. I mean, we forcefully inseminate cows so that we can eat, right?
Yeah.
Like forceful insemination of cows. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't do that personally. I mean, but we also have like sewage plants and things like that. Yeah, there's a lot of gross things that we do, but it just comes as a result of what is necessary.
Yeah. I'm vegetarian, so I don't.
I thought you were talking about Amber.
So I'm making your argument for you, huh?
I thought you were talking about Amber Thurman, who's another person in Georgia who she died because she had basically like a portion of a fetus inside of her from a failed abortion, and she ended up dying. But like Georgia has a double exception for if the mother's life is in danger and if the fetus is like I don't know what you call it. Like there's like a 0% chance it will live. So Georgia makes both of those exceptions, and it wasn't even a fetus. It was like some fetal tissue.
Okay.
And it went rotten, and it gave her sepsis, and she died. But it was the result of a failed abortion. Like she went to another state and got abortion pills, and generally you're supposed to do a follow-up appointment after you receive the pills. But because of the under-the-table kind of state-to-state dealings that we're doing now, people aren't doing those follow-up appointments, and it's not safe. And so she died as a result of that because the doctors refused to take it out of her because they're idiots, and they were committing medical malpractice. If they were familiar with the law in the state, they would have known that you were allowed to remove that, basically. But and then people say, well, doctors can't know every law. It's like, no, like actually, doctors, like, law governs their entire practice. Like, you have to know how much you're legally allowed to give somebody,
I think at the
what
very
kinds
least,
of drugs.
I think at the very least you know the Hippocratic Oath.
Yeah.
Yeah. If nothing else, I think you know the Hippocratic Oath.
Yeah.
And I can't believe I didn't ask this already. But do you believe like abortion at all stages is wrong? Like as soon as conception happens, there's like from that point forward.
Yeah. No. So with human rights, I believe that we need to have equality, and in order to have equal human rights, you need inclusivity. So you have to be able to include infants, like newborns. You have to be able to include the mentally disabled, the elderly, things like that. And it also has to be binary. You either have rights or you don't. You don't have like half rights, right? Or at least with most human rights. I think there are some where it's like, you know, with consent, we don't allow children to consent, or at least not consent to everything.
Yes.
And then obviously, you know, you can have rights within a country where like an illegal immigrant wouldn't have that right to vote, for example. But if we're talking about like the baseline human right that you get to live and nobody can kill you, or at least, you know, we'll try not to let them kill you, or we'll punish them if they do, then I think every human should have that. So if we tie human rights to something that is not binary, like consciousness or subjective experience or whatever else, or development, then what we're going to have is an issue where either like animals are going to have the same rights as humans because some animals have a higher stage of consciousness than newborns, or we say infanticide is okay, or it's okay to kill mentally disabled people, or it's okay to kill somebody in a coma or under anesthesia. So I just want to be, I think, you know, is necessary that we have these rights, and if we want to show that these rights are real, we have to have these two criterion, and most of the things that pro-choice people don't fit them.
Yeah, I would say
or all of them, I should say.
I would say I am pro-choice up to like 20 to 24 weeks.
Okay, so is it because of like consciousness or?
Yeah, it's when like your upper brain stem develops and you can deploy what we kind of understand to be consciousness.
Right. Yeah. So with that, it's just like that's kind of arbitrary because number one, obviously, I mean, you're a vegan. I don't know if you're a vegan because you're religious or vegetarian because you're religious, or you think animals have rights, or.
It's not. I just think we ought not to kill what's alive.
Okay, so it's a little bit more tricky.
What about this spider right here? Can I kill this spider? See it?
I've been seeing that spider for 30 minutes.
Is it wrong?
I would say if you don't have to, don't.
Rage bait. Okay. It is a little bit more difficult to argue with a vegetarian on this. I will admit.
Okay.
But even then, like I could say, well, you're saying what's alive, right? I mean, I don't think that spider really had much of a consciousness. There's a lot of spiders. I don't think that spider has much of a consciousness, right? I mean, bugs don't, and there's animal fetuses as well. I mean,
Right.
I don't think you think we should be going around like smashing eggs, like bird eggs, ostrich eggs, and stuff like that, or aborting animals just for the LOLs. If we're going by the standard of living things, then I mean, I think if you don't want to kill animals, that's okay.
Right.
With me, religiously, morally, I don't see a problem with it. But
I would religiously, obviously, I'm opposed to abortion such that I'm abstaining until marriage because I think that's like the best and easiest way to just avoid the problem entirely. Like if it came down to it, I wouldn't want whoever it was to get an abortion, right?
Mhm.
But I can't see myself saying we ought to make laws to make it such that other people can't get them.
Well, I appreciate that you have that moral and that you're taking steps to.
Yeah, I'm deontological, but only to like the point of myself. I don't see myself forcing another person legally to have to.
You clearly feel strong about this. Let's come have a conversation. Come have a conversation. Come have a conversation. Come express your strong beliefs, please. You'll never find a solution if you don't talk to people who disagree with you. You will never find a solution to the problems you see in the world unless you talk to the people who disagree with you. They stand directly in the way of the solution to the problem you want to find. You're saying I'm intellectually dishonest. I'm the one sitting down talking to people. You're the one running by screaming fascist.
That man sits when he pees.
Come talk. You will never find a solution to the issues you care about until you sit across from somebody who disagrees with you and you talk to them. You refusing to speak to people who disagree with you are exactly why the country remains divided. You are exactly why the country will continue to fail to find solutions.
That man washes his hands after he gets out of the shower.
Fascists don't sit down and talk to people. Fascists shut people down and run away. Dumbass.
Yeah, you know what you saw in Nazi Germany and fascist Italy? You saw a bunch of people sitting down and debate, hey, fascism is true, prove me wrong. Yeah, that's what you saw. Look, go Google it. You'll see lots of pictures of that. All right, sorry about that.
I'm so sorry. Where were we?
Yeah, so if your standard is we have to protect all living things, then a fetus is living objectively, biologically.
Yes. I would say that I personally have an obligation to do that, but I can't. But again, I can't see myself supporting a law that says other people have to follow my same ethic.
I gotcha. I mean, how far do we carry this though? Right? Like, I think it's wrong to beat your children. Not to say you can't spank them or whatever or punish them, but to like actually beat your children.
Right.
And I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Oh.
But like, do I have to say, oh, if someone else does it, that's not really my problem, right? Like, obviously there has to be a line that we draw where we say, I'm saying this is wrong. I believe it's wrong, and it is affecting someone else. Like, if someone's going to go and be an alcoholic, I don't think you should be an alcoholic. But ultimately, if we can't help them and they're not going to listen to us and they're just going to keep drinking their life away, I feel sad for them. I don't want that to happen. But like, do I think we should grab them and lock them up and punish them for that? Probably not. Not in my opinion. Some people might disagree.
I would say I kind of feel the same way about it.
But if he's like drunk driving and like crashing everywhere, then maybe we should do something because now he's harming other people.
Yes. I would say I kind of feel the same way about abortion.
Oh, so but I mean, still, like, if they are taking another life, then don't you think that's different?
If they can't see that life the same way, like I can plead to them. I can tell them, hey, this is morally wrong. You ought to have just avoided this in the first place. I can tell them what I think is. correct, but I can't necessarily force them legally to.
Well, I don't think they would be committing any of these acts, like the drunk driving and crashing into a van with a family of 5, if they thought it was like a really wrong thing to do. But also, I mean, there's people who blatantly say infanticide is okay, like Peter Singer, who's a renowned philosopher. I use the word renowned loosely, but he's a very famous philosopher, and he says infanticide is okay. And many other famous philosophers say that as well. And he has a lot of followers. He has a lot of people who agree with him. I've encountered them time and time again. If those people committed infanticide, like, yeah, I should say they should be punished.
Right. Infanticide, like, as in...
Like murdering a newborn.
Murdering newborn. Okay.
Yeah.
I think at that point, like, pretty much everyone, except for the people who follow him, would agree that that was wrong. Yeah.
So if it was the case that a large majority of people were pro-life, you would say that we could ban it?
I think if people are pro-life and they're like truly pro-life, they're not even getting themselves into the situation where like abortion's a
Oh
problem.
no, I mean like a majority of people are pro-life, and then there's a minority that wants abortion.
If there's a minority that wants abortion,
yeah. Because I mean, here we're basically getting into the consensus theory of truth, which I don't know what your religion is, but I would assume as a religious person you don't believe in the consensus theory of truth, to where a majority of people say something, and therefore we go along with it, or even a consensus theory. I
don't believe it's moral. I believe that.
Yeah, that's my mistake. I think I falsely consensus theory of law.
Yeah,
that's what this would be, not a consensus theory of truth.
Rather, yeah.
That's my bad. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say this would be like saying that because the majority of people were cool with slavery in the early years of this country, that it's justified to be legal.
That was pretty much how all laws happen, though. Whether they were bad laws or good laws. Obviously, from a moral standpoint, you can look at the Bible, or you can look at pretty much any like religious text that says slavery is wrong. You'd be like, oh yeah, slavery was wrong.
I mean, it is the case that it's not necessarily the case, but it is the case that oftentimes when you're implementing a new law, there's at least a large base that supports it. But that's not necessarily the case, and we're more so talking about what ought to be illegal. Like, I would really love it if a majority of people became pro-life, and then as a result of that, we were able to change the law. Yeah. But like, I still think we ought to have this law.
Yeah. I personally just wish people were more like anti-premarital sex, personally, because that's the whole reason.
That would fix a lot of things.
That gets rid of the whole like, oh, what about kids who go to foster care argument? Because it's like, they're not being born, they're not going to foster care.
Yeah, and it would save a lot of families.
They're not
from
dying either because they're not
father.
being conceived. Yeah.
I mean, I agree with you there. We're gonna have to disagree on the whole law thing. Like, I just don't see any reason why we should keep it legal. I mean, I appreciate that you hold those morals yourself, and that, of course, you don't want to harm. I believe you're coming from a place where you don't want to harm other people.
Absolutely.
But ultimately, if they are harming a baby, if they are harming another human being, then it's just necessary that we do implement that law. And I do think there's evidence that these laws do reduce abortions and save lives, even when it comes to mothers. And I mean, is there anybody else who wants to debate right now, or we can keep you up here? If not.
I mean, yeah. If everybody else wants to turn.
I guess not. So I mean, if you have any more things you want to talk about, that's cool.
Ooh. I wanted to try to choose.
Where's
one
that guy
of
who
these
was calling a fascist?
I don't know.
He ran away.
He's running from fascism. That's what he's doing.
What do you mean?
He's running from fascism.
I've been trying. Yeah, Lance, you keep putting it in the wrong
Yesterday we were actually debating on fascism.
It needs to be on the movie.
Really?
You always rotate this wheel.
So
you have it
we
in
necessarily can't be fascist because we're not left wing.
Yeah.
We had a lot of interesting conversations there.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be on the movie. You need to watch it. Make sure you're manning it correctly. You always do that.
I think ultimately I want to come up here because originally I was going to. Ooh, shit. Yeah. Originally I was going to go to the event that Charlie Kirk was going to attend because ultimately I want to have a conversation with either him or you or anybody else that they bring out here because I don't want to walk on campus, see this tent, and assume, oh, these people are bad faith, oh, these people want to hurt me, these people don't support my right to like self-determination or whatever.
Yeah, no, I definitely support your rights and everything I've said. I had somebody come up yesterday and they were like, "Do you guys actually believe everything you're saying?" I'm like, yeah, I haven't said anything.
I would sure hope so.
And I mean, we might disagree on some things.
Yeah.
Like I had some disagreements with some of the stuff about like the chromosomes and whatnot and the binary of things, but like that's,
I mean,
that's
it's more so like my position on that is just like I don't care about it.
What do you mean?
Like I don't really like. We were talking about. He's like, well, there are some people who fall outside the binary with their chromosomes, or whatever. It's like, okay, like I just don't really care about it, right?
Well,
like, it doesn't change the fact that men can't be women.
The binary isn't the chromosome thing. The binary is the gametes. I think a lot
That's
of
a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. I like that. Yeah.
The people on the right have messed this up. Like a lot of right wingers, they do the whole chromosome thing. You shouldn't bring up the chromosomes. You should bring up the gametes because there is 2 gametes.
Yes.
So I wish more people would get that right. Actually, a lot of people on the sort of like center left and the center have gotten that right. Like the Paradox Institute, they're a bunch of like atheist, maybe classical liberals, I guess is what they would be, but they're very left on many issues.
Yeah.
So they're not exactly conservatives, but they get this right. They look at the actual biology and they show it's binary because there's 2 gametes. A lot of conservatives, they say the chromosome thing, and I think that's not very defensible, and clearly so because you've seen a lot of right pushback from the left on that, where they point out they are in fact not binary.
Yeah. If you're saying like because of gametes that like sex is binary.
Yeah.
Yeah, sex in particular, I would say is binary. Yeah.
Yeah. There's many expressions of sexuality. There's many expressions of how you might identify or what you want to do socially.
Yes.
You can wear all sorts of clothes, put your hair in all sorts of ways, beard, no beard, act in different ways, speak in different ways. There's an infinite spectrum of that.
Yes.
But when it comes to the actual sex, there's only 2 sexes, and it is that way because it's evolutionarily good. It's a mathematical thing.
Yeah, I don't want to speak on your like understanding of the whole like gender sex thing. My understanding is that sex is binary. Obviously, we know it's binary. There are exceptions like chromosomally, but the exception doesn't define the role. You usually typically only see like males or females. Gender is socially constructed, and saying that you identify as a woman doesn't necessarily mean you're saying that you're female. It means that you're saying I identify as what this society deems a woman to be.
Yeah.
Now, if your society agrees that a woman is female, there's some clash there.
Yeah, and they often put themselves into corners because there's nothing that you can say. This is what being trans is. Like, quite literally nothing. It's completely meaningless. They say someone's trans if that person says they're trans, and that's it.
Social constructs are typically pretty meaningless.
The only
meaning that they have is the meaning that like your society gives them. Like money is a social construct, and money only has value because we assign it value. Like money, like money is not its like own thing. Like the only reason like a dollar has a dollar value is because we say it has a dollar value.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's I don't want to get into economics. Read Carl Menger on the origin of money.
I'm a first-year accounting student. You probably destroy me. Yeah.
Economics was like my original topic that I read stuff all the time on. Yeah. But let's not get into that. That's a fairly acceptable thing to say. I'm not gonna contest that. But yeah, so they'll say. They might make different claims like, oh, this person transitioned, therefore they're trans. But then if you push back on that with a leftist, they're going to say, all right, okay, what about this person who says they're trans and they haven't transitioned yet, and they're saying, I don't really feel the need to get a medical transition. Yes. Or maybe I have a condition to where I'll die if I get a medical transition.
Yeah.
They wouldn't say, oh, you're not trans, because that person still identifies as trans. It's the same with your physical appearance. You could have somebody, and there are many people like this, who say, I'm a woman, and they make no effort to change their dress. They have a beard, they have short hair, they're wearing pants, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But they would still say that person's trans because they said so and because they mean it. So being trans, quite literally, it's not a real thing. It doesn't exist. There's no basis for it. They're just saying someone's trans because they're trans. And it's really a dangerous thing because if you're tying your identity to something completely meaningless and you get this idea that I have to take steps like medically, socially in order to adhere to this, it's just dangerous. That's why we have, detransitioners, people getting severely hurt from hormones and whatnot.
Yeah, I would say on like the medical issue, I agree. I don't think, especially especially what we call like sex changes for minors. I believe some of those have happened. I'm totally against that. I think you should at least wait until you're 18 and at least wait until you understand like gender as a concept to take any kind of like hormonal change. As far as like being socially constructed, again, there's really no definition of any social construct. The only thing that gives like a social construct meaning is like the meaning we assign to it.
I would say that's true about some things,
Yeah,
maybe
and,
not
like,
so much about other
for
things. But
instance,
I don't really
yeah.
care to get into that too much.
Oh, I was gonna say one more thing. So like take marriage for instance. This might be like a bad example, but like imagine.
Yeah, because I believe marriage is a sacrament, so maybe not that.
Yeah, this might be a bad example, but like imagine like there was no religious text about marriage, right? Pretty much go to any society, they would just have an idea of what marriage is. You might be getting married to raise your children. You might be getting married because you love somebody. There's always like a different idea of marriage. You might be getting married for both of those reasons, right? So there's always like a different like societal view of what marriage is. Like in my religion, you're promising 7 different things to the person you're getting married to, and your soul is bound to them for 7 lifetimes, right?
Yeah, no, I can kind of see that. I mean,
Yeah.
again, I think there could be some pushback on that, but it's also something that's like, I don't think this is going to affect a whole lot if we disagree on it. So
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah, I'm
truly
cool with
agree
your
to
opinion on
disagree. That's truly agree to disagree for me. Yes. Are y'all cold? It's freezing out here. I swear, I was looking for my wallet on the Soval, and I found it. But I walked past here like 2 times trying to look for it, and I didn't have this on. I was freezing.
I got my blanket, so I'm pretty warm actually.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good blanket. But I would be screwed if I didn't have it. Are we moving everything?
Oh. All right.
Well, what was your name?
I'll let you guys go. I'm Neil.
Ben, it's nice talking to you. I
Great to
appreciate
talk to
coming
you.
up. Yeah.
All right, chat, we're moving. We're moving to a better spot, chat. Shorts in Oklahoma. I know, I thought it was like Texas up here. I thought it was going to be warm. I was wrong. The last time I was here, it was warm. We're relocating, guys. We're relocating, chat.
Let's help them pack up.
All right, Hayden, grab the speaker.
Okay, may I say hi to chat?
Chat, we're on the move.
We'll carry the table just
Chat,
like this.
Lance wants to know if you can say hi. My default answer is no. What do you guys think?
Oh wait, the sign's connected. Yeah, the sign's connected.
Okay, good. And then we need to
But
grab
chat
the
loves
tent.
me, come on.
Well, they're not saying too much. It's not looking good for you, Lance.
Is it over?
They're saying hi.
Should I jump off the cliff, guys?
Are we good? Say hi.
What's up, guys?
They're saying no, Jake only. I don't care. It's warm. It's warm. I can throw these in my pocket.
Lance, the chat wants to see your drink impression.
Hit it, Lance.
Quite honestly, we love OU, but Texas is a little better. We all know.
Level 3 Gaming, thanks for the $10 super chat. That was not Ben I was asking about, but I like him. What were you asking about? I am carrying something. I'm carrying you guys. Here, let me have the suitcase, Lance.
Okay. You want me to third person record? Hurry up.
No. My chat is getting mad at me.
You look. Chat needs to see what you look like right now. You look like a nun or something.
If I have to carry something, what do I pay Lance for?
What?
I said if I have to carry something, what do I pay Lance for?
Dude, I was carrying it, dude. You're the one who told
To the right of that, there's a statue of some guy.
I don't even know what that is.
I'm not rude. I'm just messing with you.
Tell Chad to DoorDash me a burger.
Who did?
Tell Chad to DoorDash me a burger. I said I don't want a burger.
VP, we need food.
I'm kind of like no food today. I had a slice of fucking.
Is there a student union that has food in it somewhere? Maybe?
I assume so.
You can't DoorDash here. I just figured that out. I got some Chinos.
Chat has paid so much already. They've already given me so much food.
I'm glad that you agreed to give me half of the money from today.
The money from half the money from today. Lance, you're live. Lance, you're not permitted. Lance, you're not permitted to speak to women on this tour.
Yeah. I think the meeting tonight is supposed to be pretty fast. Yeah. She's my age. We should put up a bigger 30-point chapter.
How much to date? How much to date, Lance?
How much do you get paid?
You need to date me. Change my mind.
I could. Yeah.
Andrew and I should go do. We should go to a tailgate and set up a table for chugging.
The names were.
And if we can chug faster, we get $10 and we donate all the money to charity.
I can
I
chug.
have to wear a MAGA hat.
I can chug faster.
Well, we'd want to raise money for charity. Yeah, I can chug faster and change my mind.
Yeah, we're.
Lance a pack mule. Lance isn't carrying anything.
Well,
it's a part of it. I thought it was.
I'm carrying.
no, it's a safety thing right now, but I think after this semester ends, we're gonna start doing it again, like outdoors. We're supposed to be a non-partisan club everywhere. Yeah, but that just has to do with like real campaigns that are going on, like real party. Turning Point just supposed to be promoting like.
Actually, don't know.
A debate
Andrew, no. Florence.
Yeah, we're just switching locations.
I want to go to Stillwater, kind of. But I don't know if it'd be good or not.
Lance does. What?
Yeah, Lance does.
Lance, name one flower.
Really?
First Timothy 2:10-12.
Yeah, I got it. It's alright. Thank you.
Right.
Should I write First Timothy 2:10-12 on that?
Yeah. Oh man.
They're trooping it.
The tent is far behind, chat. What time is it, guys?
It's a little past 3.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't really use TikTok too much because it's bad.
TikTok is disgusting. They keep naming it.
Thanks. Got it. Yep.
Andrew left again.
Oh, is there a Chick-fil-A around here?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Some nuggies or some salmon.
I could send you with my card.
Yeah, no, there's a biz. You can either get Mexican food, like a burrito, sandwiches.
Nice.
Is there Cane's? Yeah, it's on Campus Corner. Close or no? Yeah, it's walkable. It's like I'd say 10 minutes from here. Yeah. 10 minutes walk. 10 minutes. Good choice. 10 minutes that way. It's really good stuff too.
Hey Cam, what was that camping you went to where all those people were like rushing you out?
Tennessee State University.
Bro, that was crazy. That's when I first heard about it.
They were crazy.
They were all like running you out.
Yeah, HBCU. Yeah, they ran us out. It was a literal race riot happened. We had one really good conversation too, and then a race riot happened. No, we did have security. That's the crazy part. And also the police came, but like the security and the police couldn't keep them under control. Oh, I'd love to. We've actually been invited back to speak.
Actually?
Yeah.
By the university?
By somebody on staff. And also some state representatives.
The table coach.
Peak location. Well, we could, if you want. Well, this is the spot we reserved, but we could probably set up.
What's better about that? Is it which spot is better for like foot traffic? It's probably just right here. Right here is probably fine, right?
Okay. Let me fix the table. Well, it's a, it's almost here.
Just need to straighten it out.
though?
Oh, I'm stepping on the blanket.
Oh, I see why. So, Jason?
Howdy.
Where were you all day?
I was taking an exam.
Cam, do you want food?
I
Chick-fil-A
got a
or
97.
anything?
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A or Cam? What do you want?
I want a plain crispy chicken sandwich.
Sorry?
Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A works.
What do you want?
Oh, what do I want from Chick-fil-A? Oh, a grilled chicken sandwich, everything on it, and 8-piece nuggets. Grilled chicken sandwich, everything on it, 8-piece nuggets, or whatever. Oh, y'all are taking an order right now? Shut down here.
Yeah, open it here and then we'll drag it.
All right, chat.
Or we have to like, yeah, I think that's gotta move your hand out. So we're gonna push it. Just kind of following up. Yeah. It has a little thing at the bottom.
8-piece chicken nuggets.
Or Chick-fil-A nuggets, just whatever fried.
I'll do a plain crispy chicken sandwich.
Plain fried chicken.
Yeah, plain fried chicken sandwich with an Oreo milkshake.
Oreo what?
Cookies and cream milkshake.
Where's the tape? Let me grab mine.
Oreo crispy cream milk?
No. Cookies and cream.
Bro, you mumble when you're like talking.
Oh, you're talking about a milkshake?
Pretty sure all Oreo milkshakes are cookies and cream.
That's great. It was crazy because just yesterday you were at the college my dad teaches at.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
At UNC, it's just like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He texts me. He's like, "Yo, Alex, I got Turning Point here." I'm like, "Yeah, wait, that's Camp Higby."
Oh, nice.
Yeah. How'd that school go? Were they?
Yeah, it was kind of slow.
You're definitely next trying to
It's
crazy. When you got attacked by the one student and the pepper spray came out, that was a long. That was the craziest thing ever. Yeah, I know. It was the craziest thing ever. I'm like, bro, hold on, watch it. Yeah, this guy, I love this guy.
All right, let's lift this tent. Lift it on all your sides. How did you guys get this on here? Oh no, they put it on this part.
You're doing it on the middle, which is
Caleb, we're putting this behind the round chair, right? So
No.
How are we gonna stake it? Huh? How are we gonna? Theirs is behind the chair, like in the travel.
Oh, okay. Here, back it up a little.
I do not understand how this got on here in the first place.
I mean, that's the reason why.
Alright.
I guess this is good.
Wait, hold on.
No, a little more that way.
And you actually want to be on.
Well, maybe you have to take it there.
Cool.
Dude, that's the point. Lance! Hell yeah.
I need you to do the cameras.
Caden, where's the closest, where's the bathroom at there? Or is there one in Nielsen? Go up the stairs, like right when you walk in, there's a staircase. Go up the stairs and it'll be on the left, on that hallway. Okay, thank you. I gotta run to the bathroom.
Okay. Hello.
Hey, yo, we got it back up.
We got it.
Alright, this guy's good.
You know, Instagram account, the guy's wearing someone.
Shane's my good friend.
He is? I love his videos. They're hilarious.
Before he even
Okay, we're set back up, guys. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
introduced him to everybody, and then
Where art thou, liberals?
you know Bo Diddle?
I know him too. Shane's hilarious. When I watch stuff, I just fall so
Bo Diddle's was my roommate.
what was your name?
Lance.
Oh, you're the guy.
Oh, the photo is way better over here too, right, guys?
You guys should come to Ampfest. It's gonna be sick. I know it's final week. You can skip that. It's not even.
I'm not proud.
It's not even important.
Okay, they're on. Ken.
Okay.
Pretty
No, he's a part of Frontlines, but I'm not. But this is not for Frontlines. This is our own deal. Yeah,
No, this, yeah.
Yeah, we're like influencers. It's like the turning points they pay for our hotels.
You don't need it. No, it's their one.
The premise?
Not really, but I do have some caveats that I'm interested in your guys' thoughts,
Sure.
or just to.
You have to talk kind of close to the
Yeah,
mic.
just to hedge a little bit, just to
Sure.
see where you guys are at.
What's up?
I was wondering if you guys think that there is an internal experience of gender. Like if I took your brain and put it in a woman's body, if something would just intuitively feel off in that situation.
Yeah, I think it would feel weird, but ultimately you'd still be whatever your body reflects.
Whatever your body reflects.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that difference that you would feel, I think, would be wildly uncomfortable, though. I mean, like, I guess.
Yeah, it's a mental illness. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure it
yeah.
is uncomfortable. Yeah, but for no other mental illness do we tell people, like for schizophrenia, we don't say, yeah, listen to the voices in your head. If you're anorexic or bulimic, we don't say, yeah, you are fat, and give them a dietary plan. We acknowledge they have a mental illness, and we try to treat
Yeah.
that and suppress that mental illness rather than affirming it.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I think that with those two examples, or a lot of the examples I hear a lot, the difference is that there are like medical outcomes to those decisions to affirming that kind of belief, where I don't know if the medical outcome is the same. Now, if you extrapolate this to kids or something ridiculous like that,
What do you mean by
obviously-
medical outcomes?
Like, so for anorexia, if you allowed them to think that, they are fat when they're not, that's going to cause them to eat, which is going to have adverse health related risks, something like that.
Right.
Same with
Well, I
schizophrenia,
think
they
there
might
are adverse
eat a
health
bug.
effects associated with being transgender, like, for example, killing yourself. Which,
Yeah,
if you
but-
look at transgender people, the suicide rate is much higher in people who have transitioned than in people who have not. So I think when you continue to affirm a mental illness that oftentimes results in suicide or suicidal ideation, I think you do have adverse medical effects, and those adverse medical effects are death.
Well, that's comorbidity. That's not like a direct consequence, I get. Like, at least it's up for debate as to, chicken or the egg.
Well,
which
why
side, right?
would you say that, like, schizophrenic people shouldn't listen to their voices in their head, right? The voices are probably telling them to do things you don't want them to do, like kill themselves, other people, hurt people, maybe just do weird stuff. Like, you don't want... We wouldn't affirm that.
Yeah, but what are the
because it's a
voices in
mental
the trans
illness.
people's heads telling them to do?
Well, they're not schizophrenic.
No,
right?
I know, but
So-
what would be the
they're-
correlative?
What they're doing is pretending that they are something they are not, which causes them to be depressed because they're not that thing, and because nobody accepts them as that thing because they're not it.
Well, I think that that presupposes the whole argument, right? Because the argument is that, at least from the left's ideology, the argument is that by not affirming their beliefs, that's causing the suicidality. I think that's kind of a stretch, right?
Well, but they say
you can't
that
just like
they say that
posit
not affirming their beliefs causes the suicidal ideation. But I could cite you 5 different studies right now that show that suicide and suicidal behavior is higher in people who have already received gender-affirming surgeries.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind that externality, but I don't think. I guess what is the correlate? That might be how society, I guess, treats them. But I think that the evidence is not convincing that affirming these beliefs is going to have positive outcomes. But I guess the hedge that I'm trying to make is, if it did, would you guys be supportive of it?
What do you mean if it were to cause positive outcomes? In what
If
way?
it were to not have the outcomes that like you're stating it is,
No,
so
I don't-
like
I
the
still don't care,
lowered
because
suicidality. What if it increased all health benefits for all people, or who were truly trans? Like we had a scan that could find out
I don't think
you were
anybody
truly
is truly trans. I don't think you can
or
be
transgender.
transgender.
Gender dysmorphia.
Yeah, so I think it doesn't change the underlying conundrum that it's false. Men can't be women, and no matter how hard you try to be a woman, you will never be a woman. You will never be a woman. I will never be a woman. He will never be a woman. I'll never be a dog. I'll never be a cat. I'll never be a frog. You can't be things just because you want to or believe that you are those things, and that is an objective fact that cannot be changed or altered. Now, if it was like, do I care if somebody puts on a dress that's not a woman? No, I think it's weird, but I don't. People do weird stuff all the time, and it's fine. You can do weird stuff. I don't think that doctors, however, should be affirming a mental illness. I think that mental illnesses should be treated and taken care of rather than told they are true. Like schizophrenia, again, you don't tell people the voices are true. You don't give dietary plans to people with anorexia or bulimia. Dietary plans, I mean, that would make them skinnier, right? Because they have the belief that they are too fat when they're not.
Sure.
So in that regard, I actually think that it should be considered medical malpractice to affirm gender with surgery or hormones.
I completely agree with you descriptively. I guess I'm trying to play in this like prescriptive realm of like, if the consequences were what the left is saying that it is supposed to be, it seems like we should be somewhat supportive of this. I know that there was this really interesting psychological study where they had people who had no control over whether a light turned on, hit a button, and then report how much control they had over whether that light came on, even though the light didn't come on, whether they hit the button or not. And they found that people who thought that they had more control over the light, which they had none, people who had this untrue belief were significantly happier than anybody else, despite the belief that they having not true. So the consequences of believing this are very positive, despite it not being like descriptively true. And I think that this is like an interesting conundrum kind of idea. A lot of people, especially like atheists, would argue that this is how religious people are. So even if you say that the descriptive truth of whether God is real or not isn't as important as the fact that, Christianity built this nation and all that
for
stuff.
me, it doesn't
right?
really change my belief at all because it doesn't alter the fact that it's not true.
I guess
so
why not?
My primary qualm with the whole issue is that men are not women. And there are also negative side effects associated with the belief that men can be women. Like, for example, men being allowed in women's spaces, like in locker rooms, or participating in women's sports resulting in injury of women. Women being uncomfortable in their locker rooms because there's a guy with a penis in there, right? Women feeling uncomfortable in their bathrooms. There's a reason why we segregate like personal private spaces like bathrooms and locker rooms. And
I totally agree with you on all of this. I'm trying to cross that line between description and prescription.
I get what you're saying.
I just don't understand why the
doesn't-
truth is holding this kind of bearing on
it doesn't
the decision.
well, because I care about the truth. I think that we should preserve the truth at all costs, and ultimately whether or not it's good for them or not does not change the whether or not it's true.
So
and
if
it's not true, and we shouldn't pretend that it is true. I don't think that lying to people is ever going to benefit them, really. Like lying about what you are. If you claim you're a frog and I tell you you are a frog, I don't think that's going to help you. I think it's probably going to worsen your mental state. Do you have anything to add, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hypotheticals that you could come up with. Like, hypothetically, if we did this false thing, hypothetically, if we did this thing that's considered evil now in reality, what if it was actually good? I mean, some of this stuff is interesting to think about in, deep philosophical conversations. That's probably not quite what we're doing here.
Sure.
Like a guy earlier, he was talking about like the nature of social constructs and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I could talk to you about that for like 2 hours, but
sure,
it could be the case that, in a long conversation, we could come to the conclusion that, maybe I would support transgender people getting surgery as long as it actually genuinely helps them. But I think for things like this, we're talking about actual policy.
Yeah,
and it's like, I don't really care about the hypotheticals.
No, and I totally get that inclination, and I'd fall somewhere there too. I guess the reason why I bring it up is that in a world right now, it feels like every statistic that you bring up or every fact, you have the opposition saying, no, this is the fact and this is the truth, and it's somewhat hard to kind of find that.
I mean,
so you have to play in this prescriptive realm sometimes to be like, okay, I'm holding my moral value because it would be objectively true that it is beneficial to affirm trans rights if that were true, right? And so we should pursue that truth, not their just descriptive truth.
Something to notice is you're right. For everything that we will say is true or is a fact, there is somebody on the other side who will say that we are wrong and what we are saying is not true. But if you notice, the majority of those people refuse to come up to that microphone and talk to us about it. Instead, they shout fascist from the sideline. So we are here inviting those people to come prove us incorrect, to come disprove with what they believe are facts, but they most of the time won't.
Yeah.
Or if they do, they'll do a very poor job of it.
Yeah, the scary part is a lot of people who are doing open dialogue like this won't change when presented with the information. I don't see it as a super common thing. Holy moly!
Oopsie.
I didn't realize that was such a strong statement.
You just blew the house away.
I was gonna say, tearing the roof off.
Mic drop.
Woke college student tears roof off of Change My Mind event.
That's gonna be the YouTube
the thumbnail and the title. Yeah, damn.
Almost got killed by that.
Sue somebody, sue Lance.
Raise up your bro. What?
woke liberal college student destroys tent with his mind.
Rages. You can use that in the thumb. I actually do a political podcast here on campus, so I would love the.
Oh, that's awesome.
The political commenter throws roof off the event or something like that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
No, so like, ultimately, you know, when it is tough because you're encountering all these statistics. This is something that I found very tough back when I started this 6 years ago. And what I did was I just started studying everything as much as I could. I was studying statistics, just learning, you know, how do you have a good study. And I would also look into the counter arguments on everything. Like, you don't just hear something, oh, man, that sounds cool or good or true. I'm going to believe it. You've got to see what other people are saying. And the people pushing back might not be right. They might be right. But, you know, if whatever you're looking into, whether it's history, you need to know, like, methods for determining historical fact and how to assess sources, things like that, or statistics, studies. Woke college student destroys
the chat is saying CNN's headline will be MAGA activists attack liberal students with 10.
With 10. Right. Yeah, I think that the difficult part with this particular issue, though, is that it is so new that, like, all of the longitudinal studies that we are supposed to do to assess this kind of benefit can't be done or haven't completed themselves yet. You'll have some that are, like, somewhat short, but I'm sure you guys are familiar with, like, people are like love their change after 3 months, and it's like, of course, it's only been 3 months, right? So I know you guys are familiar with these, but
especially with the trans kid stuff, I've seen some studies. There's one in JAMA. I think it was like 3 months, and it was looking at female to male transitioners and specifically testosterone. The sample size was like 40 something, and it was like 3 months. And they're looking at depression, which is what's interesting is that testosterone is a natural antidepressant.
Right.
So it's like we're not even
Specifically testosterone. The sample
So we're not even considering, you know, the other factors, other things that could, like, for example, if you have a young girl who's going through puberty, you put her on testosterone, it'll actually weaken her vaginal lining. And if she's engaged in intercourse, it can actually break through that vaginal lining and cause her to bleed to death. And there's been many cases where girls started bleeding because of this, because they weren't made aware that this even happens. So, you know, you read these, and they cite these studies all the time. I could cite a million of them. On my YouTube, I actually debated this liberal content creator for about over an hour. Dude was almost crying by the end of it because he thought he had all his special studies.
Sure.
And I watched him prep for the debate. He went over all the studies, found them, and I was like, I'm going to look into all these, read them, read the people who have critiqued them. And so I'm explaining to him attrition bias and the fact that he's citing studies with a sample size of 2 people to justify transitioning children. I'm like, man, this is crazy. Like, you just can't do this. And by the end, he conceded. You know, props to him for doing that. He said, you know, I don't have the argument to back this up. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's a lot of work. I would know.
No, right. Well, the difficulty in this particular issue with the lack of evidence kind of on both sides is that both sides are claiming that there is life on the line, that there is, like, something to be done. That's like the weaponization, like, would you rather have a trans daughter or a dead son, something like that, right, where it's this, like, emotional appeal. But there is some validity to that kind of idea in that, like, you're playing this kind of risk without this kind of evidence. And that's why I think it's really important to ask these prescriptive questions. I also think it's important for the audience to know that if presented with information, you need to have something that can falsify these beliefs. Otherwise, you're just like peddling for the truth for no reason. You're just doing it because it feels good.
We're not peddling for the truth for no reason. We're peddling for the truth because the truth is important. Right?
Well, the truth could be that it is better for kids to transition.
Right.
That could be the truth.
That could be the truth, but
And
that
you
doesn't
should
change.
appeal to that if
doesn't
you find
change the
that
fact
out.
that it can't be true that men can be women. So like,
Right,
if
those
it's
are two
good, if
different
it's good for
statements, though.
boys to dress up in dresses, that's different than it's boys can be girls, right? Those are not two mutually exclusive statements. Both can be true at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It can be good for boys to wear dresses, but it's also true that boys can't be girls.
Yeah,
So we're just saying boys can't be girls. That's it.
Yeah, but I guess the question, that's why
Yeah,
I'm
these
again.
two particular claims would not be changed at all, even if
Sure.
the evidence came out that like transitioning dramatically helped people,
Right.
which I don't think we have good enough evidence to say that.
Yeah, well, the next step is I know kind of cringe, but the next step is that rhetoric plays a role into this as well. And so when you say statements like this, regardless of their truth, you would try to make another prescriptive claim about, like, saying that men can't be women is a somewhat brass way of saying it, and then maybe that
Well, I would
there is
use
a
I would
better
use
way.
evidence if we got to if somebody came up here and they're like, but kids can be trans. I would argue linguistics, things like that. I would argue that trans isn't really a real thing. Nobody's actually been able to point to what being transgender really is, other than merely identifying as it. So if you say, "Oh, identify as trans," I mean, what does that mean? What are you, right?
Okay.
So I would argue that. But then if they said, "Well, if kids say they're trans and they transition, it helps them," according to this study from 2020 in JAMA, the journal JAMA, I would say, okay, I know about that one. Diane Tordoff, here's all the issues with it. Here's the data. I might pull it up on my phone. Here's the attrition bias, stuff like that. And I would say, that's why I'm not convinced on that. So I get your concern, but I think me and Cam are pretty well versed on stuff like that. And we're definitely trying to be as good faith as possible.
Sure.
And we don't intend to fall into anything where we're saying something in a dishonest way or anything like that. But if something like that came up, I would use the actual evidence, and I would say, here's what the facts are.
Okay, this would be my last point. I have not played around with this, so let me know what you guys think. I'll wait till the Chick-fil-A is delivered.
God's chicken.
So this must be the best part of the job, huh?
All right, what you got?
Yeah, so I was playing around with I had heard Dean Withers say something about the "what is a woman" answer, and he had said something along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's like saying that like a woman is someone who identifies with a set of characteristics that are commonly referring to the female gender, something along those lines. Is why I hear a lot of pushback on this definition. Why is this not sufficient, I guess? Like, why does this not explain?
A woman is someone who identifies...
Yeah,
Say it again?
sorry.
I've heard Parker, and I actually personally know Dean and Parker. He probably
Uh-huh.
personally knows a couple of them too.
Yeah, so
and by the way, Dean's a total fraud.
Sure.
But yeah, what is it again?
It's a woman is someone who identifies with a particular set of social characteristics that normally align with the female gender, something like that.
Okay, I mean, when it comes to stuff like this, I want to ask people, what's your justification for that? Like, what's your justification for this definition? And also, what they're doing is they're taking some niche little definition and just asserting, like, this is the definition now because I said so. Like, how many people have even said that sentence before Dean Withers said it, right?
Sure.
Like,
Well, the idea is, I agree with you.
maybe that ought to be the definition, but like,
Well, that's
we're
what
not
the
at the point
conversation
where,
is about, right?
Yeah.
When you're asking what is a woman, you're not saying like, quote Webster's to me. You're saying like, what do you mean when you just the Jordan Peterson thing? Like, what do you mean when you say woman, right?
Do you think when the majority of people say woman,
I think they do mean this.
they mean what Dean said? You think so?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think that they articulate it within their heads, but this is why people make mistakes when
Yeah.
they're like.
So you
who's
think
that,
the
like-
majority of people would agree that a transgender woman is actually a woman and the same as a regular woman?
Not in the same as a regular woman. They would say that they're a trans
but
woman.
Under
Yeah.
Dean's definition, a trans woman would be the same as any other woman.
Yeah, so this would be like a prescriptive move from like how we should call women to where they are. So it's not like the current thing necessarily, but the idea is that like this is a more encompassing, accurate view of what people say when they mean women. And this is
So let's
why we
test this real
confuse
quick.
people.
So let's test the slope that we go down if we test this definition. I'm going to show you something real quick.
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay.
Is it going to take you 5 minutes?
No. It'll only take me a moment. If I can actually find my saved thing. Here we go. Okay. So can you say the definition again real quick?
A woman is someone who identifies with a particular set of characteristics that align with the female gender.
Okay.
Societally, probably.
Is this a dog?
No.
Why is this not a dog?
Do you think they identify with a particular set of characteristics?
It appears to me this
socially-
person is on the ground rolling and begging for treats in a dog mask on all fours. It appears to me that this person aligns with a particular set of social characteristics. They identify with a particular set of social characteristics associated with being a dog.
I don't think they do. I also think that
Why can't they be a dog? Like why can't that be the definition of a dog?
I think that, and again, this is a working definition.
way.
I have not. Oh, did you drop your food?
On the blanket.
Oh, that is so tragic.
Wait, that's oh my god.
This is horrible. This is horrible.
This is like the worst.
Thanks for
Also,
spilling my
woke liberal
milkshake.
throws milkshake at.
Oh no. Okay,
Another casual team. Food off the table. No drinks on the table.
This is a flood. The liberals claim it all.
Woke liberal destroys milkshake.
Do we have napkins or like anything to clean this up with?
Might as well use the blankets. I'm kidding. Okay.
I don't know whose blanket it is. That's the problem. Do you have any napkins? Well, there's like a whole milkshake on the ground.
How'd it get there?
Conservative litters on campus.
While he's doing that, so I genuinely don't believe that most leftists would even actually accept this definition. Like they might say they do, but this kind of gets back to the big issue of like that I would bring up that I don't believe trans is a real thing, because they might point to something. Like for example, there's this one woman on TikTok who has like a full-blown beard and is jacked and just straight up looks like a dude. Like if you saw her, you'd be like, oh, that's definitely a dude. You might even know who I'm talking about. And they'll say, oh, how could they possibly say this is a woman? But like, okay, what about the people who can't pass? Are you saying that they're not actually trans? You know, it's kind of that thing.
Yeah.
Where they'll say, oh, it's these characteristics. But if somebody wasn't exhibiting these characteristics and they were like, hey, I'm your friend, I'm your fellow socialist, communist, whatever, and I'm a woman, but I'm going to keep my hair short, I'm going to keep some stubble, I'm going to wear, traditionally guy clothes. I think most of the people on the left would, in fact, say, yeah, you're a woman. So I don't think they would even hold that consistent.
Yeah, I think you would want to like demarcate like the crazy people on Twitter who have like 5 followers who say that my kid is trans versus the people who will defend that.
Yeah, to be clear
which is
though,
two different people,
Dean is
right?
absolutely one of those people.
Yeah, I'm not a big Dean fan.
That's because he wants to like appeal to all of his followers. Like I said, he is a fraud. He doesn't even believe half of what he says, and I know that for a fact because he told me in private.
Well, damn. Receipts. Okay. Yeah. The idea though is, like I said, that this would be like a prescriptive move from this. So I won't take up too much more of your time, but thank you guys for
What was your
chatting.
name?
Elijah Moore.
I'm Ben. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sorry. Alrighty. Sorry for destroying all of your guys' stuff.
Yeah.
All right. See ya.
Thanks for spilling my milkshake.
I'll be back for more.
Woke liberal ruins milkshake.
What is that usually?
Stoner gave it to
Are
me.
you?
Yeah.
You guys picked the windiest day to come out here.
Sorry, I'm not much of a social person. So
That's
this might
okay.
be a moment.
No worries. You just gotta talk a little close to the mic.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah, it doesn't pick up very well.
Okay. We'll do the first one, but we'll do it really fast.
Okay. Men can't be women. What's your disagreement?
My disagreement isn't necessarily whether I'm saying it's truth or wrong, because I'm not a biologist. I'm more of a question of why do you care?
Because it's an objective fact, and I care about preserving the truth and maintaining the truth. I think once you start to degrade,
what end, though?
To the end of preserving the truth. I think when you start degrading the truth, I think it opens up an allowance for a lot of untrue things to happen that damage society.
See,
right?
the real problem, I guess, I'm going to have, and it's not something that can be remedied here, not because of bad faith or anything, but if talking about it here, where it's out in the open, hasn't been planned beforehand, don't get me wrong, planning could lead to bad things too, but it leads to not being able to use studies. It leads to not being able to use experts.
Why can't you use studies?
Experts.
I don't. Well, you can use experts.
I can't use studies because I came up out of nowhere as a bystander.
You can. Well, I mean, if you're gonna make claims, you can back it
yeah.
up with studies. I don't
Well,
think you
that's why I'm
really.
not making
I don't
claims.
think you really need studies to talk about whether or not a man can be a woman. Generally, this is going to be a linguistic argument.
Well, an opinion one, really. Just because I can't bring studies.
It's not
'cause
quite an
not.
opinion. You could bring studies. I mean, people have come up here
If
and
it's
cited
something I
studies
already
today.
know beforehand, but I'm not an expert.
Sure,
That's
you
why
don't need to be an expert.
But that's why I said I'm not touching that one for very
Okay.
long. That was quick.
So, that's
The
is
one,
that
and I'm not touching the second one.
Okay.
Because that one's going to require studies.
Okay.
Before it's really something to talk about. The third one, easy common ground. Deport all illegals. They do something illegal, then they should be deported. I'm
Yep.
fine with that statement.
Okay.
The real problem that I think happens is that people call even. Do I need to get closer?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm really tall for this.
Go ahead.
But the real problem is that even people just saying they don't have a green card, they're an illegal. Like,
Yeah,
that's a lot of what's going on right
if
now.
you don't have a visa or permission to be in this country, you are illegal. And you said yourself that if somebody has committed a crime,
Yes.
then they
And
should
I
be
said
deported.
I don't have a disagreement with
Well, 100% of all illegal immigrants have committed a crime. Violation of 8 U.S. Code 1325, improper entry by alien, or the overstay of a visa. So all illegal immigrants have committed a crime and breached federal law. It doesn't matter if they've committed a crime on top of that, they are still in violation of federal law.
Okay, let me approach it differently. So, a lot of the issues I have is that even on a day-to-day basis, I regularly see news, left, right-leaning, it don't matter, of people getting deported whether they're illegal or not.
Can you name me one person
The Hyundai
who
plant.
has been deported
All of
as a
them.
legal immigrant?
All of the Hyundai plant people.
What Hyundai plant people? Can you show me a source?
Well, if you're going to make me. Let me look it up. I believe it was Georgia, but I'm not sure. And it was in the last, what, 2-3 months?
We talked about this in Georgia. They were all illegals.
They weren't illegals, though. They
Do
were
you have
sim-
a source that says they weren't illegals?
Yes, I can find one.
Did they have a social security?
No, they had work visas.
Citizens don't have work visas.
That has nothing to do with being illegal. What he said is that you can have to have either the permission to be
Wait.
here, like a green card, or a work visa. Work visa is permission to be here, not illegally.
If my state ID expires, do I get deported?
That has nothing to do with this one. This was a few months ago because it is a new Hyundai plant. They were given work visas in the last few months.
And how many got deported?
I'm getting there.
Wait, Hyundai themselves said that they have zero tolerance for people who don't follow the law, and they were cool.
That
with
has
the
nothing to do
deportation.
with this.
Wait. Hyundai, the employer, is acknowledging that they were illegal immigrants.
They are not. In fact,
So prove it.
I'm getting there.
Okay, well you have to. I don't know why you would say it if you don't have something that proves it.
Even Trump says he was very much opposed to massive ICE raid on Hyundai plant that led to hundreds of arrests and deportations.
I don't think he's saying that
What led
because-
up to it? Let me get the
We
story.
know they were
first.
deported, but why?
what that led up to, because someone called an ICE raid for it. Like,
Yeah, but you're
a
saying,
citizen,
this is the point. You're saying they were legal immigrants.
They were not immigrants. They were work visa people.
Okay. Were their visas valid?
Yes.
Okay, prove it.
Yeah, right here. The guy in charge of the plant said they did not have the proper work visas. And this is CNN.
So they were in the country illegally,
Just
without
a
proper
moment.
work visas, and they were put on a chartered flight back to South Korea. These were South Koreans.
From what I can read, there's a lot to read about this, obviously, but it looks like, Trump was criticizing this because it happened very quickly, and there was precedent to deport them because they were overstaying their visas. There were plans to kind of fix this, and there was just like miscommunication. It was a bit messy. Maybe the situation could have been resolved a little better, where they could have gotten their visas renewed, or they could have gone back to South Korea on their own and then came back to the U.S. to work. But I mean, as far as them being deported and being legal, that doesn't seem to be the case. And I think this makes sense. It would have been preferable for there not to be like 300 workers gone overnight. But that's the way it happened, and they didn't break any laws doing it. ICE didn't.
They were illegally present in the country, and they were illegally working at Hyundai. They were deported, put on a chartered flight back to their country. So if you could cite another example. Yeah. If you could cite another example of legal residents being deported, I'd love to see it.
Well, let's just do that one where the guy was sent over to El Salvador, brought back, and
Kilmar Abrego Garcia was not a legal resident of the United States. He violated 8 U.S. Code 1325, improper entry by alien, and illegally immigrated to this country. He was actually under a deportation order. It was just withholding removal to El Salvador. So he wasn't supposed to be sent to El Salvador, but he could have been sent to literally anywhere else. He was not a legal resident of the U.S.
I guess that's all I got.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Have a good one.
A good one.
Hi, how's it going?
How's it going? Good.
Nice to meet you.
How's this work?
Cam.
How are you?
Yeah, so Cam. So you just want to talk kind of close to the mic.
Can I take this off?
Yeah, go ahead, sure.
Hello?
Yeah.
Check.
Yep, it's good.
Okay, how does this work? Do I just...
Yeah, I would try to stand in the middle there.
Present
and,
my
just,
thing?
Yep, and if you have a disagreement with something on the board here, just let us know what the disagreement is.
Okay, I guess I'll sort of lump the first two together and then kind of talk about that. The men can't be women and kids can't be trans. I think to start, it's important to acknowledge that language is fluid and that the meanings of words change.
Yes.
Throughout history, that's happened, over and over. That's pretty easy to agree to, right?
Yep.
And I think in the last probably 15 to 20 years, one of the shifts that has occurred is the definitions of gender, where for a long time the definition of gender was something that was intrinsically linked to biological sex, and in the last 15 to 20 years that has shifted. And so when we say that something, or when we say that someone is a man or someone is a woman, we're referring to gender, and we are no longer referring to biological sex, which would be male or female, assigned at birth.
And do you think colloquially that's what the majority of people mean? Do you think that the majority of people in the country, when they see a transgender woman, look at that person and view them no differently than that woman right there?
I don't know. I don't have the information to know that 51% of the people that say men are referring to biological sex or gender.
I would find it hard to believe that 20% of the population would believe that a transgender woman is the same as that woman right there.
So use that in a sentence. There's a man over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so there's a man over there. We're talking about a person.
Transgender woman?
I would say that majority of the time, if someone were to use the sentence, there is a man over there, they're referring to someone that is masculine presenting.
No, I think that
And
they're
whether
referring
or
to
not-
a man, somebody with a penis.
how would they know?
Okay.
I mean, there's a couple ways that they would know, but I don't think
trust
we need
me,
to get into
trust
those
me,
exactly. But
you can
I don't
almost
think that they
always
would
tell.
know.
You can almost always tell. There are very few situations where you actually can't tell.
I don't know if we have the information to.
I trust me, I've dealt with them. I've seen them. I have the information.
So
to
that's
tell.
like your
It's a dead ringer.
experiences?
Yes,
or?
I can tell immediately.
Okay, so
And I
according
think
to
most
your
people can.
experiences, most of the time you can tell the difference.
Can I get a hand raise? When you see a transgender person, can you tell? Okay.
My eyes burn.
It's pretty much everyone can tell.
But that's I mean, that statement
There's
in
a few
itself has an
exceptions.
important flaw because you wouldn't know the times that you wouldn't be able to tell.
There are a few
Right?
exceptions. There are people who
Right.
are
I mean,
so-called
you wouldn't
passing,
know.
and it's like, okay, if I saw them on the street, I might not be able to tell, but that doesn't change the truth about the matter.
Yeah, but you
right?
wouldn't
Like,
know
if
that you
I
couldn't tell.
But if I were to know more information, then I would say, that's a man. That's not a woman. And also, we have many instances in nature. Like we have the monarch butterfly. There's another butterfly that looks much like it. Birds don't really like the monarch butterfly because it tastes nasty. You also have lots of instances of like poisonous snakes and poisonous bugs. And then you have a butterfly that looks like the monarch butterfly. It doesn't taste nasty, but it appears to be that way to fool the birds. If you saw it, you might think that's a monarch butterfly, but if you make that statement, you are wrong. It's not to say there's something evil about you saying that, you were mistaken, but you are incorrect. So I get what you're saying, but I don't think that really changes anything about.
So to say that the butterfly that isn't a monarch butterfly, is a monarch butterfly is incorrect.
Right, you are being fooled by the butterfly.
Because biologically, there's a difference between, and that brings me we circle back, right, to the definition of biological male and the definition of biological female is different now, I think, than the definition of male
I mean,
and
if
women.
you're talking strictly about like
A man and a woman.
what these words are actually physically defined as in the dictionary, it hasn't changed. So Oxford still defines a woman as an adult human female, and female as a person that falls into the sexual category capable of bearing children and producing ova.
Is that what it says in the
It's
Oxford
exactly,
Dictionary?
Yeah. Do you want me to pull? I can pull it up for you if you want.
I believe you. That's okay.
That's what it says. Yeah.
I also think that when people use words, it's not always exactly what the dictionary says.
But it's.
And I think that
But you were talking about
things
what the
change.
definitions are.
There's what are the words? Denotation and connotation.
Right.
Right.
But I
There's
think,
a-
but
there's a
again, this goes
dictionary
back to the question I
definition
asked you: is when we look at the majority of people in this country, what do they mean when they use the word? And I think the majority of people probably mean exactly what it says in the dictionary. I think that a lot of people bend to the whims of transgender people and call them women or call them her when they're not hers or they're not women, just so they don't get canceled, because there's a lot of pressure on them, especially in places like this at universities, that cause them to do these things so they don't lose friends, they don't fail their classes for being bigots, they don't get kicked out of school, they don't get reported for being bullied or being bullies, etc. Right? There's a lot of pressure on them to do these things, but I bet you the majority of them don't actually think that a trans woman is the same as a normal woman, because they're not the same.
Okay, there's a couple things there. The first off, I think that, I mean, I don't know because again, I don't have the exact information, but I doubt that the Oxford Dictionary is as current as what is colloquial.
They
I bet
update it
words
frequently.
change
The
faster than the
online-
Oxford or the dictionary change. I don't know.
The
Maybe.
online Oxford updates constantly. Like they're
So another
always changing
thing,
it.
what did I have? Another thing that I think, or one of the points now that it becomes more important is that, is it good or bad to acknowledge this sort of transition or change, assuming that the change is existing, right?
I
Oh,
think
I'm
the
sorry.
change is-
So the next one was that
I think it's artificial.
people that see or colloquially, are we referring to a man or a woman? And again, I think that there's a flaw in the logic that's saying that, well, I can tell when someone is trans. Well, you can't. You can only tell when someone is trans and it's clear, because you don't know the times that you don't know, right? If someone is biological
That's
male
fine, but it boils
that
back
is
down to-
female presenting, but it is so
and we go right
good
back-
of
we
a transition
go
that
right
you
back to
can't
Ben's
tell.
argument.
You don't know those times. definitionally, you can't know what you
But
don't
it
know.
doesn't matter because our argument isn't that women are people who look like women. Our argument is that women are adult human females, and as Ben said before, there are butterflies that look like monarch butterflies that aren't, and if you mistake that butterfly that isn't a monarch butterfly for a monarch butterfly, you've been fooled and you're incorrectly assessing that this is a monarch butterfly. The assertion that it is one is false.
Okay.
Right? So we could get on an even playing field here, and if you present me a definition of a woman, what you think a woman is, I'm willing to operate off of that definition, but what is it?
Okay, that's what I think is the real crux of this conversation and where this becomes important. If the monarch, you said the monarch butterfly tastes bad, okay, yeah, and so if a bird makes a mistake and eats that monarch butterfly and it tastes really nasty, there has been a harm to that bird because it ate a butterfly that was gross, I guess. The issue then becomes is this transition in language, this change in definitions, is it good or bad? And
yes,
is there
definitely
a
harmful. In
harm,
the same way.
Is there a harm to calling someone what they prefer to be called?
Yeah.
And I don't think that there is.
Yeah, there is, and I'll tell you exactly. Actually, it's almost perfectly analogous to the monarch butterfly. If somebody is looking outwardly just like a woman, and I mistake them for a woman, and let's say I decide to go sleep with them, and they pull out a penis, I am going to be mortified. I'm probably going to walk away with post-traumatic stress. It's going to be disgusting, right? I don't want that to happen to me. I don't want that to happen to anybody. So it certainly causes harm there. Furthermore, when you pretend that men are women when they are not, this puts them or gives them the opportunity to be put in women's spaces. I personally have friends who swam on the UPenn. Thank you so much. I personally have friends who swam on the UPenn women's swim team and had to change in a locker room with Leah William Thomas, who had a penis and had previously dated a member of that swim team. You know, like incredibly uncomfortable for those girls, right? And in women's bathing suits, especially like competitive racing suits, when they're wet, they take a long time to change out of because they're wet and they're like suction cupped to your body. So not only is William Thomas now exposed completely and his male genitalia to these women, they're also exposed to him, this big, brawny, broad-shouldered man who is indistinguishable from a man with long hair. I mean, he doesn't look like a woman. He's got an Adam's apple, a strong jawline, huge, broad shoulders, big biceps. He's a dude.
Okay, there's a couple things that we're hitting there. The first, I think, is that if, in a hypothetical situation, you're a person that is out at the bars and you're trolling, I guess, in the old definition of trolling, in that we're just sort of looking around for someone to bang out, and you're meeting a person and your only goal is sexual gratification, and you run into someone that is a man that you thought was a woman, that's unfortunate for you, but you've put yourself in a sort of weird bind there that I think
No, but
ethically,
it's not even just
potentially,
you're out
right?
looking
Where
for somebody
like
to sleep with.
ideally in the ideal world you're meeting someone who has a personality that you really vibe with and you've made a personal connection to, and now you want to express that physically. You know, is there a rough conversation that has to occur then? Probably.
No, there's
but,
no conversation.
You know, we're
It's
sort of a weird
get out of my
situation
house.
that we've.
There's no conversation about it. So
Because
I'm not talking,
you're
one second.
uncomfortable
One second.
with who that
I'm
person
not
really
fin-
is,
let
or
me-
because
let
you're.
me respond. Let me respond.
I'm trying, but then.
Okay, so let me respond. So I'm not even just talking about you're out just looking for somebody to sleep with. You know, I meet somebody at a bar. Maybe I vibe with them. I think they're a woman. I like them. We go on a couple dates, and then eventually it goes to more, right? And then I find out this person is actually a man. Now I'm upset because I've been fooled by this person, right, who I thought was a woman and isn't a woman, and I'm not into penises, right? So now I have a problem.
Sure.
And I'm in a bedroom with a person who's naked and has a penis, right? I don't want to see other men's penises. I don't care who it is. I don't want to see it, right? It's just, like, I just don't want to see it.
Right, but I think
So I have a
in
problem
that
with that.
situation, the more important issue there is that person has presented
They've lied.
a lie. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
they've
person
lied.
has
Yeah.
lied to you, and I don't think that if you've made a real intimate mental connection with that person, I don't think the problem the problem is that they have lied about their penis. But I don't think the problem is that they have a penis. The problem is that they have lied, and there is a dishonesty.
Nope. The problem is that they have a penis.
But
It's
that
not
they lied
li-
about it.
Well, that's a problem as well. But the problem for me immediately is this person is a man and I'm not into men. So goodbye.
Sure,
Like,
yeah.
That's the immediate
That person
problem
has
there.
lied to you about something that
Right,
is very
think
vital
think
to
about
your
this.
interaction with them.
Think
Absolutely.
about this. Think about this. What if I had HIV and didn't tell somebody and then went and slept with them?
And they lied about it.
Yeah.
Then that problem
Well, no,
is
it's not
that they
even lying. I
lied
just
about
didn't
it.
tell you about it.
Yeah, by omission they have lied about some very important information
Right.
that they
so,
should
so do you
have
see, but now this
shared.
person who thinks they're a woman and is presenting as a woman is convinced by society that they are actually a woman and just the same as women because you want the language to change that includes them in the definition of women. You see the problem?
I see
so they're
that
not
there is
actually lying
clearly
because,
an
because the
assumption-
language has changed to include them as women. They're not lying anymore.
When you meet someone that is female presenting, you have the expectation that that person doesn't have a penis.
Yes.
And then if that person should know, if they're attempting to be honest and making an actual connection with you, that they should know that is your expectation because they live in the world and they know how the world
But you want to change
works.
the language to include that person in the definition of the woman. So you wanted me to tell you the problem with including those people in the language. This is the problem because you're saying this person is at fault because they lied and didn't tell me that they're actually a man. But you don't think they're a man. You think they're a woman, and you want them to be included in the definition of a woman, right? So if they've just said, I'm a woman, and they're presenting as a woman, they haven't lied to me. There should be, theoretically, no problem there. But there is because they're not a woman.
They have created an omission.
The lie
where they
is the
should have
idea that
communicated.
they are a woman. That's the lie. And that's the lie you want to perpetrate.
They should. Okay, so first off, we do want to identify a harm. I think that is because we want to know what tastes bad in the butterfly
I'm gonna guess
analogy.
penis.
I don't know, but there are some people. Anyway, probably not to everybody. But
For me,
again,
that's what tastes bad to me.
we have to. I guess more like a moral taste. Yeah, I don't know.
Back on topic. Back on topic.
Do you want to do a raise of hands again?
Back on topic.
We don't have to do that. Okay, so we're identifying the harm, right? And what is harmful about call?
See, this is why we need to keep you out of women's sports. That reaction time is insane.
Oh no. Okay, so first off, I don't want to say that I'm not ignoring the harm in the dating situation. Right, I do, but I just want to sort of reiterate this, that I do think the harm there is not necessarily the man presenting themselves as a woman. I think the harm is being dishonest with someone that is a potential partner. I think that is a harm.
To be clear, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying
that's
like,
bad.
If what you're saying is true and like there really probably isn't a harm as long as people are being honest, then there's still lots of other things to consider. Like if I were to completely say you're absolutely right about that, Stephen, then I would say what about all these other things?
Okay, so the other one is the harms to children, and a few things there. One of the things I think that is more important, or one of the ways that I think this conversation generally plays out, is that the harms that we're talking about, or these sort of biological harms that are the potentials of, and I guess feel free to stop me here, the medical implications, is that what we mean by harms, or are we talking about the mental implications?
Well, both. Because I would even oppose social transitioning for children because I don't think that that's something that's helpful. Because over 90% of children who socially transition end up medically transitioning, whether it be while they're minors or when they become adults.
I gotta challenge that.
This is a statistic. I don't have the exact data. I don't have the
because
exact
I know
data
that
in front of me,
the number of children that medically transition is insanely low. It's a very small, it's like less than
as adults or as
1%
children.
of people that they have transitioned as adults. So
Yeah, I would imagine most of them probably did.
Were like socially transitioned as children and then they transitioned as adults.
Yeah, I would say most of them.
Okay, yeah.
I don't have the exact source in front of me, but I'm citing a study that usually leftists cite because they're saying, oh, look how many people end up transitioning and they don't desist.
Okay, I just wanted to preempt that because the number of actual children that have medically transitioned is
Well,
it's
it's too
so
many, I would
small.
say.
It's, sure, that's
It
fair.
might not be like
It's-
millions.
Yeah, there's like 85 children, I think, that have gotten a surgical procedure. And there's, I think it's like 13,000 that have taken hormone therapy. It's a very, very small number.
So it's
of
a
children that are actually taking it better. But then the social implication, like the mental issues, right? The mental and I don't know if we have the data to say that there have been medical implications to those transitions for the children, like the long-term effects. It's sort of like we don't have the numbers because they haven't occurred
It
yet.
doesn't matter how often it does or doesn't happen. We're saying it shouldn't happen at all.
Shouldn't happen at all. Sure, totally fair.
Can I make a few points? Because you said several things. So, on the data on transitioning, it's definitely more than 85 who've gone. So, in the insurance data that we cite, Reuters has articles on this where they talk about the insurance data. That says way more than 85. But the problem with using the insurance data is we still can't determine how many kids are actually transitioning medically, because what if they're using a different type of insurance or they're not using insurance? So, most people would say, if they're like assessing all the evidence and being honest about it, they would say, we don't really know how many are transitioning, but even if it is exactly 85 who have surgically transitioned, I would say that's too many.
Okay, so one is too many, right?
Yeah.
Is the position that we take. That's fine. I think that whether or not it is 85 or more than 85, I think that the number is small. I think that it's so small that we would call it negligible. And I also would say that if we're talking about specific medical harms, that not
It's
if you
definitely
think one
not
is
negligible,
more
and it doesn't matter even if it is,
Not if
right?
you think one
The
is
number
too
of
many.
children that are raped is very small, but we would never call it negligible.
I don't think I would equate those two things. But also,
I'm not equating them.
you are equating them. You
I'm
use
not
it as an
equating them.
analogy.
I'm just comparing two things as an analogy, right? So if something
That's the
bad
same
is
thing.
happening, one second, I'm not equating them, because equating them would be saying that child rape and child transition are the same thing. I'm not saying that. I am analogizing the two. You are saying that because this bad thing rarely happens, it doesn't matter. And if somebody said child rape is bad, but it rarely happens, so it doesn't matter, we wouldn't accept that.
Okay, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. That wasn't my point.
You said it's negligible.
No,
It's
so
dismissive.
I understand because I didn't get to finish that and fully flesh that out. The reason I brought up the low numbers is just to decrease the weight of that point, but the real point I think is that I don't believe we have the information on the long-term effects of those to say that there have been negative medical implications because the time frame hasn't occurred yet, right? So we don't know for sure that there are negative impacts to someone medically transitioning. But the more important issue I think is the mental implications, and that is another conversation that I think plays out generally, that when we reject the idea that men can be women and women can be men, and this is where we connect the two things, the mental issues that occur for a young person that has socially transitioned is more likely to come when we reject their emotions and feelings. And so if there's a young person that says, I am a boy assigned, right, I'm male biologically, but I feel like a girl and I want to start dressing and acting like a girl, when there are grown-ups that go to that child and they say, the way that you feel is bad, and the way that you feel is wrong, and you shouldn't feel that way, I think that is more likely to create mental confusion and problems than if an adult would go to that child and say, the way that you feel is okay, the way that you feel should be accepted, the way that you feel is valid, and you're allowed to feel the way that you do. I think that the mental issues that occur from that are more likely to come from the rejection and the mindset when we say men can't be women.
Okay, so if we're talking about the studies on the medical effects, whether it be hormones, so-called gender-affirming hormones, or blockers, or surgical transitions, there is a lot of research on this. It's probably not enough, but there's been many peer-reviewed studies, and recently you had the CAS review in the UK. The NHS had one of their most important doctors, along with a whole team, review all of the evidence that we had on children transitioning, and they couldn't find any evidence that it benefits them. CAS review, and there's been systematic reviews out of US, the UK, Sweden, Finland, many different countries, and they've consistently found this. All these systematic reviews. That's why a lot of these countries are rolling back these laws, and they're saying these can't transition anymore. The UK is doing that. The US has been doing that state by state. Sweden did that. They're closing down these clinics because of malpractice. And recently, well, it was like 2 years ago. There was a whistleblower at a clinic. I believe it was in Michigan, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since I read her article, but she was talking about all of these harms that were coming from giving these children these hormones. Like, for example, if you have a young girl who's going through puberty and you're giving her testosterone, it can do things like weaken her vaginal lining. So if she has sexual intercourse, she can actually bleed to death. The penis will break through her vaginal lining and she can bleed to death. And they had an example of one of these girls at this clinic who came in and she almost died. And this can happen to just about anybody if they engage in sexual intercourse while they're on testosterone. So there's many different issues. I mean, puberty blockers, it can affect your bone density, it can affect your brain development. Like, this stuff is it's just not good. And we have the evidence to show it's not good. We have plenty of evidence to show it's not good.
In the immediate or in the long?
I mean, it takes some time.
So a young person starts taking hormone blockers and their bone density decreases?
If you do like once, if you take one pill, it's probably not going to affect you that much. But the thing with these things, is you have to consistently take them. Like, the people on the left are not arguing. You need to take one pill, right? It's consistent treatment.
Well, because the hormones that a biologically male person and a biologically female person produce, even at young ages, are different.
Right.
And those hormones that are produced at young ages create the differences that then present themselves as they grow. So when we say that their bone density has changed or their brain development has changed, is it to a harmful degree or is it just different?
Yeah, I mean, it also increases chances of cancer. Yeah, it is to a harmful degree.
How do we know?
I mean,
that it increases the chances?
There's lots of research on this.
Because because we can't,
blockers increasing.
like, we literally can't have that information because the time frame hasn't played out.
No, I mean, this has been going on for years, like 2 decades at least. Like, we've had studies been going on for years. It would be nice if we had something a little better, because you have issues with low sample sizes and things like that. You have issues where people are, where these studies are going on for like 1 year when maybe it should have been going on for 3, or maybe not at all, really. If it's harming children, then, it's preferable to not even have the studies. If it is actually harming children. Okay, yeah, we're going to swap batteries real quick.
It's like, I wouldn't have interrupted, but it's like at 1%.
Yeah, it's all good.
He said he's a proud
I don't think so. I tried to turn it up. Whose speaker is it? Somebody has the app.
It's not the fact that it's super complicated, it's the infrastructure is really easy.
I don't know.
So, like, I haven't really studied since we had to study like 7 chapters.
really want to
Okay, so we have tons of different studies, and also, I mean, you don't necessarily in every case need a study on a particular thing to be able to come to a conclusion that it'll have adverse effects, right? Like, I've seen a couple of papers on like the brain development issue, for example. We have studies that are specifically examining the brain development over time, but we have people who are experts on this who say this is the type of effects that these chemicals would have on brain development, given that we know that they do certain things and they contain certain things and so on and so forth.
Right, but so, again, a biologically male brain develops differently than a biologically female brain, so just to say that it changes isn't the same as saying that it is harmful or it is bad.
Yeah, I'm arguing that it is harmful stuff. Like, if your bone density is decreasing and you're more likely to have your bones broken and your brain development is slowing down, and you're going to mature mentally more slowly, and if you have a higher rate of getting cancer, like all those things are definitely bad.
Well, I don't know, but I would gamble that a male bone density is higher than a female bone density, and that is probably a result of testosterone or something that is a male hormone.
I mean,
And so when a man starts, or when a biological man or biological male starts taking that hormone blocker, and then their bone density develops more similarly now to a female's bone density, that is not bad, it's just different.
What you're saying is true, but you're also completely ignoring and failing to engage with the fact that it increases the likelihood of cancer, it slows down brain development, etc. Right? The vaginal lining thing that Ben was talking about, you're just not engaging with those things, and you're hyper-focusing on one specific thing.
Okay, again, I'm not sure about the cancer one. What else was it? The brain development.
Again, we have all these systematic
He didn't say that it
reviews.
slows brain development. He said that brain develops differently.
It slows brain development.
And male and female brains do develop differently.
So the overall point is that we have tons of these systematic reviews that have been done, and the leftists were always saying, oh, they're going to prove that it works, but it never happens. They've consistently said this does not work, it does not help, we do not have the evidence that this helps, and if we don't have the evidence that it helps, and there can only possibly be harms, then we shouldn't do it. We absolutely should not do it, especially when children cannot consent.
Well, in order to create a situation that affirms this, right, to say that it is beneficial, I don't think it is fair to say that this only helps if there are medical benefits, right? So when you say there's no proof that it helps, right?
There's also
So
mental stuff.
what we're saying then is that there's no proof that there is a child that takes hormone replacement therapy and then becomes healthier, right? I don't think that's the goal. I
most
think
of the
the
studies
goal
would be
is to
looking
make
at-
a child, feel or
but most of
more
the
like the way
studies-
that they feel. And the mental stuff, again, I think the problem with the mental stuff is the rejection of the person and their personality and their feelings and emotions,
Or rejecting
and not
their identity.
necessarily the hormones rejecting their identity. That's the problem. I think that when you reject a child's identity, you're more likely to run into a situation
So-
where a child has mental issues.
Most of the studies done are looking at their mental health. So it's looking at depression, it's looking at their self-image and things like that. And these also do not find improvements. And we're rejecting this particular identity because it's false. Identity is a claim about reality, and it's false. To say that they are female is wrong because there's only two gametes, and you can't change to the other gamete. You can't change your body to produce the other gamete. There's only two gametes. You can't transition. It's not a real thing. We're just saying that's false. But even if you were to say, well, what if we go along with this false thing to help them? Well, we don't have the evidence that it does help them. And I've looked into this very extensively. I guarantee you more than everybody right here, maybe everybody within a mile radius. I sat there and I debated this prominent leftist guy who's advocating for this. And so I read all of his sources. I read all the sources going against it. I read stuff from Jesse Singal. He's actually a left-wing journalist who talks about this and agrees with me on this because he actually has looked at the evidence unlike many other people. And Lior Sapir, he's got a PhD. He works at the Manhattan Institute. He's also a bit more left-leaning. He writes a lot about this. Many different people. I actually go out and I read the sources and I see what the evidence shows. And again, we have all these systematic reviews sort of saying we don't have the evidence that this helps them mentally, physically, in any way. We don't have the evidence that affirming these false identities helps them. So I just don't think that we should do it.
Not only does it not help them, we actually have evidence to the counter that it worsens their mental states. Like, you can look at the Karolinska Institute study, Sweden, 2011. They found that transgender people after sex reassignment had considerably higher risks of mortality, suicidal behavior, and psychiatric morbidity than than people who didn't. TriNet X multi-system TMR study 2023 found that across 96 healthcare organizations in the United States, adults who
I believe
reported
you that the
gender-affirming
data
surgery. I'm not
exists.
finished, please. Please stop cutting us off. You've done this a lot, and I'm not doing it anymore. So please stop cutting us off. Okay.
they found that adults with recorded gender-affirming surgery had 12 times higher rates of suicide attempts than those who did not. It was 3.47% versus 0.29%. Okay, so I could continue citing you more and more studies. It appears from the studies and research that's been done that suicidal behavior and ideation goes up post-sex reassignment surgery.
Yeah, I believe you that I was just trying to save you some time. I didn't. I believe you that those studies exist, and what I'm saying is that I believe that the results of those studies are skewed because of the rhetoric that men can't be women and women can't be.
How would that skew the studies?
So what we'll sort of play it out, right? There's a child that is a biological boy, and I agree with you again what you said earlier. To call someone that is biologically female not biologically female is wrong, because again, I think there's a difference between those two things. Let's say that we have a young boy that is biologically male, and then that young boy says, I feel more like a girl, and we say, okay, let's do the thing where we give you hormone replacement therapy and we go through all the medical procedures, and now you're taking these medicine and you're presenting as a girl now, and you're wearing, you grew your hair out or whatever it is. And so then that person goes out into the world and runs into people that have this belief: men can't be women and women can't be men. And then they're rejected based on their personality. They're rejected based on their identity. And they're told that their way that they feel is wrong.
Yeah,
and
so
then
I'm
that
gonna say
is how we get the negative depression and the suicidal ideations, right? The person becomes suicidal when they believe that their identity is bad or that their personality is bad.
Yeah, I'm going to say something that's probably going to sound kind of harsh. If you kill yourself because somebody's making observations about reality and stating an objective truth, it's probably natural selection.
Okay.
I can't help you. But if you are...
Well, you could help them. You could help them by acknowledging their humanity.
No, I acknowledge their humanity. They're obviously a person and they're obviously living, but they're also obviously not a woman, right? And I'm not going to pretend they are. I'm not going to change reality or lie to them and lie to the rest of the world for their benefit. It hurts everybody else, but it helps them. No, I'm not going to do that.
How does it hurt everyone else?
We've been explaining for
like the
I must have missed that part.
And what I haven't even brought up is the reverse of what you're talking about, where children who otherwise would not have gone on to be transgender are doing it because of this ideology, right? So we see that there's a very high desistance rate for children who start saying that they're the other gender or the other sex. Desistance is different from detransitioning. A lot of people conflate the two. Detransitioning is when you transition socially or medically, and then you go back. Desistance is they're just expressing to that, and we see very high desistance rates. The DSM-5 talks about this, and it's about
60 to 80% desistance. There was recently a study out of Germany. It found something very similar. There was another study out of the UK. So we're consistently replicating this data where we see this very high desistance rate. Now, if you look at those who socially... Desistance.
What is that?
Desistance is when you are identifying as the opposite sex, and then you stop, right? So like, let's say a 12-year-old boy says, I'm a girl, and they keep saying, I'm a girl, and they take them to a psychologist, and what's going on? Oh, maybe they have gender dysphoria, and then 6 months go by this time they're saying, I'm a boy, I don't believe I'm a girl, right? With, maybe very little pushback, maybe they were reasoned with, something like that, and they never express this again. That's what desistance is. So it's basically like, it was a little fad that they have.
And is that different from detransitioning?
Yes.
Because there's an element of regret?
No, detransitioning is when you've actually transitioned. So desistance is when they haven't actually transitioned. So detransitioning is you socially transition, culturally transition, medically transition, whatever. You've gotten surgery, so on and so forth. That's what detransitioning means. And a lot of people, they get this stuff confused because they don't understand the difference between the two. And that's okay. If you're not reading all these academic papers, you probably won't. But so we see these very high desistance rates. But if these children socially transition, even just socially transition, like I said, over 90% of them go on to get surgeries and things like that, and maybe live almost their whole lives as transgender. So that's just such a dramatic difference, almost a 180. And then, of course, now they're experiencing things like mental health issues, depression. Maybe they're experiencing the issue where people aren't affirming their identity, and maybe they'll kill themselves. Well, they didn't even have to be in that position to begin with. A majority of them, based on the statistics we have, they didn't even have to be in that position to begin with. They would have gone on to live normal lives. This happens with gay people a lot, right? You have a gay boy who's interested in girly things, like, oh, you're a girl, and they end up transitioning. They go through all these surgeries. Maybe it's even after they're a minor, right? Maybe it's when they're 18. They're just socially transitioned as a minor. They go on all these surgeries, and it's very hard to detransition at that point because typically they're going to make a lot of friends who are also transgender, and detransitioning is extremely taboo. There are so many stories, like Jesse Singal, the journalist, the left-wing journalist I mentioned. He's covered stories like this and has spoken to many people. It's so hard to detransition because you get so much pushback. They're saying, oh, you're going to give the conservatives ammo if you detransition. It's a very tough thing. And, we don't even have accurate data on detransitioning because oftentimes people do it because they're not being taken care of at the gender clinics. So these studies that say, oh, only 1% of people detransition, they're not looking at the thousands of other people who were going to the clinic and stopped because they were suffering and they wouldn't go there anymore. So they didn't tell the clinic that they were detransitioning. So like detransitioners are very, very hurt people, and we don't even know how many of them there are because it's so taboo to detransition. Like probably even more taboo than transitioning.
So there's the first big issue with I think what you just said, where 90% of I think what you said is solid. And I think that it is good information. I think one of the bigger problems with one of the ways that I would challenge what you said more than anything else is the idea that people that have never, to say that if they had never transitioned in the first place, that they would go on to live normal lives. I think that can't be true. I think that someone that is living in a body that they don't feel connected to, or someone that is biologically male but wants to be female presenting and never expresses that, is not a person that will go on to live a normal life. I think that person is much more likely to have feelings of depression and anxiety where they don't feel like they're able to present themselves. We saw that with gay people before gay became more into the norm, where they were forced into the closet, and then that's where we got our suicide rates because they were unable to express how they felt and who they were as people.
Well, I should say being gay is completely different because being gay has a basis in reality, right? If I'm a guy and I'm gay, which I'm not, by the way, if I'm a guy and I'm gay, it's because I like men, It's because I enjoy men, maybe sexually, physically, whatever. Right, that has a basis in reality, and we can tie that identity to something in reality. Gay men who are being like
women, that happens in reality too.
If a gay man is being told, "Oh, you can't express your gayness," he's being told that he can't outwardly show that he does, in fact, have a sexual attraction to men. Right, but he still has that. He'll always have that. You can't. Maybe it'll go away. It's possible, but he still has that. He doesn't magically not have it because people say so. When it comes to children being transgender, there is no basis in reality, right? They're just feeling a certain way. We don't even know what they're feeling. Are they feeling like they're a woman? How do they know what a woman feels like? They don't even know that, right? It's completely different.
Do any of us? What does
I
being
imagine
a man
women do.
feel like?
Do you women know what it feels like to be a woman?
What does being a man feel like?
Well, I know.
I guess I just feel like me. I don't know that I'd say that being a man. Well, maybe it's because I'm not a woman, so I don't have anything to compare it to.
Gym and football.
The point of the matter is the point is
it feels like privilege mostly is how it feels.
The point is that gay people are actually gay, right? They're actually attracted men. Men who think they're women are not actually women.
So are you saying it is a truth and a reality because there is an outward expression?
No, I'm saying that men cannot be women. That is an objective fact. Gay people are gay because they're attracted to women, which is possible, or because they're attracted to men, which is possible. It is possible to be attracted to men as a man. It is not possible for a man to be a woman. No, it's possible to feel like a woman. It's not possible to be a woman. Let me ask you something. We're going back to it. I'm going to show you something real quick.
But how is a man who feels like a man different than a woman, a man that feels like a woman?
I'm going to explain it perfectly, and I hope it clicks in your brain in just a second. Is this a dog?
was trying to see this earlier.
Is that a dog?
That doesn't look like a dog.
Are you sure it looks like a dog? I think it looks like a dog.
We need to talk to
and
you about what you think the dog
also I
is.
think that most men who think they're women don't look like women. But do you think that's a dog?
Again, you wouldn't know if they did.
He feels like a dog.
Does he?
It appears
Did you
so.
ask him?
He's begging for treats, wearing a dog mask, rolling over.
Okay, so this
It
takes
seems he
us
feels
to
like a dog. Is he a dog?
This does take us to another, I think, probably the most important aspect of this. Is there a
No,
harm?
I want you to answer that question.
to you?
Is this a dog?
I don't think so.
Okay, great.
That doesn't look like a dog
Great,
to
but
me.
he feels like a dog, and you said that if a man feels like a woman, he is a woman. So,
So this is the. I think that's the important
what's the
point.
difference
In
why a man who feels like a woman is a woman, but a man who feels like a dog is not a dog?
okay, let's take your sort of wild connection
No, I
here
want
sort
an
of separately.
answer. I just want an answer.
What was the question?
The answer is, why is it that a man who feels like a woman is a woman, but a man who feels like a dog is not a dog?
Because a dog is a biological definition, and a woman, like I
Right,
said,
here we
is
go.
a gender definition.
The
that has
definition,
changed.
the definition of a woman is an adult human female. The definition of a female is a person who falls in the sexual category capable of bearing children and producing ova. A man cannot be a woman, just like a man cannot be a dog. And if you want to say that we've changed the definition of women to include men, I would say, why can't we change the definition of dog to include men?
I would say that language is fluid, and we absolutely could.
Okay, so this guy
in
can be a
some
dog.
world change the definition of a dog.
I'm going to hold you to this.
to
I
be a
want an
dog.
answer. Can that guy be a dog?
A biological dog, or
Can
have
he-
we
no,
changed
I'm
the
asking you, can he
definition
be
of
a dog?
dog
I'm just asking you, can he be a dog?
in the way that the
Is it
definition
possible?
stands now?
Is it possible?
In the future?
Is it possible?
Now or in the future?
Is it possible at all?
Yes.
It's possible for a man to be a dog.
If the definition of dog changes.
Okay. And here we go to absurdity. And do you see, I want everyone to notice something. You are very willing to change the definition of a woman to include men, but you are very averse to the idea of changing the definition of a dog to include a man. Why is that?
So again, because there's a biological difference.
There's a
between
biological
male
difference
and a
between men and
female.
women.
That's what we just said the same thing. There's
Right.
a biological difference to a male and a female, and the definitions of gender have changed.
They haven't
where man
changed.
and woman is now separate from male and female.
The definitions physically have not changed. The definitions are the same as
well,
they've always been.
definitions aren't physical. They're not. They're
Where
words.
do you find
words
definitions?
are just these sounds
So
that we make. I mean, they
where-
are physical in sound waves, I guess, but they're really just sounds that we make.
Where do you
And they-
find a
words
definition?
can mean whatever
You're
they
going.
want
You're
them to
going.
mean.
You're doing a lot of mental gymnastics right now. Where do you find definitions?
In the world.
In the dictionary, and the definitions have not changed.
I would say you can find definitions in dictionaries, but you can also find definitions in meanings. Well, let me ask you this: where did those definitions that are in the dictionary come from?
When people wrote them.
Yeah, why? Why did they
To
write those
reflect
words instead of
reality.
other words?
To reflect what people mean when they say them.
Exactly.
Yes.
To reflect
and
what
we've
people
already been
mean
here. We were
when
here
we say them.
probably exactly 1 hour ago. We were here. Raise your hand if you think when you say the word woman, men are included. Well, not a single person raised their hand, right? So if we just quickly poll the people, what do we think this is? Like 40 people, maybe 30? I don't know. If we just quickly poll the people that are standing right here, not a single one of them, 100 out of 100, or 100% of them believe that a man can't be a woman. Right, so it doesn't seem that the word, what you're trying to say is reflective, right? If you're trying to say that the majority of people, that when they say woman, men are included, it doesn't seem to match reality. If you polled the entire world, I guarantee you would have a result that men are not included.
Because men and women are different.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly, and men cannot be women.
But male and man are not the same thing either.
They are.
So, and as far as on a national level, it's usually about 66 to 70% who say there are two genders and kind of reject this. And that's from Pew Research, NBC, Gallup, PRRI. It's usually around the 66 to 70%.
And I do believe that is a leftover, a hangover from the antiquated definition of gender, which was at one point intrinsically linked to biological
Yeah, it
sex,
doesn't matter
but
because you're
has
making the
changed.
argument that it has changed,
but it is still the case that the majority of people think it hasn't changed. So if our language is reflective of what we mean when we say things, it is still the case that when the majority of people say the word woman, men are not included, right? So it hasn't changed. Colloquially, the majority of people still mean a woman like that one right there when they say woman. They don't mean him, they don't mean you, they don't mean me, and they don't mean Ben. They mean her.
They're talking
Right?
about the thing that they're looking at.
They're talking about
So
women.
something that
adult
looks
human
like a woman
females
is a woman.
No, adult human females. People who fall into the
But a-
sexual
but a
category of
person-
people producing ova. We
But
got.
what
we
you're
got some
saying
people
is that
waiting.
when we look at something and call it a woman, then it is a woman.
No, that's what you're saying.
But how would you? But that's what. No, that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying.
No, that's what you're saying. You're saying if it looks like a woman, it is a woman. I'm rejecting that notion. I am saying that a woman is an adult human female, and a female is a person who falls into the sexual category capable of producing ova. That also happens to be what the majority of people think. So the definition has not changed.
Okay.
But we have some people waiting, so I'll give you one last statement, and then we'll rotate in some new people.
Oh boy, I have to prepare a closing statement. I didn't.
You don't have to. I just wanted to give you a chance to say whatever's on your
I,
chest.
I think that we have arrived at a fundamental difference in belief structures, and I think that we can agree to disagree that the definition of biological assignment at birth and gender, it seems like your belief of that is that they are the same thing, and that my belief of that is that gender is different now, and that man and women should be gender is gender, where male and female is biological sex. I think that is the difference that we have arrived.
I agree.
And I don't think we're going to get past that, and that's totally okay.
Okay.
I also think that another difference that I don't think much, actually, that it's as much of a difference that we have. I think that the big problem in not acknowledging, and the big problem with the rhetoric that men can't be women, is that when you have that rhetoric, you're rejecting the way that people feel.
Yes.
And that is inherently bad.
I reject people
And I
the way people
think-
feel all the time. If you feel like you want to kill people, I reject that. If you feel like you want to cheat on your spouse, I reject that. If you feel like you want to
this
punch
was my
Lance
closing
in the
statement.
face, I might not necessarily reject that. Just kidding. It's a joke for Lance. But you get what I'm saying? You can reject how
Yes.
people feel, and that's perfectly fine.
I think that when there are legitimate harms, like killing people and punching people, that we should reject. But I don't think that there is, either because there isn't enough evidence or that because the evidence is skewed, I don't think there is enough evidence to say that not calling someone or respecting the way that they feel is harmful when it is this topic specifically. And I think that's what we got.
Yeah. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you very
Just
much.
slide that mic back in the holder. Thank you. It's all right, yeah.
Hi, my name is Jack. Nice to meet you.
How's it going?
Ben.
Cam.
So what I want to talk to you about today is...
If you want to hold the mic, you can. You just have to hold it kind of close to your face. It's sensitive. Yeah. So you'll want to just talk into the top of it so the speaker picks it up. You'll be able to hear when your voice is coming through it and when it's not.
Okay, great. Yeah, what I want to talk to you today is...
You can pick it right out of there and hold it if you want. Yeah, just hold it real close to your face like this, like how I'm doing it.
Yeah. I'm assuming that you're Trump supporters, right?
You got to hold it closer.
Like this?
Like up.
Like this?
Can I see that? Yeah. I think you might have turned it off, actually. Test. There you go. Yeah, I think it's
Hello?
off. Say, do again.
Hello?
Yep, you're good. Okay.
Okay, great. I'm assuming that you're Trump supporters, right?
Yep.
So
I am.
Trump's slogan, "Make America Great Again."
Yeah.
We're on the same page there. I was born in America. It's my home. I love this country more than anything else in the world. But I'm looking at this sign. Men can't be women, kids can't be trans, and deport all illegals.
Yep.
I think that we're really on the same page about what we want for this country. We want a good economy. We want a strong society. We want tight community bounds and strongly set roles as Americans. We want to participate in the American dream. I don't know that this sign is a discussion that we need to be having right now, though. I mean, when we talk about making America great, we have deport all illegals. Should that really be one of our fundamental values?
Yes.
Why is that? Why do you think so?
You need borders. Every country in the world has borders, and every country in the world that's not a failed state enforces their borders. It's important that you do this. The government's core, reason it exists is to protect the people inside of the country and to create and produce the best outcomes for those people. If you fail to enforce border laws, you fail to protect your people. When I go to bed at night, I shut my door, I lock it, and I put a loaded gun on my nightstand. Okay, if somebody comes into my house without my permission, I'm going to do one of two things. I'm going to try to remove them, and if I can't, I'm going to blow a 5-inch hole in their chest.
Sure.
Okay? I think my country should do the same thing. If unwanted visitors come into this country without permission of my government, of my country, without the consent of my country, those people should be removed, right? And if they refuse to be removed, force should be used to remove them. Okay, those people can be dangerous. They can be bringing things here we don't want here. They're a net fiscal drain on the U.S. economy, according to the House Committee on Budget in their study in conjunction with the Center for Immigration Studies. They are a net fiscal drain of $68,000 per person. The equation is just simply taxes paid minus social welfare used. They are a burden on this economy. Furthermore, if you don't enforce border laws, you risk that countries will send sleeper cells here, which is a risk we can't bear to incur. Okay, there are a lot of people who don't like America in the world, and we can't allow those people to have an advantage against us. So if you have those laws, if you have these border laws that are meant to protect the people in this country, you have to enforce them, because your laws are only as valid as their enforcement mechanism. If you don't enforce the law, they don't exist. And so you have to enforce it evenly. If you say, oh, well, this person's probably fine, oh, that person's really probably fine, you're not actually enforcing the laws, and people will think they can just do it anyway. And the more they continue to do it, the more the law seems to not be important, and the more people will exploit it. So the law has to be enforced, and it just so happens that the enforcement mechanism for violation of 8 U.S. Code 1325 improper entry by alien is deportation.
Yeah, I hear you and I understand. From my perspective, where I'm coming from, are you a Christian? Can I ask that?
I'm a new Christian, yeah. So I'm not a theologian. I'm not going to be able to answer probably any religious questions you have.
That's perfectly fair. But what I think of is Jesus' statement: treat the foreigner in your country like a citizen. I think it would be bad to deport a citizen. And
that's not a statement. To clarify, I am a lifelong Christian. That's not actually a statement. Like, treat the foreigner as a citizen. The word used in the verse you're referencing is in reference the word in Hebrew, which I've checked this myself. I've looked at Hebrew dictionaries. It specifically means somebody who was invited. And also, I mean, it certainly is the case that we should treat illegal immigrants with dignity, right? We don't think you should hunt them down, treat them like animals or anything like that. They still do have human rights. They just don't have American rights. You know, the rights exclusive to Americans in the same way that any immigrant can't vote or whatever. So I'm like half and half kind of on the same. I kind of get what you're saying. I agree with it to an extent. But also, like, it's definitely not saying that you just let illegal immigrants roam free and you have an open border.
Sorry, the wind is making my eyes water. But really, what I'm driving at here is just, I think that it's kind of important for us to get our priorities straight, right? And when we look at what our priorities are, what they should be, what does it really mean to make a place great? What the sign is talking about is 1% of the population who describes themselves as trans. And we've got a few possibilities here.
This is just one thing we're talking about
Sure,
today.
yeah,
we're
yeah,
talking
sure.
about lots of things.
But just, to cover the basis of the sign, let's take a look at like what the options are of what it means to be trans. Either a man can become a woman and a woman can become a man, right? That's what you're arguing against. Or they can't, and what it means for a person to get top surgery, bottom surgery, whatever, is they make an aesthetic change in their bodies. Or they can't, and there's some sort of new age religion or cult or something which is converting children into this ideology of
Bingo.
Of gender altering whatever. But whatever of those three options it is, we have all kinds of religions all over the place. And I'm not saying that this is a religion, but what I am saying is we've got serious problems going on in the United States that demand practical action, I think. Like right now, the government shut down, our service members aren't getting paid. I think
because
that we
Democrats refused to vote on the budget bill that was almost identical to the previous year.
Sure,
They
maybe,
did vote
maybe
to
not.
approve. So.
There are all kinds of reasons that could be the truth. But I still think that there are more pressing concerns right now than the 1% of the population who's doing something we disagree with and the people who don't belong in America, the people who don't deserve to be here.
Okay, so do you want to debate the topic, or do you want to debate that the topic doesn't matter? Because I don't care. I don't care how much you say the topic doesn't matter. It matters to me. So there's nothing to argue there.
Okay, so I think you're kind of misinterpreting the point. The point isn't to come out here and just change people's mind on like gender. The point is the reason Fearless Tour started, which I wasn't here at the beginning, he was, but I think he would agree with this. The reason it started is because Charlie Kirk was assassinated speaking on campus, and a lot of people were celebrating it, and also a lot of people were scared. The day after, on September 11th, last month, I went to UT Austin, and I went with some friends. We held signs up supporting Charlie, supporting free speech, saying free speech should not incite violence, or you shouldn't use violence against people using free speech, I should say. And we were supporting Charlie Kirk, we were supporting free speech. People came up to us, they said nasty stuff, but also people came up to us crying and saying, I'm a conservative on campus, now I'm scared to do anything. Right, this is very consistent. We were talking to people yesterday at UNT. They're saying we're scared to express our political beliefs. This isn't just to come out here and talk about gender. Like, that's just a topic. We sit here and we're like, all right, what would be the best topic to cover where we would actually find people who disagree with us? The thing is, had a nice conversation. We had a great conversation with Steven just now. I'm sure Steven disagrees with us a lot. He was very, very nice. I thought he was fairly reasonable. We talked to some other people, super nice, a guy named Adam, several other people. They're very nice people, and we're just showing people we should be able to talk to each other about this. And free speech is important. We should be able to come out here and set up our table, talk to you guys. Leftists should be able to do the same. That's really the point here. I get what you're saying. There are more important issues than what's on there. I agree with you. But, like, we don't always have to be talking about these issues. And I would say the number one most important issue right now is freedom of speech. And kind of tied into that is being against political violence, like us being able to peacefully talk to each other and not resorting to violence, not resorting to nastiness, because we cannot have a civil society and we can't even discuss these issues if we don't have that.
Yeah, and I think that's a really big part of the point that I had in coming up here is to say, yeah, I did come up to talk about the priorities of what's being discussed, and so I'll leave it here. But yeah, I agree. Freedom of speech is super important. The University of Tulsa had the Freedom of Speech Week a couple weeks ago. I went to a keynote seminar on speech as the middle ground. That was great. And that's all I want to say is, yeah, I get what you're here for. I get what you're trying to do. I think that I disagree about what exactly it means for us to pursue greatness, but I put that out there, and that's it. That's all I have to say.
All right. Yeah, I appreciate it. Oh. Thanks for coming out.
Hi, how's it going? You can, Cam, nice to meet you.
Caleb.
You can stand, just stand kind of right here. You can actually pick that mic out of the holder. Just kind of stay in the middle, and hold it real close to your mouth so it can pick you up.
So I'm more like right leaning, but
You might want to hold it
I
like a
was
little closer.
just like right here.
Yeah.
My question was like, what's y'all's opinion on mental health?
On what?
Mental health.
What do you mean? What's the
Like,
opinion on mental health?
Kind of just broad. Like, do y'all think more so that we should like be getting out there and like really trying to make ourselves like better in the head, I guess.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's like I think it's one of our biggest like things that's become less like it's becoming more talked about, but it's not very publicly talked about. So I think it's a big worry for me is I have like friends that are just like not getting out there and like not talking about like the shit they're going through. Is like they need to talk about this, and it just needs to be more publicized.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that simple.
Yeah.
It's like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
What's up?
What's up, man?
Cam, nice to meet you.
Jacob.
You want to just grab the mic out and you can just kind of,
Yes, sir.
yeah, just
Thank
kind
you.
of stay in the middle, like in the middle of the table here,
Okay.
and just hold it close to your mouth.
So, I was listening to your guys' conversation with Stephen Haber. I had a few questions about your guys' views on trans people and what roles that they like have in society. My first question would be, do you guys believe that trans people have been around and will continue to be around?
I don't concede that people can be transgender in the first place, but people who think they're trans, yeah, they exist. And
Okay.
they've been around, yeah, sure. I'm fine with conceding
So I
that.
guess my next question, I got most of my questions answered through the conversation with Stephen, is what are you guys doing to support trans people?
Nothing.
Nothing at all?
I'm doing
You have no
nothing.
support for the trans community that's like suffering like pretty heavily, like scrutiny from the Republican Party
Nope.
or the mental health they have. You show no support
I
for
think
the trans party.
I think that what should be done to help them is it should be medical malpractice to cut their balls off.
Okay.
First of all, we don't affirm any other mental illness. We don't affirm schizophrenia by telling people that the voices in their head are true. We don't give people who are anorexic or bulimic dietary plans and tell them they are fat and they should lose weight. Nor should we do that for transgender people. And the studies repeatedly show that the suicide rates in transgender people are higher after their gender is affirmed and after they receive surgeries than it is prior. I don't think it helps them. But what am I personally doing to help them? Nothing. Other than advocating for what's best for them.
I mean, I'll always treat people with kindness. I have some, like maybe 2 friends who are transgender, but they're also people who are like Christian and right wing, so they're not like engulfed in the leftist culture and ideology. They just have gender dysphoria, and they're like, I feel like I need to wear a dress, but they wouldn't even claim per se like I am a woman, is just dressed like a woman. But also I did extensive research into like the transitioning children thing, because I wanted to know how can we actually help children, and I was looking into how psychotherapy is probably the best option for them as opposed to social transitioning or medically transitioning. And then I tried to tell people about it. I went on big leftist platforms. I'm like, hey, let's debate about this, let's have dialogue about this, so I can show your audience that they're probably wrong and we can actually help people. Because if we can say we're not like actively going around raising money and doing all this stuff, but like I think we should always treat them with kindness. If a transgender person came up right now and they're like, hey, I'm kind of concerned with the stuff you're saying, I would have a very reasonable and respectful conversation with them.
I think we have fundamentally different views on what helping trans people actually looks like. And that was kind of reiterated through, I guess, the conversation with Steven, where I believe that coming out here and perpetuating that men can't be women or kids can't be trans is not showing support. It's like almost perpetuating hate.
We're not trying to show support. We don't support their ideology, right? I mean, we can support the people. Like if a transgender person came to me and needed help, if I saw the woke wind, like if I saw a transgender person being attacked in the street, I would protect them just as I would anybody else, right? Like I would protect them as a person. I support their human dignity in every circumstance. I think that they should get real health care if they need it, real mental care if they need it, psychological help if they need it, so on and so forth. Like, but am I going to affirm their identity that I think is false? No. And what I would wonder is, if I have that position that this is something that is false, and I also have the position, which maybe I'm wrong about that, but I also have the position that it doesn't help medically, and again, maybe I'm wrong about that, but if I have these positions, I mean, what do you expect me to do other than support their dignity as humans?
I guess the support that I would expect to be shown, like that I feel is not coming from the Republican Party, would be accepting that trans people will be here and will continue to show themselves, which both of you guys said you agree with. There will be trans people here. I think the fundamental difference in helping them would be showing support, being supportive, when they're already facing so many struggles like the mental health crisis or the struggle with suicide. I believe that pushing almost like, not saying that this is hateful rhetoric, but saying that men can't be women or saying what they're doing is completely wrong is not helping them in any aspect of the harms you guys are worried about.
I mean, if I'm correct about the data on the mental health and whatnot, then it would be helping them, because like I might be able to convince them to not go through with it, or somebody to not go through with it with their kids in the future. So I mean, you might believe I'm wrong about that stuff, but I can tell you, I definitely am genuine. Like, I'm not here. I would never want to hurt a person because they're transgender at all, mentally or anything. I don't go around posting the fucking, like, hanging yourself memes all over Twitter, like, haha, got you. Like, no, I'm not that type of person, and I don't think we should be doing that. That's very much not productive. I think any sort of genuine hatred towards somebody because of their identity or because of their race or gender or anything of the sort is categorically evil. It's completely unchristian for me to do that. It's evil. Anybody who does that, they're engaging in something evil, and we should support their dignity.
Of course. I feel like we're going to hit a little bit of like another circle, like with the Stephen conversation, so I'm going to move on to the import all illegals. And I would like to hear.
I don't even debate this. All right, let's hear what you got. It's okay. I'll try my best.
Well, I would like to hear your position first, if that's okay.
So I would say I'm much more libertarian than everybody else on the tour. But I definitely do think that we should have borders, as long as we have a state. We should have borders, because if you don't have borders, you don't have a country. You know, if there's no such thing as being an American, and you don't have a country. You have to have a difference between an American and a non-American. I still think that you should have the universal rights, like the right to life. You don't say illegal immigrants don't have the right to life. They do have the right to life. You can't go around killing them. That's ridiculous. You can't go around enslaving them, so on and so forth. But yeah, I mean, if you're coming into the country illegally and have this situation where we basically don't have a border, like that's a big problem for national security, for the American workers. It's also a problem for many of the foreign countries because they experience things like brain drain, where people who are very intelligent or high skilled leave their countries to have a better life in America, and now there's nobody left to improve their home country.
I guess we have very similar views, but I would like to hear your views on the deportations happening right now and how we're addressing the deport all illegal statement, like in the status quo.
Yeah, I don't see any reason for me personally to object to deportations. I mean, I do think we have to maintain rule of law. I do think innocent until proven guilty, of course. I don't think we should just be deporting people because we feel like it, obviously. I do think that somebody's here on a visa, they do something like support a terrorist group or call for the overthrow of America, maybe we should revoke their visa. I mean, I don't like, as somebody who's very libertarian, I don't like seeing things like visually. I don't like seeing the National Guard out everywhere. I don't like seeing ICE agents out everywhere. Like, it's not very aesthetic to me, for sure. But at the same time, it's like, well, stuff like this does happen. You know, like if a foreign nation was invading our country, I don't even like seeing people, military guys walking around with their guns. Like, I've been to other countries and you see that a lot more than in the U.S. I went to Myanmar, guys walking around with AK-47s and stuff. I don't like seeing that. You know, I don't like a big state, but like if a foreign country was invading us, I wouldn't sit here and be like, man, I can't believe there's a tank on my street. But no, they're protecting me. I recognize that's something that has to be done.
I guess I'll lay out my qualms with the current deportations, and then I guess you can disagree if we have any differences with that. We're pretty close. I would say that we shouldn't be punishing immigrants that are here for crimes of necessity. So I believe that the first crime they commit when they enter this country, which would be crossing the border, should not be the reason that we're deporting illegal immigrants that are in the country already. I think that we should be punishing people that break the law after the first crime of necessity. So the United States, you're fleeing your country, you're fleeing an authoritarian government, whatever you are leaving your country for and coming into America, I feel like we should punish. I feel like we should punish after that when they commit another crime. So I believe that like the ICE being put into larger cities, or like the National Guard backing up ICE in like LA or Chicago, is just like completely out of bounds and pushing a lot of limits that shouldn't be pushed.
Do you think we should maintain border security and try to prevent people from coming in?
I think prevention is definitely the strongest way to keep people out of the country. I believe in a strong United States border, and I do believe in enforcing law at the border, but I feel like if people are being supportive to our society and living a life without crime after they made it past the border, we should not be punishing them like we are right now.
Okay. I don't know all the stats off the top of my head. Yeah, this is more of an event debate.
Yeah, we agree. Pretty closely.
But I still would say we should deport illegal immigrants. I had a thought, it just kind of fled my mind. Right, I mean, border protection is important, obviously, but also a large chunk of illegal immigrants are people who came over on planes or whatever, and they're just overstaying visas. So, like, if we have all these people coming in and overstaying visas, and they're taking housing that Americans otherwise would have used, increasing the demand for housing, they are taking jobs that Americans would have otherwise had, they are decreasing the demand for workers.
Is it not all the way on?
Okay, go ahead. Say
We're
something.
decreasing the demand for workers. If it's going to be that loud, you just have to not have it facing this direction at all.
Okay, go ahead.
And just basic economics tells us that that's going to hurt American workers. You know, they're going to get lower wages as a result. And I mean, I do think I should care about my people more than anyone else. Like, I'm going to care about my family more than anyone else. I'm going to care about my fellow Christians. I'm going to care about, you know, so on and so forth. I'm a Texan, technically. I was born in New York, but I consider myself a Texan. I care about the people of Texas, you know, perhaps more than everyone else. Doesn't mean I discount everyone else, of course. And I I value Americans more than other people. Again, not to say they shouldn't have rights or anything like that, but if they're coming in and Americans are losing on opportunities because of that, we're having to pay for more expensive housing. Now, there's plenty of other things we can do to mitigate that as well. Like, I think there's lots of ways we can make housing much cheaper and actually help the homeless, and that's a whole different subject. But yeah, it's a major issue, and that essentially would be almost an open border thing. Even if we did have that border security, people would just find other ways to get over it.
I feel like if we're going to argue the economic standpoint, that's kind of an endless debate, but I can give you my views on it just because economics is so fluid. I would say that immigrants inside the United States do have a positive economic impact. Like, they're working low-wage jobs. The United States citizens just will not work. We can see that in the farming industry right now, through the meat industry, where we have workers that are just not filling jobs. We haven't lost any American citizens. We've only lost immigrants, and we're seeing industries like borderline fail because we're deporting immigrants that are taking jobs.
Well, okay, one second. So after slavery ended, do you agree? Obviously, slavery is wrong.
Oh, of course.
Okay, good. Okay, some people do. It's weird. So slavery is wrong, and after we abolished slavery in the South and throughout the entire United States, the economy crashed. Okay? Do you think abolishing slavery was good, but it had negative consequences for the South, right?
I mean, it had negative consequences because there wasn't free labor.
Yeah, exactly. What these people are doing, like, they're coming to the United States and they're working for like $2 an hour picking like fruit and whatnot. Would you not think that's like wage slaves? They're like wage slaves, right?
I would not call them wage slaves. They're optionally taking jobs. They're coming to the United States to optionally take jobs that they can leave at any second.
Yeah, that's true, but they often get taken over by coyotes. You know what a coyote is?
Yes.
So they get taken over by coyotes and they owe the cartel a lot of money. So when they get that $2 an hour, they have to send most of that stuff back to where they came from, back to the cartel, because if they don't, the cartel will behead them and kill them.
I don't think that's the majority of it.
That's
3 million
a
immigrant workers in the United States.
There's quite a bit of them. And as far as like the economic standpoint of it, it's like if you have a bunch of illegals come to the United States, if I can hire 100 Juans, okay, versus one Ben, what am I going to do? Same price. I'm gonna hire the 100 Juans for the same price as for one Ben.
Yes,
so if Ben wanted to even work and go do that, for like, you're in high school down in South Texas, you wanna get a good job. Those illegals are taking those jobs away from the kids and the people that would actually want to do those jobs, the American citizens. And they don't want to do those jobs because they won't get hired because they won't take $2 an hour because you're an American. You want to get, $7.50 or even more, just, minimum wage and up. Nobody's going to take those jobs right now because the illegal immigrants are there and they're so much cheaper.
I mean, we're seeing the illegal immigrants not filling these positions and they're not being filled by American citizens.
Because there's still so many illegal immigrants in these places. I feel like we need to go in with ICE, take out all the illegals, and then we'll see what happens. And if there is some repercussions for doing that, I'm fine with that, and then the economy will eventually heal over time.
Yeah, and also from like the economic perspective, I'm not super familiar with the economics of immigration to a very large extent, but you can have instances where basically an industry or a business is being propped up by something almost artificial. In this case, it's not necessarily artificial if you're looking at it from a purely economic perspective. But you're having something propped up that otherwise wouldn't really be there. So you might have a business where it exists just because they're able to pay illegal immigrants like $2 an hour, and that they might go out of business because now they actually have to pay workers an actual American citizen wage. But the money that's going to them will end up going somewhere else, right? It'll create demand for something else, and someone else will fill that demand. So I see where you're coming from. Both being somebody who's a libertarian, very much into economics, I still think that I'm deciding some of my positions on the whole immigration thing, but definitely at a surface level, I don't like the idea of a bunch of non-Americans who are not being documented at all, roaming around, and of course they are taking a lot of money from welfare. The number that Kim was giving was like a net fiscal drain of $68,000 a year, which was a recent estimate from I think last year. So things like that, I'm concerned about.
68,390.
I'm concerned about our national debt. I'm concerned about the government wasting money and things like that. And I'm also concerned about crime and preserving American identity. So when it comes to things like that, then I'm like, I don't really like this, but there might be some economic arguments in favor of it. That's still something I need to get more into.
Do you know any more about that statistic you were just reading?
Cam does.
Cam could explain it to you for like 5 hours, but basically, the taxes that they give don't equal what they're getting. So they're draining $68,000 from the United States, even though they pay some taxes. That's still how much we're spending on them per year.
How is an illegal immigrant abusing like the welfare system or taking money out of tax
Because oftentimes
system?
they will steal secret or social security numbers and use those and get on benefits.
Then where is that statistic from?
The United States government.
68,000?
It's from, here, I'll read you. Right here. Budgethouse.gov, okay? So it comes straight from the United States mouth. So yeah, they're coming in and then they're taking those jobs, they're decreasing our wages, and on top of that, they're draining the United States tax dollars. Your tax dollars, by the way.
This is a roundabout economic conversation because also if you look at like the IRS releases, you can see that illegal immigrants are putting in more into the taxes than they're taking out.
That's not true. According to the United States government, the budget, they're actually taking more.
I mean, you can look at the like IRS. It's very
This is a
hypothetical.
very
It's a
much
hard
a
argument
Cam-
to be having.
I know Cam has responses to this stuff. I wish I knew more about it. Maybe I should brush up on it.
Cameron.
Hey Cam, we're talking about your topic while you're over there yapping.
I have to go to a meeting.
You're a woke
3
liberal.
seconds.
I have a meeting.
3 seconds.
What do you need?
The House budget, 68,000.
So, according to a study conducted by the House Committee on Budget in conjunction with the Center for Immigration Studies, they found with the equation taxes paid minus social welfare used, that the net fiscal drain of an illegal immigrant is $68,000 per person. They use more in social welfare than they pay in taxes.
I don't know if there's any way to get on this, just because economics is so like philosophical and hard to have like a hard ground to
I
stand
personally
on.
don't want to debate illegal immigration with Cam not here, just because like I put the other two on there. I'm like, I'll debate these, and Cam always puts illegal immigration. So
I guess we can come to a stopping point then, because I already had someone else debate pretty much all of it.
You said your name was Jacob?
Yes, sir.
It was good talking to you.
Yes,
Have a
sir.
great day.
We're just doing college tours around here, I guess.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Ben.
Lance, nice to meet y'all. Can I ask, do y'all think a trans person who committed suicide is better off than a trans person who transitioned?
I don't think so.
So, whenever you guys are out tabling like this, you're spreading anti-trans rhetoric, right?
Well, we're saying that transgenderism is false.
So, anti-trans rhetoric.
Sure, if you want to call it that.
And that anti-trans rhetoric is the same kind of words that make trans people kill themselves, correct?
I think they kill themselves because they have mental illnesses that are not being treated properly. People are trying to treat them with things like surgeries. You don't treat mental health issues with surgeries. It's not how it works.
So you think that trans people are just like that, and it's not because you're out here actively saying that they are insane?
No, I think
Crazy.
a large majority of transgender people have many different mental health issues, and they're not being treated properly because they think merely like socially transitioning or medically transitioning is going to help them. When in reality, it doesn't, and it can actually make things much worse.
Do you know why it doesn't?
Well, why do you think it doesn't?
It's because you guys are out here saying no matter what they do, they're going to be wrong. And
Well, how would you
saying-
know that it helps them if you don't have any evidence of that?
Because if you have something in your mind saying you want to do something, and people all around you are constantly telling you, A, you're insane for wanting that, B, you need help, C,
Well, what if you do need help?
They need help
I
with
think they need
transition.
help. I think we need to help them with their mental health issues. I think children who have gender dysphoria should get psychotherapy. I think they should be helped. I think they need to be loved. I think they need to be treated with dignity. But the evidence isn't there to suggest that if they transition, that's going to fix everything. And we can't just feed into people's delusions. You don't tell schizophrenic people that the voices are real.
Are you
Right?
comparing-
There's no such thing. I'm giving you an example. I'm not saying it's the same thing. There's no such thing as being trans. It doesn't mean anything. It's just people saying they're trans, right?
So-
like, they don't. If I say, "Oh, I'm a woman because I feel like I'm a woman," I don't even know what a woman feels like.
So what's the medically recognized term of gender dysphoria to you?
What was the question?
So you think it's all just made up and trans people aren't real because...
I mean, I don't think all transgender people have gender dysphoria. I don't think leftists would even claim that. I don't think it's necessarily the case. I can conceivably think of a person who would say, I'm a woman, and they don't necessarily have like a diagnosis of gender dysphoria. And if they were tested for that diagnosis, they might not have it. Because it has a very specific definition in the DSM-5. I don't have it right in front of me at this exact moment, but it does have a very specific definition. So you could conceivably have a transgender person who doesn't have gender dysphoria. But I would say probably most of them do.
Do you think you can come up with a better way to treat somebody with gender dysphoria than somebody...
Me personally, no.
Than somebody with gender dysphoria?
I mean, probably therapy, first of all, and not, feeding into their delusions.
How easy do you think it is to get HRT?
Okay, so I wanted to go back real quick because you had said something about the suicide and us doing anti-trans rhetoric. So an example I like to bring up is during the Holocaust, okay? It's true, it's going to sound crazy. During the Holocaust, you agree that Jews were persecuted very, very heavily, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The transgender suicide rate right now is higher than the Jews in the Holocaust, their suicide rate. So saying that this is the cause is kind of ridiculous.
Do you think the Jews were killing
I'm getting there one
themselves?
second. When the suicide rate for transgenders is the exact same after they've committed the surgery.
Do you think the Jews were killing themselves?
I mean, some did. He's not saying that the Holocaust was Jews killing themselves. He's saying that during the Holocaust and what led up to it, they were persecuted heavily, and many of them did kill themselves as a result. But if we look at that suicide rate, it doesn't compare to the transgender suicide rate, which is absurdly high.
So in that situation, would you guys be Jewish sympathizers, or would you be closer aligned?
I mean, I already sympathize. I already don't want Jewish people to be killed or kill them. I don't want anybody to kill themselves or be killed.
But in this hypothetical.
Yeah, I mean, they were killing Jewish people based on what their ethnicity was. So, like,
I'm saying there's a small group being persecuted by a larger group, and the larger group is causing them to have suicidal ideation, right?
Yeah, that's...
Well, I oppose persecuting transgender people. I'm saying we shouldn't affirm...
Let me finish what I'm saying, please. So there's a small group being persecuted by a large group, right? Is that... Do you guys think you're persecuting trans people by saying they aren't?
No. That we were because we're doing anti-trans.
Is this sign not transphobic?
Exactly. So your point is that. Okay.
Well, I mean, if transphobia is merely rejecting the idea that a biological male can be a female, then sure, I'm transphobic. I mean, I don't really care. Like, people can call me transphobic. I don't really care. I think that all transgender people should be treated with dignity. I think that we shouldn't.
You think this is treating them with dignity?
Yes, absolutely.
Treating them.
Like, telling them the truth is treating them with dignity. And if I didn't give a shit about them, then I would probably lie to them.
Do you think you're being human whenever you have a sign out here saying stuff like this, and whenever you compare it to the Holocaust?
That's not quite what happened.
We didn't compare it to the Holocaust. We compared the suicide rates of Jews being persecuted in the Holocaust compared to what's happening now with the transgender community.
And you didn't answer my question. In that scenario,
What was the question?
Would you be closer to the Nazis or Jewish sympathizers?
What, like right now? No, we would not be Nazis whatsoever.
I'm not saying right now. There's a small group being persecuted by a large group, correct?
Okay, but you came up here with the sentiment that we were persecuting people. So, yeah, if you're going to say we're persecuting people, we're not. We're just telling them the truth.
Yeah, we currently, now again, don't do this thing where you're like, oh, you're saying these two things are the same. No, I'm giving you examples. We currently persecute a minority that is pedophiles. They're a minority. It's not necessarily the case. See, this is what you guys do, right? It is not necessarily the case.
This is what you guys do, saying they are
We're talking about
pedophiles.
just basic, dude, this is just basic philosophical rhetoric, all right? You are making the assertion that the Nazis persecuting the minority of the Jews is the same as us persecuting the minority of transgender people. I'm saying it's not necessarily the case that every case of a majority persecuting a minority is the same thing, because if the majority is persecuting a minority that is pedophiles, like, you clearly don't see the pedophiles as the victims, right?
So, whenever the Nazis, going back to your example, not comparison example, whenever the Nazis were saying bad things about Jewish people and making them want to kill themselves, that too different from you guys saying the little people, trans people are pedophiles?
What the Nazis were saying was wrong, so I'd say the Nazis were wrong. They're also evil for the violence that they committed. I'm saying I would not side with the Nazis. No.
That's not what I'm asking.
That's quite literally what you asked, but what are you asking? Give me the question.
There's a big group saying demeaning things about a small group, correct? The Nazis.
We're saying the truth.
Let me finish. Let me finish. There's a big group saying mean things about a small group. The Nazis saying mean things to Jewish people, making them want to kill themselves, correct?
Sure.
So there's a big group saying mean things to a small group, making them want to kill themselves. All of you guys calling trans people pedophiles, making them
I
want
didn't
to kill
do that.
We didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
You just said they are pedophiles.
I did not say that.
Example of persecuting a small.
Oh, okay. So you were making it sound like every single case where a majority is persecuting a minority, it's wrong, and you have to side with that minority. I was pointing out that that is categorically false. I am not saying all minorities are pedophiles. That's not what I was saying. I was not saying transgender people are pedophiles.
How did you demonstrate
It's
that was
entirely
categorically
possible
false?
to compare two different things without saying those two things are the same.
How did you say it was categorically false?
Because if you are asserting that it is necessarily the case that a majority persecuting a minority by saying you're wrong, you're bad, you're not valid, whatever else, even saying kill yourself explicitly, you should always side with the minority. That cannot be true, or else you would have to side with the pedophiles. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you can point out that it's wrong that they're telling people to kill themselves, right?
Yeah, I mean, you should never tell anybody that unless they're like, well, I would probably tell a pedophile that. I've told pedophiles to kill themselves before, actually. If you're a pedophile, kill yourself.
Well, okay, so you have a big group saying mean things to a small group, and you can agree that saying bad things, mean things are bad, right?
Not always. It's not always
You
bad.
just
to
said
say
I would
bad.
always tell a pedophile to kill themselves.
Yeah, I would. Pedophiles should kill themselves.
Okay, so you have a big...
I would not tell transgender people to kill themselves, and I would not tell Jews to kill themselves, but I would tell pedophiles to.
You have a big group saying mean things to a small group, correct?
Okay.
And the big group is unjustified in saying the mean things, and the mean things themselves is wrong, correct?
In which case?
Let's go back to the Nazis. Do you think the Nazis were justified?
No.
So they were unjustly saying mean things to a small group.
Correct.
Do you think that you guys saying trans people are pedophiles is justified?
Yes. Oh, wait, no, what the fuck? Why are you asking me that? We already went over this. No. Why did you ask me that question?
Please.
No, it's because I thought he was going to say something else entirely. Like we went over this, right? I didn't say
my entire point slowly and as
Guys,
clear as I can.
rewind the tape. No.
Rewind the tape.
That's because I couldn't possibly imagine you would ask me a question that you just asked me a couple of seconds ago, and I already said no. And then I said no again, and then I said no again. Like, yeah, that's a great clip, but like, come on, you know? No, I don't say all transgender people are pedophiles. I've never once said that. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Did they not just say that?
Just now, accidentally, because I thought you were going to say something else.
That's the second time.
What about before that? Did I say that?
Yes.
Why did I say that?
Is this you guys' first time tabling?
When did I say that? I've been doing debates for 6 years.
How old are you?
I'm 25. What?
Oh my god. You're 25 and you come debate 18-year-olds for a living?
No, I don't do this for a living.
18 to 22, and sometimes.
There's people,
18 to 22, let's be
I
honest.
was like 30 years old debating me. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that was wrong.
How's it wrong?
Because you have a political...
See, now you're persecuting us as a minority. You're persecuting the debaters.
I'm not calling you guys pedophiles.
Why are you calling us pedophiles?
Okay.
All right, I appreciate you stopping by and talking. Obviously, it's
Y'all gotta rewind the tape.
We'll do that.
See how many times the word pedophile is said. In a good and bad. All right, you have a good day. No, it was never said in a good way.
You literally did not say that trans people were all pedophiles. And he tried to put it in your mouth. He tried to put it in your mouth.
I thought he was gonna say trans.
That was so funny. I was like, bro, are you serious? He understands his own argument.
No, I want that clip where you go, yes.
The live saw it. Live saw it all. Are we still live?
Where is everybody, dude?
It's still live. I'm gonna restart the game.
Where's Cam?
Cam's talking with the. He's doing a speech right now.
Oh, the TPUSA speech?
Yeah.
How much longer are we doing this?
Hello, live stream. Be sure to follow prax.ben on Instagram and at Lance Videos. LanceVideos. Lance Videos and Prax Ben.
Don't follow Lance's profile.
What? Okay.
Sorry,
I don't think he understood what I was trying to get at. He go, like,
There's people who don't understand comparisons. They don't understand the comparisons.
Would you like to talk?
No, I'm just.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think he understood comparisons at all. Not at all.
It's like the people who don't understand when you make like general statements about groups of people.
Yeah, it's literally, like, no offense to him, but it's actually a sign of low IQ.
No offense, but you're dumb.
It is a sign of low IQ, though. If you can't understand hypotheticals and comparisons, then you're probably not super smart.
Want to say something? Yeah.
You go, so persecuted pedophile minority or whatever is probably a good thing. He's like, okay, so trans people are all pedophiles? What are you talking about, buddy? That was so interesting. That's so interesting. What's up, chat? I'm going to have to pull up the chat. Let's see what the chat's saying. Let's see. Looking at the Cam Higby live. We own Cam Higby's channel right now, dude. We can say whatever we want.
Guys, unfollow Cam Higby.
Yeah, don't follow Cam Higby. He's crazy. All right, let's take a look. Hey, Lance, has Andrew done his beer? No. What's Lance's X handle? Mine is Lance Videos, LanceVideos. Okay, if you want to see behind the scenes of what we're doing, follow me on Instagram and there. On both. Free Cam Tifa. Funny. Damn. Andrew Don, that's funny. Stars suck. Oh, come on. Dude, somebody walked up and said, let's go Stars, and then looked at my hat and then called me a retard. It was not very nice. Go away, Lance. Dang, guys. Cam is currently having a talk or a speech. He's doing a speech right now inside, so you're going to have to deal with us for a little bit. Yeah, it kind of died down. So we're just chilling, waiting for people to walk up and hang out. We're holding down the fort. We like Ben's courage. Let's go. W's in the chat. And where are the liberals? Probably not. We'll be back in Oklahoma at some point, probably, but.
No. We're hitting several schools this week. We were at UNT yesterday, and then we drove up here because the TPUSA and the YAF chapters invited us.
Very nice people.
I don't know where we're gonna be tomorrow. We're gonna be somewhere.
We're going to be somewhere on the planet Earth, within the United States, I think.
Back in Texas, probably.
Maybe we'll fly to Alaska and interview some bears. Interview some bears.
I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? I bet you'd love to interview a bear.
What is that supposed to mean? That means nothing.
Chat knows. Chat knows what I mean.
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Lance Johnson.
Is Cam like a liberal magnet? Because like.
No, I mean it was already dying off. It's because the crowd dissipated, and then like if you don't have a crowd, it's really difficult.
The crowd dissipated because they're all watching Cam right now.
Guys, spam in the chat. Lance likes bears. You really don't know what a bear is?
What do you mean?
Lance likes bears.
I have no idea what that
Oh,
means.
sorry. That's because I'm not using my face.
The audio is horrible because the mics died, I believe. So we're just kind of point that, I guess. I don't even know if we can do that.
Oh wait, it's not even.
We're not plugged in. Or his phone was about to die, so we had to plug in the phone as opposed to the camera. So you're hearing like speaker audio. I'm sure you guys can still hear us, but it's not as good.
Well, is the battery enough to where we can plug it back in?
I don't know. You have to check.
The lowest I've been. I'd rather.
Where are the liberals? Where's Antifa?
Wait till you hit a hill.
Do you think it's Antifa? We
We
ran
ran
out,
out.
bro. I know.
We had so many, and we.
You have to? Bro, you can order one on Amazon. It'll come in like 2 days. What's tomorrow? You have like an event tomorrow? Frat party or something? Just hanging out.
Fearless debates.
Fearless debates on Instagram. A little bit of fun. Okay, ask us some questions, chat. You're gonna have to be the entertainment for a minute.
I think there's a really interesting conversation happening back there.
I think they're talking about something.
I don't know his name, but Black guy. He was like reverse heckling somebody earlier.
I think our day was pretty good. Favorite NFL team? What's yours?
Did they say Lance likes bears?
No, they did not. They did not.
Guys, say Lance likes bears in the chat, please.
Okay, so favorite NFL team?
Oh, that fell didn't.
Should we just pull up the Israel topic?
No, no, we're not doing that.
No, I'm kidding.
We're not going to do that.
Israel is the greatest country on earth. That would piss people off. I don't even believe that.
We'll probably get another crowd. Oh, they're saying Lance loves bears. Lance, you would love to
Can
be.
you explain what that means? Or is it too vulgar to be on live?
A bear is like a big hairy caveman.
Who came up with this?
It's like the opposite of a twink. You have twinks and then you have bears.
So you're a bear.
You're the twink, and then you like bears. You said you want to go interview bears. Lance the twink.
You make everything disgusting. You're literally making everything disgusting. Here. Just ask us questions in the chat while we wait for somebody to walk up. What's my favorite thing to do when I'm bored? I don't know.
Talk to chat.
Talk to chat, maybe. The best chat. Go Bills. Nah, I think the Cowboys are better.
Cowboys.
Why wasn't Lance in Portland? Because I was in Texas. I wish I was in Portland. It looked like a freaking fun time. Should mosques have culture in the U.S.? No, not at all. There should be no blasting of Islamic prayer in the United States at all. It should be illegal. Lance do a loud Trump impression? Quite honestly, wow. Cam Higby missed the debates in your chat, LOL. Hell yeah, brother. Have you read the Book of Enoch? I have not actually, but I've heard about it. I've heard about it. Do you think men can cut their Adam's apple out to be female? I don't think you can do that without dying. I don't know. I haven't heard of anybody that would. Why would that even be a good idea? Lance, is God real? 100%. 100% God is real. Go Birds? No. Would have to disagree with that. And what's the... This is crazy. Lance, your Trump is better than Cam's. Don't tell him. No, he knows that. He knows that my Trump impersonation's better. He would admit that. Now, I can't chug as fast as Cam because he's a legend. Neither can Andrew either. Not at all. What's your view on EBT benefits and shopping? I think a lot of people are using the system and taking our tax dollars away from us. So there's a lot of people that need to be taken off of EBT. 100%. What's up? Yeah, what's up?
On the EBT for families who are actually working, but barely getting it, that are taking their time and paying their taxes, but they're losing it, but they get very minimal. What is your deal on that? How do you feel about the ones who are actually working?
The ones that are actually working, they're fine. They're 100% fine.
Okay.
It's just the people who are taking advantage of it that I have a problem with.
I totally agree. I was just, I got my mom. She's disabled, right? She's on disability. They can get food stamps if she's living in a retirement center. So, like, they cut hers. So, I was wondering what y'all feel on that. I support taking everybody off. I support redoing the program and bringing it back to the people that actually need it, getting welfare fees off and everything else. I was just kind of getting y'all's view on the families that actually do work a lot more.
Yeah, I gotcha.
This guy said, you two have no business being at that table if you're going to tell people to unlike themselves. Okay, first of all, we were talking about pedophiles, okay? They're bad, okay? I don't think anybody in the chat would disagree with that statement at all, okay? I think this guy's just probably a troll or something. He gave us $5. Gave Cam $5. Somebody said shekel. What's up?
That should be completely acceptable to say.
We need more liberals.
Well, they'll never actually live out.
Yeah, that guy totally twisted what we said. Totally twisted it.
I think we just pack up. I don't know if we're gonna pack up with everybody. Well, maybe we can start though.
Should we pack it up, chat? Should we pack it up?
We could stay alive.
We could do a pack up stream.
We're doing a pack up stream.
Cam is doing a speech right now, guys. Speech. That's why he's not here. Who is MM98? Why is everyone freaking out in the chat? I don't even know who that is. He says, please boot MM98. I've seen it like 6 times now. Does Cam have a P.O. box? I'm not exactly sure. We gotta ask her. Is anyone recording Cam's speech? I'm sure. Probably. I'm not.
They had the TPUSA people had a camera. Are they hearing me through these?
The TPUSA people had a camera. I'm pretty sure they're videoing it.
Yes, I play Fortnite. I've played Fortnite with Cam, actually, and Minecraft. But I don't really play anymore because we're on the road taking on the libtards. Freezing out, man.
I think we should start backing up.
All right, we'll stay live while we pack up, guys.
I'm kind of beamed out.
Are you ready to get beard in?
Beer? No.
Yes, I have. A gay man tried to stop me and rape me when I was 17 years old.
That gay man.
He tried to. I mean, he like invited me over and shit. It was really weird. It was not making sense.
Can I watch the content?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's Fearless Debates or Fearless Tour. It is Fearless
Debates on Instagram, Fearless Debates on X, and Fearless Tour on YouTube.
Are y'all going to different campuses?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We just live streamed the whole thing on Cam Higby's Instagram or YouTube, so if you want to check that out.
I saw you here earlier. I'm like,
Awesome.
I'll be looking out.
Thank you.
It's loud as hell.
Here, turn that
We
on.
appreciate what y'all do, man.
Thanks.
Y'all
Yeah,
being
thanks
out
for
there
coming out.
yourselves, in danger. I know it's hell coming out here having to deal with these people. I know they
You know, it's. I mean, sometimes that happens. For me, I've only been doing it for 2 days. It's been totally cool. I haven't been through hell. He has. He's been through hell.
I've seen these guys go through just about what they've gone through. Now,
And the Portland, like the riot stuff too. They've gone to the riots. I haven't done that
that's
yet.
what we'll get it back up there, along with the other ones. But I appreciate what y'all do going out there. I appreciate y'all putting your lives on the line. I know it is like that. You gotta get the truth out there. Y'all rowdy patriots. You get hundreds of thousands of people in your chat. I see the comments. You got backup from JD, Tommy Boy. Everybody loves Cam. Everybody loves the people out here. I'm stuck here in Oklahoma. I can't really go out, but when I saw Cam out here, man, I just had to come out and support. Also, I didn't see an enforcer out here. I didn't know Antifa, so I came out here as an enforcer just in case anybody tried to fuck with y'all.
Yeah, we don't think we need to hire anybody, and it's been good. Hopefully it stays that way. We might be going to UT Austin. I'm more worried about that one than any other schools, but still, like, frankly, in these more conservative states, you usually don't encounter that.
There'd be a lot more out here for Oklahoma, but then again, I was told that it's a red state, so I was like, okay, all right, then you see it, and then you're like, oh shit, dude, this is actually real. Like, there's not a lot of division out here like we normally would see. So, as somebody who has family and raises it here, I'm just happy that it's in a conservative area. You know, my kids are homeschooled, they're not being taught CRT, gender fluidity, or identity in school as well.
Yeah.
So, again, I just appreciate what y'all do. I appreciate you putting your lives on the line and going out there getting the truth and facing up. A lot of people don't have the balls to do.
Someone's got to.
And God, man, after they took out Charlie Kirk, you realize how soon we are to you realize that the Proud Boys got 2 million strong nationwide and they're recruiting heavily. That can't be a coincidence.
Yeah, I sure hope so.
I don't either. You're still the best, dude. I was hoping to catch Cam and get an autograph, but I heard he was talking.
He should be back though shortly.
All right.
Yeah, so if you hate, don't feel like you can't meet around.
Oh, no, man. It's cool. I just want to meet the man, the legend himself. Shake his hand.
Probably can't autograph like a MAGA hat. We ran out of those, but yeah, if you did your hat or your flag.
Yeah, right. I got this one.
Here, I'm gonna help you guys out. I'm gonna give you more of a review, so that now you can see more. I don't know if that's gonna help you guys. Maybe I should be like taking you around. I don't know. We're gonna leave you here for now while we clean up. Yeah, it's pretty cold out here.
And I had him on my bench when he put like 40 points.
Yeah. Well, it breaks like the understanding you have of like how and that's why we're so passionate about it. I mean, it's not an immediate issue. I'm not going to the bathroom and it's like, oh, never happens. But we love to talk about it because it really cuts deep. It's like men have their, women have their, I'm sorry, I've got this breaking up.
Is this ours?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe. I don't know, actually. I have no clue. I couldn't tell you. There's milkshake all over the ground still. Well, maybe to like somebody in like Saudi Arabia, but I mean, 1 square mile radius in the town is like that 1 to 5 points. You know, I mean, it's normalized in the sense that we're talking about it and it's on sign. It's not normalized every other person talking about it. Bring a game for that matter. I mean, they can get me. What?
Do you guys want to see the milkshake aftermath of what Cam did? Looks like a nuke dropped over here.
I understand how men act. Yes. Yeah. That has nothing to do. See what I'm saying? Yeah. See what I'm saying? Oh, that'd be great. Was it reform or was it
Shit, dropping a bunch of stuff. There we go. Alright. So I went and put all of our trash in the trash can over there, and it didn't fit properly. Now the trash can's like stuck closed, so that's cool. Oops. Did you show them the milkshake?
Yeah, they got to see the milkshake aftermath.
Look at that mess. Cam Higby. Wait, let's flip this.
big mess, guys. I'm sorry. We're total degenerates. Cam got another milkshake though, so he still enjoyed himself thoroughly.
That sounds very weird to say. Don't ever say that again.
He enjoyed himself. He slurped that milkshake down. Guys, does Lance like bears?
What's up, gang? Can't even zoom out.
Well, I mean, it's just a semantic.
Looks like we are done. Now we're just waiting on Cam to come back. Will he ever come back? We don't know.
Cam's milkshake does bring all the boys to the yard.
Lance, what would you do? Okay, no, I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. It said something really, really gay. It said something not cool. You gotta be nicer to me. You gotta be nicer to me.
Hold on. Lance, what would you do if I showed up to your house and made you wear dresses with high heels and makeup? He would love that. He does that on his own.
Dude, look how freaking beautiful this campus is, guys. Take a look at this. Looks like Hogwarts. I love that big grin. He's giving himself away, bro. You guys are so weird. You guys are so weird in the chat, dude.
They know.
They are so weird.
Hey Ben, it's Handicap Society. You need a hoodie, it looks cool. I was like, hey, we're gonna be in Texas and Oklahoma. I don't need a jacket. Turns out I did need a jacket. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
earlier today he goes, I won't be cold unless it's like 60 degrees because I'm from the north. And then he had a blankie on all day. You got a little blankie, huh?
Hey, it was a comfy
You got a
blankie.
blankie, dude.
It was a comfy blanket, okay?
Yeah, so
Look, it's 57. I was right. I said 60. I said I could deal
Now
with
he's
60.
using facts. He's trying
Actually,
to debate me on
specifically,
this.
I told your mom I could deal with 65.
true, you
It's
did.
57. That means I was correct. He's trying to say, oh, you were wrong. No, I was correct. I never said I could handle 57.
He's always got to be correct, guys.
I always am correct necessarily. It's ontologically.
He's always
Cracksman is
correct.
always right.
That's change your handle next to that.
Many people are saying this.
What, many people like your mommy and your daddy?
Flag just smacked me in the back of the head.
It's America saying that they don't like you.
Well, that's not true.
I'm just kidding. America loves him.
That right-wing Zoomer, W debate, Patriot. You guys need to do a video on the tariffs. You know what? Me and Cam need to debate the tariffs. We need to do a debate stream where it's me and Cam debating on tariffs. That's what we should do.
Should, definitely. Beer crew chug. Maybe later, guys. Maybe later. He doesn't like beer because he's gay, so.
No. Okay, look.
People are like, oh, you don't like drinking the stuff that tastes like piss? You're gay.
That's not how it works. It's actually the exact opposite.
He just doesn't like beer because he likes seltzer and he likes fruity, girly drinks. He'll go in like, can I get the gayest drink ever? And then they'll bring him Prax Ben's favorite drink of all time. It's probably pink.
No. I just drink vodka.
They said whiskey chug for you tonight?
Whiskey? I mean, I don't like whiskey that much.
So
but
he doesn't
I'll
like
drink,
anything.
Hold on. I don't like whiskey that much. I'll drink whiskey over beer. Because at least whiskey kind of, you have like this quality to it. You know, beer's just like somebody literally like, right? Like whiskey's actually something of substance. You know, I'll drink whiskey, but I prefer vodka though.
He likes like pomegranate mojitos or some crap.
I don't even like pomegranate.
Okay, something else. Some of the
I'd
cool
be
crap.
making fucking.
We just got done debating people on the street.
What was it for?
We have a group called the Fearless Tour, and we're just going around different campuses.
Oh, cool. Where are you guys at?
Everywhere. Seattle, Dallas,
Austin.
And Austin now. So we have people from all over.
I've never heard of you guys.
Yeah. You look up Fearless Debates on like any platform, you'll find us.
Good response.
Yeah.
Any fiery debates?
Yeah. Today, yeah.
Did you lose any?
No.
I
There's
never
Austin.
lose.
We never lose. We never lose. But yeah.
All right, good luck, guys.
The bro has his dogs.
Oh
It's
no.
pretty awesome.
People are arguing about alcohol.
Okay, guys, whiskey is the best liquor.
No. They're like
Coors
arguing.
Light is the best beer.
They're like arguing. God doesn't like drinking. Yeah. They're like arguing about drinking.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean,
Look, we don't have to argue about this right now.
we don't have to argue about it, but Jesus did turn water into wine when everyone was already drinking a lot at a wedding.
Or maybe it was grape juice.
Yeah, I don't like that. It's like, every single historian says it was real wine. It just makes no sense.
If every single historian says something, Lance believes it.
It's true.
Every single historian says Lance likes bears.
He's wild for that one.
Mom, he literally said, what does that have to do with me? He never recognized his mother as his mother, but mom cared. He turned the water into wine, but he left. That's what he did. He left to go teach. When he came back, they were already drinking, and they were plastic by the time he got back. So he never partaken. He even looked at his mom and said,
You know, he never drank. I never claimed that Jesus drank. No.
But it's funny that you're right. He was drinking, or they were drinking, and he gets more. But the Bible says you're not supposed to be drunk. But then he
It
gave.
says drunkards, so alcoholics. It becomes a sin when you can no longer support your family and you have an addiction, like gambling, for example. You can't support your family. You have an addiction. That's when it becomes bad. If you go out on the weekend and have some drinks with your friends and then just hang out, and then your life is completely fine, you're fine. And it usually warns against it in the Bible, just because you're more susceptible to sin. So.
Do you think alcoholism is a true addiction or demonic influence?
Could be a little bit of both.
It's either
I think Antifa is demonic possession. That's what they are.
Demon Tifa.
Demon Tifa. Red wine. Red wine's pretty good.
Tifa, trans Tifa, what do you call
See, I can't drink red wine, guys, because when I do, I drink too much because I don't think it's like that strong, and then I end up throwing up. It's not good.
Earlier they were talking about you can't be a man and a dog, but I'm a man and I can verify I got that dog in me.
Wow. Okay. He's got dog inside of him.
I was gonna say that like over the speaker because there's like hella people here.
That'd have been funny.
I just didn't have the chance.
Keep fighting the good fight, dude. We got the National Guard. No, I'm kidding. I have no clue.
They're coming to arrest Lance. Lance has committed multiple war crimes. These guys are after him.
I have no clue why they're here. I don't even think that's National Guard. I think they're just like, I don't know, army or something.
When Lance was in Bosnia, you should have seen how many men, women, and children he massacred using mustard gas.
Okay.
Agent Orange.
I've never committed a war crime,
Lance
guys.
Johnson uses Agent Orange on innocent men, women, and children. He dropped Agent Orange on an orphanage.
On an orphanage?
On an orphanage.
Damn, dude. Never happened. Never happened. If your name is Lance, you're guilty. Doesn't matter the charge. Dang. Dang, chat. Dude, chat loves roasting me. Chat loves to hate me. ROTC. Yeah, probably ROTC. I'm an Eagle Scout. So was Charlie Kirk, actually. I just found that out. It's pretty awesome.
What if Cam went up to give his speech?
Why did I commit all those war crimes? I was just really mad. I don't know.
Well, it depends what we're talking about. But deviant or not, I'm just saying, if your thing is go do it somewhere else.
What if Cam
It's
went
not a
to-
war crime if it's the first time.
Cam went to give his speech and he just fell asleep.
He's not asleep.
I know.
Oh, that'd be so funny if he did fall asleep. Dude, Cam will be like, I'm sleepy, and then see that like nice pavement right there. He'll just take a nap.
He'll sleep anywhere.
Try to spy on Cam's speech through the window. I have no clue what building they're in.
I mean, I don't. So that's obviously a whole topic, but I don't think it's really relevant to the transgender stuff. Because, like, honestly.
that kind of idea, because it's kind of like you're both whenever you're intersex.
When you're intersex, usually you're more than one than the other.
So
In most
typically
cases.
it's XXY or XYY.
Yeah. So you're typically
So
more of one or the other,
either
so
way,
the
you
doctor
do
will make a decision.
The doctor doesn't make the decision.
Yes, when it comes down to if you have both right there,
Unless
usually
someone's
they'll.
about to die, the doctor does not make that decision.
When there's a baby involved, yes, they do make that.
So, okay,
but sometimes they
there's
don't.
kind of two ways I
When
can
there's
approach.
a baby involved, that's literally every situation. Anyone that's born intersex is born intersex. It doesn't happen randomly in life. It doesn't come up. And people carry on into adulthood being intersex.
And usually they'll identify with the sex that they are
A lot
most
of the time
like.
they will identify as gender fluid.
Well, if they identify as gender fluid and they're saying I'm not a man or a woman, that doesn't really tackle like the issue that we're
But that's why I'm curious about your opinions on it.
So I hold the opinion that
Because
it
that's
is that you're one or the other. Like if you're looking at sexual traits, then someone who's intersex and is like a male, they'll have many more female sexual traits than the average male, right? They might have breasts, they might even end up with a vagina. But all bodies are ordered towards the production of one or the other gamete, right? They might not actually produce that gamete because of some sort of mutation or some sort of issue, but that's exactly it, some type of issue. And obviously we should acknowledge them, and honestly, I don't think intersex people are acknowledged enough. And I personally think that it's very harmful when people, which you did not do this, it's very harmful when people who are like transgender try to appeal to intersex people and say, well, I'm valid because of them, because like, no, they're not like you. They have an actual like physical thing that's wrong with them. That's something that's wrong with them, which you don't have to turn into something bad. You could still live a good life. But yeah, I just don't consider them to be both men and women. I'm also not an expert. I'm not a biologist. But even if it was the case, that's just not what we're talking about. If someone came up and they're intersex and they were like a biologist and they just like blew us out in a debate, I'd be like, okay, I mean, maybe you are.
The distance of
I'm no
intersex
expert on
people
that.
does not like overtake and say like, oh, your transgenders are now valid just because you're intersex.
That wasn't what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm talking about the men can't be women topic,
Yeah.
which that doesn't just automatically assume you're transgender.
Well, I mean that's what we're trying to get at. So when they end up walking up, we always talk about transgender.
You know, if your issue is more so the way that we phrase it, I always want to try to phrase things as well as possible. It's better to say like trans women are men or something to that effect. Maybe that would be.
I mean, to be really honest, I don't necessarily agree with your views in general. I just wanted to understand your views on people who are intersex and how that kind of adds into this whole image.
Okay. Yeah, that would be my view. I do think that they are one or the other, despite the fact that like there's a spectrum of sexual traits. I do believe that there is a spectrum, but it's not a spectrum of sex. So they're going to have a lot of female sexual traits.
Can I ask what makes someone a certain sex to you?
What the gamete their body produces.
But if they have both an X and a Y, then does that not make them both?
No, so chromosomes are separate from gametes. Chromosomes
Do you know
definitely
what is
like.
made up of gamete? Do you know what makes up a gamete?
Well, okay, so when I'm saying this, I'm saying like merely having. You're gonna say chromosomes, or like.
No.
Is that what you're asking me? Like,
No.
what's?
So it's certain parts of the chromosomes shared from both the mom and the dad. It's not full chromosomes. They combine together to create full chromosomes. But I'm not trying to say